Chapter 27:16. Seeing Feng Yuandao, Feng Zi, Li Kunshan and the others, Yingzong's face turned solemn as he stopped moving towards Lu Ming. Yingzong, you're quite early. But did you find anything? Feng Yuandao looked at Yingzong with a strange light flickering in his eyes. Obviously, Feng Yuandao suspected that Yingzong had obtained something. Yingzong's complexion changed. He reluctantly squeezed out a smile and said, Brother Feng must be joking. How could I have any harvest? I also just arrived. As for these people, they just came out from that mountain. I'm interrogating them right now. Yingzong did not dare to offend Feng Yuandao. Feng Yuandao's background was not any weaker than his. At the same time, Feng Yuandao's battle strength was above his. He had fought with Feng Yuandao a few times and lost every single time. When he was at the 9th Empty God Realm, Yingzong only had the experience of defeating a true God Realm expert. But Feng Yuandao had the battle record of killing a true God Realm expert. Defeating and killing were two completely different things. Oh! Feng Yuandao turned his gaze towards Lu Ming, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng. When he saw Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng, his eyes narrowed. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were both at the first rank of true God Realm. Obviously, Wu Zifeng and Yu Linglong had broken through after entering the Nether Dragon's secret realm. To be able to do so, they were definitely experts amongst experts. On the other hand, Lu Ming, an Empty God Realm expert, was ignored by him. How should I address the two of you? Feng Yuandao cupped his fists towards Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng. Yu Linglong. Wu Zifeng. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng replied. Feng Yuandao. Feng Zi, Li Kunshan, Yingzong and the others frowned as they had never heard of the two of them in the outer sect. Gentlemen, what did you obtain in there? Feng Yuandao narrowed his eyes and asked. What did we get? It has nothing to do with you. Yu Linglong said. What do you mean it's none of your business? Don't you guys know that? Yingzong's reprimand made Yu Linglong frown. Rumble. Right at this moment, a loud rumbling sound came from the mountain. Then, with a loud boom, it exploded. The mountain peak exploded and shattered rocks flew everywhere. There was even some divine transformation corpse water among them. Not good, quickly dodge. Lu Ming shouted. Together with Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng, their figures flickered as they dodged the splattering corpse water. However, there were still people who were splashed by the god-transforming corpse water. Their bodies were corroded, and they let out miserable shrieks. However, after a few moments, the shrieks came to an abrupt end, because their entire bodies had been corroded to the point that not even dregs were left. The others were shocked and tried their best to dodge. After everything calmed down, they stopped with lingering fear. However, there were at least 5 to 6 outer disciples who had died under the god-transforming corpse water. You guys are so vicious. You knew that there was danger inside, but you didn't warn us. Are you trying to trick us? Yingzong stared coldly at Lu Ming and the other two, directly putting a label on them. Trick you guys? You think too much. Ling Brother Wu, let's go. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered with Yingzong and the others. He flew forward, wanting to leave. You want to leave? Hand over what you got before you leave. Yingzong shouted coldly. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. His palm emitted a dazzling golden radiance as if it was made of gold. Get lost. The one who made the move wasn't Lu Ming, but Yu Linglong. A soft whip appeared in her hand. The soft whip was like a poisonous snake, curling towards Yingzong. Bang! The two of them collided. With a loud bang, Yu Linglong retreated 3 steps. However, Yingzong retreated 5 steps, which was more than Yu Linglong. What? The others were shocked and looked at Yu Linglong in shock. Yu Linglong actually had such strong combat strength. Not only could she block Yingzong's attack, but Yingzong also retreated more than her. Where did this genius come from? At the side, Feng Yuandao, Madman, Li Kunshan, and the others' faces turned solemn. Yingzong also looked at Yu Linglong in shock. After the collision, he knew how powerful Yu Linglong was. Even if he went all out, he might not be a match for Yu Linglong. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to leave by yourself. Yingzong turned his gaze and looked at Feng Yuandao and the others, wanting to drag them down with him. Is that so? At this moment, Wu Zifeng spoke. He stepped forward and a shocking aura burst out from his body. Wu Zifeng's aura was stronger than Yu Linglong's, which shocked the others. It's really lively today. At this moment, a cold voice sounded in the sky. Then, a young man stepped on the air and stood above the crowd. This was a young man from the Winged Men tribe. He had a pair of purple wings and a tall figure. His aura was strong and he carried a sense of arrogance. It's the Winged Demon, the Winged Demon. Many people exclaimed. Even Feng Yuandao, Madman, and Ying Tsang's faces changed drastically. There was no other reason. The Winged Demon was too famous in the Kongxian school's outer sect. He was above everyone. The number one on the empty god list, the Winged Demon. That guy is here too. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Of course, he had heard of the number one on the empty god list. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, rays of light flew over from afar. There were more and more people here. In just a short while, there were already a few hundred people gathered. It's Wang Gao. There's Ming Jiao. Many people exclaimed. There were too many experts and a few of them were among the top 10 on the empty god list. The crowd was shocked to find that 9 of the top 10 on the empty god list were here. Other than Madman, almost all of them were here. When these people knew that Lu Ming, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng had just come out from the mountain, they all looked at Lu Ming and the other two. They even moved slightly and surrounded Lu Ming and the other two to prevent them from escaping. Yes, we can't let them escape. We can't let them escape. At this moment, a sharp voice sounded. It came from the mountain that had just exploded. Everyone couldn't help but look in that direction. There were still rays of light shining from the mountain. Then, a figure appeared. It was Sky Star's remnant soul. Who is that? Many people didn't recognize Sky Star and were surprised. You're Sky Star? When the Winged Demon saw Sky Star, he shouted in shock. He couldn't hide the shock on his face. The Winged Demon had seen Sky Star before. 100,000 years ago, when Sky Star was still around, he was the number one on the empty god list. If Sky Star hadn't disappeared, the Winged Demon might not have been the number one on the empty god list. What? Sky Star? The number one on the empty god list 100,000 years ago? Hearing the Winged Demon's shout, many people recalled. It can't be. It's really him. Didn't they say that he was dead? He's not dead. Many people exclaimed in shock. Chapter 27:17. Sky Star. Feng Yuandao, Feng Zi, Li Kunshan, Ying Tsang, and the others all looked at Sky Star in shock. They had never imagined that they would meet such a legendary figure here. Winged Demon, we meet again. Looks like you've improved a lot. Sky Star glanced at the Winged Demon and said. Then he looked at Lu Ming's group with a ferocious expression. You can't let them go. They have obtained a supreme treasure. What? Supreme treasure? Many people were shocked. They looked at Lu Ming and the other two, their eyes burning with excitement. Do you know why I disappeared for 100,000 years? It was because I wanted to obtain the treasure here. Unfortunately, I was careless and was trapped by the formation. I didn't expect it to be obtained by him. Sky Star sighed and pointed at Lu Ming. At this point his body twisted. He hated Lu Ming the most. Lu Ming had seen through his scheme and used the death formation eye of the formation to harm him. All of this was because of Lu Ming. He wanted Lu Ming's end to be extremely miserable. His remnant soul could not hold on for long and was about to dissipate. Thinking that he was about to vanish, his hatred for Lu Ming's group became even more intense. That is a supreme treasure. Once you obtain it, you will definitely soar into the sky and dominate the Qin heavenly starry sky in the future. It will depend on who is fated to obtain it. After saying that, Void Star's body exploded with a bang and turned into ashes, completely disappearing into thin air. However, his words ignited the flames in everyone's hearts. Those were the flames of desire. No one doubted Sky Star's words. Sky Star had stayed here for 100,000 years for that treasure. That was 100,000 years. If the treasure was not precious, why would he stay here for 100,000 years? What kind of treasure could make Sky Star go crazy for it? Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Everyone erupted with a shocking aura. With the winged demon, Feng Yuandao, and the others in the lead, they suppressed Lu Ming's group. Especially Lu Ming, because Sky Star had clearly stated that the treasure was in Lu Ming's hands. Lu Ming, hand over the treasure. Ying Tsang could not bear it any longer and took the initiative to attack. His entire body was covered in a golden light as he pounced towards Lu Ming. Ying Tsang, your opponent is me. Yu Linglong brandished her soft whip, which transformed into thousands of whip shadows that swept towards Ying Tsang. Bang, bang. The two continued to exchange blows. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of moves. The result was that Ying Tsang was forced back 1,000 meters, his hands trembling. He was no match for Yu Linglong. Hand over the treasure. Today, no one can protect you. The winged demon spoke coldly. He looked down from above and stepped towards Lu Ming. Boom. In the final step, the sole of his foot burst forth with astonishing power. His divine power was like raging waves that pressed down on Lu Ming. They were both first-level true gods, but the winged demon's strength was indeed astonishing. Just this move alone was much stronger than Crazy Dao's. Kongxian School's #1 on the empty god list. I'd like to see how strong you are. Wu Zifeng's eyes burst forth with resplendent radiance. His body charged upwards and his finger was like a sword as he pointed it out. Swish, swish. Sword chi swept out and collided with the winged demon's attack. A shocking explosion erupted, and the two figures retreated slightly. What? He's so strong? Everyone looked at Wu Zifeng in shock. Wu Zifeng could actually fight with the winged demon. Where did this supreme talent come from? You're not from the Kongxian school? The winged demon looked at Wu Zifeng with a grave expression. Of course not. Wu Zifeng said. His battle intent was even stronger, and his divine power was like an avalanche. Sacred divine power. This person is the same as the winged demon. He controls sacred divine power. This person isn't from the Kongxian school, but he can enter the Nether Dragon's secret territory. Which force does he come from? Many people guessed. Today, you want to protect the treasure with just the two of you? You're too naive. The winged demon said coldly as he glanced at Feng Yuandao and the others. Feng Yuandao, Crazy Dao, Li Kunchen and the others couldn't wait any longer and they all charged towards Lu Ming. Brat, hand over the treasure and I'll spare your life. Li Kunchen roared, taking the initiative to attack. His divine item was a warhammer, and as he swung it, it caused the void to explode. Its power was shocking. The giant hammer smashed towards Lu Ming. It was as if in the next moment, Lu Ming would be smashed into meat paste. However, Lu Ming's face was calm. He took a step forward and threw out a punch without even taking out a weapon. He wanted to use his fist to take on Li Kunchen's giant hammer. This brat is courting death. Some people shook their heads. As soon as Lu Ming attacked, they could see that Lu Ming's cultivation was only at the 7th level of the Empty God realm. It was already good enough for a 7th level of the Empty God realm to enter the Nether Dragon's secret territory. However, he dared to take on Li Kunchen's giant hammer. Wasn't he courting death? However, Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were calm. They knew how terrifying Lu Ming's battle strength was. Lu Ming's fist accurately collided with Li Kunchen's giant hammer. It was as if two stars had collided, causing a loud explosion. However, the result made everyone's jaws drop. After the collision, the one who retreated was Li Kunchen, while Lu Ming's figure only swayed slightly. How is this possible? At this moment, the winged demon, Feng Yuandao, Ying Tsang and the others' pupils contracted as they revealed an expression of disbelief. Lu Ming was actually able to take on Li Kunchen's attack with his bare hands. Even the winged demon couldn't do it. Lu Ming was only at the 7th level of the Empty God realm. How could he have such powerful battle strength? Li Kunchen himself was also in a daze. I don't believe it. Storm God Hammer. Li Kunchen roared as he raised his giant hammer and attacked Lu Ming like a storm. A divine weapon appeared in Lu Ming's hand. It was a middle rank 1 divine weapon. Lu Ming swept out his spear. The long spear carried a terrifying power as it flew towards Li Kunchen. Boom! The two collided for the second time. However, This time, Li Kunshan grunted as he was pushed back and spat out a mouthful of blood. This, everyone was dumbfounded as they thought they were dreaming. Lu Ming was actually suppressing Li Kunshan. In a head-on collision, Li Kunshan spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Li Kunshan was ranked 7th on the empty god list. His battle strength far surpassed other experts of the same level. Moreover, his cultivation had already broken through to the first level of the true god realm. Even with such battle strength, he wasn't a match for Lu Ming. What kind of monster was this? At this moment, the winged demon, Feng Yuandao and the others had grave expressions. Let me tell you, I have indeed obtained a treasure, but it isn't that precious. However, I know that no matter what I say now, you won't believe it. Since you want the treasure, then I'll accompany you in a battle today. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand as he looked around and said, Miss Linglong, Brother Wu, both of you stand down. If they want to fight, I alone am enough. Chapter 27:18. I alone am enough. Lu Ming's words exploded in many people's hearts, causing them to be stunned. Lu Ming's words clearly meant that he wanted to challenge all the experts at the scene. Oh my God! Many people shouted in their hearts. If this news were to spread, it would shake the outer sect. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng's eyes flashed, but they did not object. In a flash, they retreated to the side. Everyone, this kid is too arrogant. Since that is the case, how about we teach him a lesson? Ying Tsang's gaze shifted. To be honest, from the combat strength that Lu Ming had displayed, Ying Tsang had no confidence in facing Lu Ming alone. Since Lu Ming was arrogant, he had a reason to join forces with the others. That's right. This kid took the treasure and wants to keep it for himself. Today, there is no need to talk about the rules. Let's suppress him together and force him to hand over the treasure. Feng Yuandao said coldly. Frenzy, Li Kunshan, and the others stepped out and surrounded Lu Ming. Finally, even the winged demon did the same. His purple wings flapped and his body was covered in purple radiance. He looked extremely majestic as he appeared in front of Lu Ming. He was surrounded. There were a total of 9 people surrounding Lu Ming. These 9 people were the top 10 on the empty god list. Other than Frenzy, all of them had taken action. The others could only retreat far away. They wanted to intervene, but they could not because Feng Yuandao and the others were true gods. The top 10 on the empty god list had entered the true god realm. The 9 experts surrounded Lu Ming and Lu Ming was only a level 7 empty god realm martial artist. Such a thing had never happened in the history of Kongxian School. I have to say that this Lu Ming is indeed a peerless genius. He is only a level 7 empty god realm martial artist and he is able to suppress Li Kunshan. His combat strength is terrifying. However, he is too arrogant. He actually wants to challenge 9 experts at the same time. It's impossible for him to win. Even the divine sons of the 3 overlords would be crushed in such a situation. The difference in cultivation is too great. It's impossible for him to win against 9 of them at once. That's right, you're overconfident. Many people were discussing this matter. Lu Ming, hand over the treasure and I'll spare your life. The winged demon said coldly. With so many people attacking at the same time, it would not be good for his reputation. If he could make Lu Ming hand over the treasure, he would not attack. However, Lu Ming obviously wouldn't agree. Make your move. If you can defeat me, I will give you all of my treasures. However, since you have attacked, you will have to pay the price, Lu Ming said coldly. Price? What a joke. Kneel down. Ying Tsang was the first to attack. He looked like a golden man. With a move, he appeared in front of Lu Ming and pressed down on Lu Ming with a palm. A golden palm print pressed down on Lu Ming with frightening might. He was ranked 4th on the empty god list. His combat strength was even stronger than Kuang Dao. Buzz. The long spear in Lu Ming's hand trembled slightly due to the crazy influx of divine force. Then, the long spear stabbed out towards Ying Tsang. The golden palm print that Ying Tsang had sent out was shattered. The sharp spear light continued to pierce towards Ying Tsang. Ying Tsang's face changed drastically and he quickly retreated. However, he was still a step too late. His palm was pierced by Lu Ming's spear light and exploded. Attack together. Ingsong screamed. He circulated his divine body and allowed his shattered palm to recover quickly. Attack! Feng Yuandao and the rest attacked at the same time. All kinds of shocking attacks flooded towards Lu Ming. Only the winged demon's eyes flashed. He hesitated for a moment and did not attack. With so many people attacking at the same time, the power was terrifying. Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. In an instant, Lu Ming triggered the double combat strength of the battle character art. Almost at the same time, the triple combat strength was successfully triggered. Before he made his move, Lu Ming had already triggered 3 times his combat ability. Therefore, once he made his move, he successfully triggered 3 times his combat ability. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Lu Ming's long spear stabbed out, sending out more than 10 spear lights that collided with the attacks of Feng Yuandao and the rest. A series of explosions rang out between heaven and earth. Lu Ming was pushed back by the force. However, he had successfully blocked so many attacks. He blocked it? Oh my god! When the others saw this scene, they were almost scared to death. Their eyeballs were about to pop out. Lu Ming actually blocked the attacks of Feng Yuandao and the rest in a head-on collision. What kind of combat strength was this? Even Feng Yuandao and the rest were shocked to the extreme. Your combat strength is only SOS. Now it's my turn. Lu Ming's indifferent voice rang out. A reddish-gold armor appeared on his body. Kneel for me. Lu Ming used the 9-layer reddish-gold armor to protect himself. He ignored the attacks of the others and rushed towards Ingsong. Ingsong was the most arrogant. Lu Ming had to deal with this person first. Boom! Lu Ming swept out with his spear. The spear light was like a mountain, causing the air to explode. This caused Ingsong's expression to change drastically. Attack together. Ingsong roared. Then he retreated frantically. Both of his hands continued to attack. In an instant, hundreds of golden palm prints were blasted out. However, these palm prints collapsed under the pressure of Lu Ming's spear light. Feng Yuandao and the rest launched a second round of attacks. But this time, Lu Ming didn't dodge. He planned to take it head-on. Boom! Boom! Feng Yuandao and the rest's attacks landed on the reddish-gold armor, causing it to tremble violently. It seemed like it would collapse at any moment. But in the end, it was blocked by Lu Ming. And Lu Ming's spear had already landed on Ingsong's body. Bang! Ingsong screamed miserably. His entire body was sent flying diagonally. Then he crashed heavily on the ground, creating a huge pit. Continue attacking. He can't block it anymore. Feng Yuandao roared and launched another attack. Attacks continued to bombard Lu Ming. Come on! Lu Ming's eyes revealed a crazed look. He still used the reddish-gold armor to block. He wanted to use his opponent to temper his armor. Only then could he improve quickly. Boom! 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 The continuous attacks landed on the reddish-gold armor. A few cracks appeared on the armor. Lu Ming's body was also sent flying. The direction he flew was the same direction that Ingsong was sent flying. At this moment, Ingsong was lying on the ground and vomiting blood. When he saw Lu Ming flying over, he was almost scared to death. Boom! Lu Ming swept his spear down from a high vantage point, crushing his opponent. The earth trembled. 100-mile-long spear scar appeared. It also looked like a valley. Ingsong was lying inside. All the bones in his body were broken. He couldn't move at all. Although he didn't die, he had lost the ability to fight. The battle had just started, and one of them was crippled by Lu Ming. This caused many outer court disciples to be dumbfounded. Chapter 27:19. His defensive divine skill is too sturdy. Winged Demon, why aren't you making a move? Are you waiting for him to defeat us one by one? Feng Yuandao suppressed the shock in his heart and looked at the Winged Demon. Just now, the Winged Demon had not made a move. The Winged Demon frowned and then flapped his wings. He turned into a purple lightning and charged towards Lu Ming. Quick, attack together! Feng Yuandao shouted and continued to attack Lu Ming with the others. The show has just begun. Sky-piercing. Lu Ming directly used the Annihilation 3 strikes. This attack was aimed at the Winged Demon. Lu Ming was now in his peak state. How strong was his combat strength? Although the winged demon's combat strength was terrifying and his cultivation was at the first level of True God Realm, his actual combat strength far exceeded the first level of True God Realm. However, compared to Lu Ming, there was still a gap. An incomparably resplendent spear light shot towards the winged demon like a flying immortal, causing the winged demon's expression to change. This move made him feel a fatal threat. Wings breaking 1,000 army. The winged demon roared. His purple wings were like heavenly blades as he slashed out crazily, forming an endless sharp blade storm that swept towards Lu Ming. Ding, ding, ding. Intense collision sounds rang out. The two of them exchanged over 100 moves in an instant, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Break! Lu Ming's voice rang out. The spear light surged and suddenly suppressed the sharp blade storm. The sharp blade storm formed by the winged demon was constantly destroyed. Then, his body shook violently and flew backwards. His face was somewhat pale and filled with shock. He was actually not a match for Lu Ming and was suppressed. Continue! Lu Ming shouted. His spear light was like a rainbow as he continued to attack the winged demon. As for the attacks of the others, he completely ignored them. Among these people, the winged demon's combat strength was undoubtedly the strongest and the most threatening to him. As long as he suppressed the winged demon first, it would be much easier for the others. Boom, boom. Feng Yuandao and the others' attacks landed on Lu Ming's crimson gold armor, causing a violent explosion. Although cracks appeared on the crimson gold armor, it was still blocked. Lu Ming's attack was aimed at the winged demon. The winged devil did his best to fight with Lu Ming, but the result was that he retreated repeatedly. The surrounding outer sect disciples were all dumbfounded. This is too terrifying. Lu Ming can actually fight the winged devil, Feng Yuandao, and the others at the same time. Most importantly, he even has the upper hand. How terrifying. Is he still human? There's actually such a monster in this world. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Third strike of annihilation, sky-piercing. Lu Ming once again used the world-destroying 3 strikes. The sky-lifting spear light swept out in all directions, crushing the winged devil. This time, the winged devil was unable to block it. Its attack was broken by the spear light, and it heavily bombarded its body. Bang! The winged devil's body was thrown out, vomiting blood. However, before he could stabilize his body, Lu Ming attacked again. With a thrust of his spear, it pierced through the winged devil's chest. The winged devil screamed in pain. Purple feathers flew out from his wings, and he couldn't even float in the air. His body fell to the ground heavily. The winged devil was severely injured. Not good. Feng Yuandao, Li Kunshan, and the others were shocked. The winged devil was defeated. Their minds were shaken, and even their attacks stopped. They retreated one after another with a look of horror on their faces. Now it's your turn. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and looked at Feng Yuandao and the others. He was like an invincible god of war, and his battle-intent soared. When he cast the battle word incantation, his fighting spirit was already extremely strong. Coupled with Lu Ming's prowess from defeating the winged demon, Feng Yuandao and the rest did not have the slightest bit of fighting spirit. This is a misunderstanding. I have no intention of fighting for the treasure. Goodbye. One of them actually wanted to retreat, leaving behind a sentence, and turned to leave. You attacked me so many times just now, and now you want to leave? Did I let you leave? Say. Lu Ming shouted coldly. His divine force burst out, and his body rushed out like a cannonball. He pressed his long spear, and a spear light pressed down on that person like a mountain, sealing off all his escape routes. You're too arrogant. That person roared and used all his strength to resist. However, Lu Ming's current battle strength was too strong for him to resist. He was directly smashed to the ground by Lu Ming. He vomited a large mouthful of blood, and his body twitched. He was seriously injured. After suppressing that person, Lu Ming twisted his body, and the momentum of his spear changed, and he attacked the others again. Because the others all wanted to retreat, they already knew that they were definitely not Lu Ming's opponent today. Leaving was the best plan. However, how could Lu Ming let them escape? Boom! Lu Ming's spear was aimed at Li Kunshan. Li Kunshan roared. His pair of giant hammers danced wildly and instantly blasted out 1,000 hammer strikes. However, even if he used all his strength, it was difficult to resist Lu Ming. He followed in the footsteps of the previous few people and was injured by Lu Ming. Go! Feng Yuandao and the others did not dare to stay and wanted to escape. This battle is not over yet. Where are you going? Wu Zifeng's figure flashed, blocking in front of Feng Yuandao. Get lost for me! Feng Yuandao roared and launched an attack at Wu Zifeng. However, how powerful was Wu Zifeng? He could not rush out at all. On the other side, Yu Linglong took out 2 soft whips and waved them with both hands. The sky was full of whip shadows, entangling the other few people. As for Lu Ming, he took the opportunity to launch an attack. Even the winged demon could not block Lu Ming's attack in a head-on battle. These people were not Lu Ming's opponent. One by one, they were suppressed by Lu Ming. Not long after, including Feng Yuandao and the others, the top 9 on the empty god list were all seriously injured by Lu Ming. They fell to the ground and could not get up, no longer having the strength to fight. Gulp gulp. Many people swallowed their saliva desperately, their eyes were full of horror and disbelief. Lu Ming had actually defeated 9 of the top 10 on the empty god list, including the winged demon. Such combat strength was unprecedented. Lu Ming, what are you trying to do? Now that we have lost, I don't want the treasure. You can let us go now. Ingsong roared. Let you go? Ridiculous. Lu Ming sneered. Previously, I have said that if you want to attack me, you have to be prepared to pay the price. Lu Ming walked towards Ingsong. Ingsong's face changed drastically as he roared, Lu Ming, you dare to kill me? Let me tell you, an inner sect elder has secretly accepted me as a disciple. If you kill me, my master will not let you go. Many people's hearts moved, but they were not surprised. Some of the top ranked on the empty god list had amazing talent. Usually, before they were promoted to inner disciples, they would be fancied by some inner sect elders and secretly accepted as disciples. Only when they were officially promoted to inner disciples would they be announced. It was normal for Ying Tsong to be accepted as a disciple by an inner sect elder. Not only Ying Tsong but the winged demon, Feng Yuandao, Feng Zi, Li Kunshan, and the others had also secretly accepted a master. Who said that I want to kill you? Hand over your storage ring. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Chapter 2720. What? You want my storage ring? No, impossible. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Ying Tsong cried out hysterically. Most of his wealth was in the storage ring. Furthermore, there was also the beast core of the nether dragon that he had killed in the nether dragon mystic realm this time, as well as the dragon bone of the dragon bone flower. They were all in the storage ring. If he gave them to Lu Ming, how was he going to live? He would become a pauper in an instant. If you lose now, I can kill you at any time. But if you die, your storage ring will still be mine. Do you understand? Lu Ming said coldly. Don't even think about it. Let me tell you, unless you kill me, I won't give my storage ring to you. If you have the ability, then kill me. Kill me. Do you dare? Ingsong roared. He had already become an inner sect elder's disciple. He was certain that Lu Ming wouldn't dare to kill him. He wouldn't give it to him. Let's see what Lu Ming would do to him. Ingsong hadn't even finished his words when a spear light burst out and directly pierced through Ingsong's glabella. The spear light directly pierced through Ingsong's forehead, nailing him to the ground. Why you? Ingsong's eyes widened as he stared at Lu Ming in disbelief. His eyes were filled with disbelief, fear, and unwillingness. In the end, his vision turned black and he lost consciousness. Ingsong was dead. See, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming actually dared to kill Ingsong. Ingsong was a genius ranked 4th on the Nihility god list. Moreover, he had been accepted as a disciple by an inner sect elder. But now, he was killed by Lu Ming in front of everyone. Audacious, simply audacious. Everyone now knew that not only was Lu Ming strong, but he was also a lawless person. I've already given you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. I've already said that if I kill you, your storage ring will still be mine. Lu Ming mumbled as he grabbed Ing Tsong's storage ring with a wave of his hand. Hearing Lu Ming's words, the hearts of the winged demon, Feng Yuandao, and the others twitched. Originally, they had the same plan as Ing Tsong. If Lu Ming wanted their storage rings, they would rather die than comply. They all had great backgrounds and didn't believe that Lu Ming would dare to kill them in public. But now they had changed their minds. They had no doubt that if they disobeyed Lu Ming would really dare to kill them. Now, hand over your storage rings. As expected, Lu Ming's gaze swept over the winged devil, Feng Yuandao, and the others, making them wail in their hearts. Lu Ming, here you go. The winged demon was the most decisive. Gritting his teeth, he took off the storage ring and threw it to Lu Ming. Then he staggered in a certain direction. Lu Ming accepted the storage ring and did not stop him. What about you guys? Lu Ming then looked at Feng Yuandao, Madman, Li Kunshan, and the others. Feng Yuandao, Madman, Li Kunshan, and the others were about to cry. Their hearts were bleeding. It was too late for them to regret. This time, they had really suffered a double loss. They didn't get the treasure, but they had to pay with all their belongings. If they knew that this would happen, if they knew that Lu Ming was so abnormal, they would definitely not find trouble with Lu Ming. Hurry up, don't be so wishy-washy like a woman. Quickly hand it over, I don't have time to waste with you guys. Lu Ming berated. Feng Yuandao and the others were about to cry. In the end, they were extremely unwilling. They took off the storage ring slowly and handed it to Lu Ming with a heart that was like being cut by a knife. Get lost. After receiving the storage ring, Lu Ming was in a good mood and waved his hand. Feng Yuandao and the others were as if they had been pardoned and left one by one. You guys are still not leaving? You want to hand over the storage ring, right? Lu Ming's gaze looked at the other outer disciples. The outer disciples' faces changed drastically and they ran away, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. At the scene, only Lu Ming, Wu Zifeng, and Yu Linglong were left. Lu Ming's body trembled and he almost couldn't stand still. Lu Ming, are you all right? Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng hurried over. I'm fine. I just used too much divine power and am exhausted. Lu Ming smiled bitterly. In the previous battle, Lu Ming had used the 9-layer crimson gold armor and the apocalyptic 3 strikes consecutively. The consumption of divine power was shocking. After all, Lu Ming's cultivation was only at level 7 empty god realm. Just now, if his opponent had held on for a while longer, Lu Ming would not have been able to continue fighting. When I go out this time, I must store more divine power in the quantifying formula, Lu Ming pondered. Let's leave this place and find a place to recover, Wu Zifeng said. Then he and Yu Linglong took Lu Ming and left the place. After finding a remote place, Lu Ming took out the divine crystals and absorbed the divine aura in them to recover his divine power. After a few hours, Lu Ming had recovered to his peak condition. He was full of energy and felt that his cultivation had improved. Miss Linglong, Brother Wu, these storage rings are for you. Lu Ming took out the storage rings that he had obtained from Feng Yuandao and the others and threw them to Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng. No, you obtained them with your own combat strength. How can we take them? Yu Linglong said and wanted to return the storage rings to Lu Ming. That's right, we can't take them. Lu Ming, you can keep them for yourself. Wu Zifeng also refused and returned the storage rings to Lu Ming. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng were firm. Lu Ming did not force them and kept the storage rings. There were still a few days before the 3-month deadline. In the next few days, the few of them rushed towards the exit and hunted the netherworld dragon beasts and dragon bone flowers. The exit was at the edge of the netherworld dragon's secret territory. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed and Lu Ming and the others arrived at the exit. A large number of outer sect disciples had already gathered here. At one glance, Lu Ming saw the winged demon, Feng Yuandao, and the rest. Right now, their injuries had already recovered. However, after seeing Lu Ming, their expressions changed. That's Lu Ming. The Lu Ming who defeated the winged demon and the other 9 experts? When Lu Ming arrived, almost all the outer disciples looked at Lu Ming. There were only a few hundred people present in the previous battle. But now, The news had spread to all the outer disciples who had entered the Netherworld Dragon's secret territory. Is this true? A rank 7 empty god realm martial artist defeated the winged demon and the other 9 experts? It can't be fake, right? Many people did not see it with their own eyes and found it hard to believe. But when they saw that the winged demon, Feng Yuandao, and the others did not deny it, they knew that it was most likely true. Rumble. Not long after, a huge whirlpool appeared in the sky. This was the exit. The winged demon, Feng Yuandao, and the others rushed out of the exit. Then the others followed suit. Let's go, Lu Ming said as he, Yu Linglong, and Wu Zifeng rushed into the whirlpool and disappeared. Chapter 27-21. After leaving the Nether Dragon's secret realm, Lu Ming bid farewell to Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng. Yu Linglong and Wu Zifeng headed to the mission hall, ready to exchange the Nether Dragon's beast core and dragon bone flower for points. Of course, Wu Zifeng wasn't from the Kongxian school, so he couldn't exchange them for points. He gave the beast core and dragon bone flower to Yu Linglong for Yu Linglong to exchange them for points. Lu Ming didn't go directly to the mission hall, mainly because he still needed to organize the storage rings that he had obtained from the winged demon and the others. However, Lu Ming didn't return to the outer sect. Now that he had caused such a big commotion, if he returned to the outer sect, it would definitely alarm the outer sect. It would be troublesome then. Lu Ming found a random spot in the inner sect area. He then took out his storage ring and began to tap it lightly. Divine crystals were piled up like mountains, and there were also plenty of refining materials, as well as low-grade divine artifacts of various grades. Little ball, for you to eat. Now, Lu Ming was rich and overbearing. He took out a few low-grade level 9 divine weapons and gave them to Little Ball. Previously, Little Ball had been in the form of a bracelet, wearing it on Lu Ming's wrist. Now, it had turned into a ball, hugged the divine weapons, and started munching on them. All these years, Lu Ming had not stopped feeding Qiuqiu. Qiuqiu's ability had been improving. Now, it had reached level 8 of the Void God realm. It was very powerful and could fight with those who were ranked at the top of the Void God list. As Little Ball ate, Lu Ming started counting the Nether Dragon's beast core and dragon bone flower. There were 9 storage rings, including Crazy Dao's. It could be said that this time, all the storage rings of the top 10 geniuses on the Empty God list were in Lu Ming's hands. These geniuses were all very powerful and had gained a lot. The Nether Dragon's beast core and dragon bone flower from the 10 of them added up to more than 3,000. If they were exchanged for points, it would be 300,000 points. In addition, Lu Ming's own Nether Dragon core and dragon bone flower could be exchanged for around 60,000 points. Great harvest. This was truly a great harvest. As expected of the top 10 empty gods on the Empty God list, the 10 of them had gathered such a great harvest. It had to be known that Lu Ming and the others were able to hunt large amounts of nether dragons and dragon bone flowers because of the nether dragon blood curse in Lu Ming's body. As for the others, they had to rely on themselves to find them, which was much more difficult. The winged demon and the others had contributed so much, which was already very good. Saint grade divine arts, mystical arts, and secret arts, here I come. Lu Ming laughed in his heart, then put away Qiuqiu and headed toward the mission hall. When the people from the mission hall saw Lu Ming take out so many nether dragon cores and dragon bones, they almost fell over in fright. In their shock, they exchanged them for points for Lu Ming. 360,000 points. Lu Ming had exchanged a total of 360,000 points. Satisfied, he left the mission hall and headed toward the Hidden Scripture Pavilion. The people guarding the Hidden Scripture Pavilion were still the same old men. Senior, I would like to exchange for a saint-grade divine art. Can I? Lu Ming cupped his fists towards an old man. You want to exchange for a saint-grade divine art? The old man looked at Lu Ming in surprise. That's right. Lu Ming nodded his head. Exchange, you can exchange for it, but you can only exchange for the first few levels. It's not very useful and the price is very high. Do you really want to exchange for it? The old man asked again. There were very few people who came to the Hidden Scripture Pavilion to exchange for a saint-grade divine art. This was because the saint-grade divine art could only be exchanged for the first few levels. It wasn't very useful, but the price was shockingly high. Almost no one would exchange for it. Senior, I want to exchange for the first level mainly because I want to study it. Please help me. Lu Ming said sincerely. According to the rules, you can exchange for it. Since you insist, this old man won't stop you. Here are the introductions of a few saint-grade divine art. Take a look. The old man gave Lu Ming a jade talisman. Lu Ming took it and looked at it carefully. There were a few simple introductions of a few saint-grade divine art. They were all powerful and had their own merits. Senior, I'll choose the first level of the ultimate chill divine art. Lu Ming said after returning the jade talisman to the old man. He had his eyes on a saint-grade divine art called the ultimate chill divine art. If the ultimate chill divine art was cultivated to the peak, one could cultivate saint-grade divine art. The ultimate chill divine art was extremely powerful and could freeze everything. The reason why Lu Ming chose this ultimate cold divine technique was that he had previously cultivated a king-grade divine technique, the Han Bing divine technique. With the Han Bing divine art as a foundation, the speed of cultivating the ultimate chill divine art would be faster. Okay, give me your identity token and exchange for the first level of the ultimate chill divine art. It costs 50,000 points. The old man said. Lu Ming gave the identity token to the old man. The old man took it and swiped it on a disk array. Lu Ming lost 50,000 points. The price was really expensive. If it wasn't Lu Ming, no one else would exchange for it. However, Lu Ming didn't have the slightest reluctance. One had to know that if he obtained the first level, it was equivalent to obtaining the entire ultimate chill divine art. This is the first level of the ultimate chill divine art. Take it. Then, the old man took out a scroll from his storage ring and handed it to Lu Ming. Thank you, Senior. Lu Ming received it happily and kept it in his storage ring. Then, Lu Ming walked into the scripture depository and looked around. This time, the first thing he wanted to do was to exchange for a saint-grade divine art. In addition, he also wanted to exchange for a divine skill and a secret skill. Now that he had the quantum formula, he could store divine power in it. In the future, he could use divine skills to his heart's content. Naturally, he wanted to cultivate another divine skill. He wanted to find a speed divine skill to cultivate. At his level of cultivation, the incomplete rock wing technique that he had previously cultivated was no longer of much use. What others cultivated were complete speed-type divine techniques. His speed could no longer keep up with others. Lu Ming looked around and soon he came to the 4th floor. There were level 7 or level 8 divine skills here. 9 Heavens Rock Technique. Suddenly, Lu Ming saw a speed divine skill called the 9 Heavens Rock Technique. His eyes immediately lit up. The 9 Heavens Rock Technique was a level 7 speed divine skill. Once it was used, one speed would be as fast as a rock. The Kuan Peng was not an ordinary giant rocks. Even in the untainted universe, the Kuan Peng was a terrifying existence. It was said that a newly born Kuan Peng could travel freely in the universe and travel between different star areas at an unimaginable speed. This 9 Heavens Rock technique was not complete. It seemed to be incomplete and only had the first 7 levels. There seemed to be more after that, but it had been lost. The exchange price was 30,000 points. This is it. Lu Ming decided to exchange for the 9 Heavens Rock technique. Now that he had a speed divine skill, the next step was the secret skill. Lu Ming came to the 5th floor. Chapter 27-22. On the 5th floor, there were only a few 9th level divine skills and a few secret techniques. There was a huge difference in the value of secret skills. Some of the cheaper secret skills were very cheap. For example, the transformation skill that Lu Ming had bought previously could conceal the color, aura, level, and so on of divine power. This kind of secret skill was of little value to most people. Therefore, the price was not high. However, some secret techniques were shockingly expensive. For example, the secret techniques on the 5th floor of the Kongxian School's scripture depository were all very precious and useful. The cheapest secret technique cost 100,000 points. Lu Ming looked through them one by one. He was very tempted by many of them. However, not all the secret skills were suitable for him. In fact, There were many secret arts that had very strict cultivation conditions. There were all kinds of restrictions. For example, some secret skills required a corresponding amount of divine power, or some special materials, or some requirements for the divine body, and so on. The more powerful the secret technique, the more stringent the requirements. Therefore, many people who could cultivate one or at most two kinds of secret techniques were already amazing. Generally, it was impossible for them to master too many secret techniques. Ice shackles. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He saw a secret technique called ice shackles. This kind of secret technique required one to control extreme cold divine power to cultivate. Lu Ming had cultivated the Frost Divine Formula before, and now he had exchanged for the first level of the Frost Divine Formula. As long as he could cultivate extreme cold divine power, he would be able to cultivate the ice shackles. Once the ice shackles was successfully cultivated, it would form several ice shackles with astonishing power. It had the effect of attacking and trapping enemies. Moreover, as one's cultivation increased in the future, its power would also increase. However, the price of the exchange was shocking. It required 250,000 points. 250,000! Lu Ming's heart ached. Lu Ming only had slightly more than 370,000 points. He had obtained 360,000 points from this trip to the Nether Dragon's secret domain. He had more than 10,000 points left, so he had a little more than 370,000 points. He had used 50,000 points to exchange for the Frost Divine Formula, and 30,000 for the Nine Heavens Garuda art. If he continued to exchange for the ice shackles, Lu Ming would only have a little more than 40,000 points left. Yes. Lu Ming clenched his teeth and decided to exchange. The remaining 40,000 points were enough for the time being. The key was to convert them into strength. After making his decision, Lu Ming went to the door and exchanged for the 9-layered Kunpeng technique and freezing ice chains from the old man. When the old man saw that Lu Ming was only a level 7 empty god realm martial artist, he was shocked as well. He guessed that Lu Ming might be a disciple of some big shot in the Kongxian school. After successfully redeeming the 9-fold Kunpeng technique and chilling ice chains, Lu Ming went straight to the Holy Vein Tower to cultivate. In a secret room in the Divine Vein Tower, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. He took out the first level of the ultimate cold divine technique and started to comprehend it. Lu Ming only started to cultivate after he had more or less understood everything. It was indeed very difficult to cultivate the sacred grade divine art. Even the first level was the easiest. Given Lu Ming's talent, he had to cultivate for a few months before he succeeded in cultivating it. After cultivating the first level, Lu Ming's body produced a strand of ultimate cold divine force. Immediately, Lu Ming started to circulate the universe 10,000 Dao technique. Just like that, the ultimate cold divine force became thicker and thicker. In the end, a divine flame was formed in Lu Ming's elixir field. The fifth divine flame was formed by the ultimate cold divine force. The ultimate cold divine force was a divine grade divine force, and its power was shocking. Swoosh! Lu Ming circulated the ultimate cold divine force and waved his hand. His palm was covered with a layer of ultimate cold divine force, and it was extremely cold. The temperature in the secret room dropped sharply, and it was bone-chilling. With such a temperature, even an empty god realm expert would be frozen if he were to come in. What a strong power! No wonder it is a divine grade divine force. Lu Ming smiled. He was satisfied with the power of the ultimate cold divine force. Now, he had 5 divine forces in his body. The power of the ultimate cold divine force was second only to the sovereign divine force. The Eldritch universe was completely different from the primordial realm of the heaven realm. When he was in the primordial realm of the heaven realm, Lu Ming had mastered many laws. He had also mastered the ice force. However, the ice force was only the ice force of the primordial realm of the heaven realm. It was produced by the heaven path of the primordial realm of the heaven realm. The heaven path of the primordial realm of the heaven realm was useless to the Eldritch universe. Even though Lu Ming had mastered the mysterious destiny law, space-time law, and chaos law in the heaven realm of the primordial realm of the heaven realm, they were based on the heaven path of the primordial realm of the heaven realm. In the Eldritch universe, there were naturally divine laws of the Eldritch universe. Those divine laws were useless in the Eldritch universe. The power that was controlled in the Eldritch universe and the divine force was the supreme power. For example, if the ultimate cold divine force that Lu Ming had cultivated struck the primordial realm of the heaven realm of the primordial realm of the heaven realm of the primordial realm of the heaven realm of the evil god world would be frozen. Even the heavenly Tao would be sealed in ice. Whether it was the destiny law or space-time law, it would be useless. They would all be frozen. This was because the power that belonged to the Eldritch universe, the supreme power of the Great Thousand World, continue to cultivate. Lu Ming closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The divine flame of the ultimate cold divine force had just been ignited. It was not as strong as the other divine flames and it needed time to grow stronger. Time flew by and Lu Ming had cultivated in the divine vein tower for 10 years. In 10 years, Lu Ming had finally cultivated the divine flame of the ultimate cold divine force to the same size as the other divine flames and the same density of divine force. Lu Ming's cultivation had also improved and he was close to level 8 empty god realm. Without a doubt, Lu Ming's strength had become stronger. If he were to fight with the winged demon, Feng Yuandao and the others, Lu Ming would win easily. Lu Ming did not leave immediately. Instead, he started to store divine force in the measure character formula. When his divine force was depleted, Lu Ming would absorb divine force from the outside world to replenish it. Then, he would continue to store divine force in the measure character formula. A year later, Lu Ming left the divine vein tower and went to another place to cultivate. He started to cultivate the 9 heavens Kunpeng skill and the ice chain. After cultivating the ultimate cold divine skill and the ice chain, it was not too difficult. Soon, he had succeeded in cultivating them. In a spacious area, a large group of desolate beasts charged towards Lu Ming. They wanted to kill Lu Ming. This was a place to cultivate divine skills. This place was within a large array. These desolate beasts were naturally formed by the array. However, their combat strength was shocking and they were not afraid of death. Ice chain. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He waved his hand and a few chains flew out from his body. These were chains that were formed by the ultimate cold divine force and they were solid. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 9 chains danced in the air and bound 9 desolate beasts tightly. The terrifying icy cold energy was about to freeze the desolate beasts. Chapter 27-23. The 9 wild beasts roared crazily as they struggled to break free from the chains. These 9 wild beasts had the strength of a level 1 true god. Of course, they were only ordinary level 1 true gods and could not be compared to the winged demon and the others. However, the 9 ice chains let out creaking sounds, as if they couldn't hold on any longer. Condense. Lu Ming constantly manipulated the ice chains, trying to bind the 9 dire beasts to death. However, as the dire beasts struggled, the creaking sounds of the ice chains became louder and louder. In the end, with a loud bang, the 9 chains exploded. The 9 wild beasts roared as they charged towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming took out a long spear and stabbed out 9 times, killing the 9 wild beasts. Sigh. It seems like the frost divine force alone is not enough to cultivate the frost chains to its maximum power. Lu Ming sighed. According to the ice chains, if one wanted to master the technique and unleash the full power of the ice chains, they would need some special materials. Without these materials, the frost chains would be like having no foundation and would break with one strike. It would be difficult to unleash its maximum power. According to the frost chain secret technique, the best material to cultivate the frost chains was the cold moonstone. The cold moonstone contained the frost chi and could allow the frost chains to reach its maximum level. Lu Ming left the cultivation ground and went to the library. After reading a large number of books, he found out that the cold moonstone was extremely rare and precious. It was almost extinct in the Qintian star field and only the ice spirit race had it. However, the ice spirit race was one of the strongest races in the Qintian star field. There were many races in the Qintian star field, but only 2 of them were the strongest. One of them was the ice spirit race. The Ice Spirit race was stronger than the Kongxian school. They were even stronger than any of the three overlords. They could only compete with the Ice Spirit race if a few of them joined forces. This showed the Ice Spirit race's strength. As for the Cold Moonstone, it was an extremely precious treasure of the Ice Soul clan. It was easier said than done to obtain it. It seems like I can only put the ice shackles aside for now. I'll go to the Ice Soul clan and find a way to get some Cold Moonstones when my cultivation level increases. Lu Ming pondered, then returned to the place where he cultivated the divine skill and focused on cultivating the divine skill. Cultivation knew no time. In the blink of an eye, 20 years had passed. In these 20 years, Lu Ming had wholeheartedly practiced all kinds of divine skills and had made great progress. The 9 layers of crimson gold armor had reached the 3rd layer, and the 3 strikes of annihilation had also broken through to the 3rd layer. As for the speed-type divine skill 9 Heavens Garuda art, Lu Ming had cultivated it to the 2nd layer. On the other hand, Lu Ming's cultivation level increased steadily and he was slowly approaching the peak of Empty God Realm. When one reached the advanced level of the Void God Realm, it would take thousands or tens of thousands of years to advance to the next level. It was good enough that Lu Ming could advance to the peak of the 8th level of the Void God Realm within 20 years. Moreover, the chances of activating the combat character's secret art to triple his combat strength had also increased to a quarter. Out of the 4 activations, he would succeed once. My cultivation level has reached the peak of rank 7 Empty God Realm. Why don't I break through to rank 8 Empty God Realm in one go? Lu Ming pondered. He then went to the Divine Vein Tower and tried his best to break through to the next rank. After a few months, Lu Ming succeeded. Lu Ming's cultivation level had reached rank 8 Empty God Realm and his combat strength had increased greatly. Lu Ming was satisfied. After a few days of consolidation, he walked out of the Divine Vein Tower. As soon as Lu Ming walked out of the Divine Vein Tower, he saw a familiar person. It was the Outer Elder Huoquan. Lu Ming, I've been waiting for you for a few days. If you didn't come out in a few days, I would have gone in to call you. Huoquan smiled. Apparently, Huoquan knew that Su Mo was cultivating in the Divine Vein Tower through the guards. It was not difficult to find out. Elder Hua, is there anything I can help you with? Lu Ming asked. It's not me. It's the sect leader. He wants you to do something for him. Huoquan said. Long Zhoushan is finally looking for me. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. It had been a few decades since Long Zhoushan had placed the Dark Dragon Blood curse on him. In the past few decades, Long Zhoushan had not looked for Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming knew that it was only a matter of time before Long Zhoushan came looking for him. Why is the sect leader looking for me? Lu Ming asked. I want you to complete a mission related to the Ice Soul clan. Moreover, you won't be going alone this time. There will be some people going with you. As long as you complete this mission, you will receive a huge reward. Each of you will be rewarded with 20,000 points. Huoquan said. I'm going to the Ice Spirit tribe to complete a mission. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. What a coincidence. Only the Ice Spirit tribe had the Cold Moonstone. Lu Ming had planned to go to the Ice Spirit tribe after his cultivation was higher. It would be best if he could break through to the True God realm. However, it seemed that he would have to go there earlier. That's good too. I can see if I can get some Cold Moonstones. As for the 20,000 points, Lu Ming did not care too much about it. It was just a matter of convenience. How many people from the Kongxian school are going with you? Lu Ming asked again. This time, all the inner disciples who are below 10,000 years old will be going. There are a total of 9 of them. Including you, there will be 10 of them. Moreover, you will be the team leader this time, Huoquan said. At this point, Huoquan sized Lu Ming up carefully. There was deep shock in his eyes. As an outer sect elder, of course, he knew that Lu Ming had single-handedly fought against 9 of the top 10 virtual gods in the Nether Dragon mystic realm. When he first heard about it, he was shocked. His first reaction was disbelief. When he saw Lu Ming's cultivation rank, he was shocked again. Rank 8 Empty God Realm. He remembered clearly that when Lu Ming had won first place in the assessment of the 13 sects, he was only a demigod. It had only been a few decades and Lu Ming's cultivation rank had shot up to rank 8 Empty God Realm like a rocket. No wonder the sect leader wanted to meet him personally. He is indeed a demonic genius. Huoquan thought to himself. I am the team leader? Lu Ming was shocked. He had not expected that he would be the team leader this time. That's right. This is the sect leader's order. Also, this is your team leader's token. It represents your authority as the team leader. In this mission, the other 9 people will have to listen to your orders. With that, Huoquan took out a token that was slightly bigger than his palm. The token was golden in color as though it was made of gold. Alright. Lu Ming was speechless. He nodded his head and kept the token. Come with me. The rest of them have been waiting for you for 2 days. Huoquan smiled. He turned around and flew in a direction. Lu Ming followed him. In an open space in the inner area, there were 9 youths waiting. There were males and females among the 9 of them. They looked very young and were all below 10,000 years old. Moreover, they were all inner disciples and their cultivation ranks were at True God Realm. To be able to break through to True God Realm below 10,000 years old, there was no doubt that they were the cream of the crop. Chapter 27-24. These 9 people were going to the Ice Soul Tribe with Lu Ming to carry out the mission. However, the 9 of them were getting impatient at this moment. Who is our leader? How arrogant of him to make the 9 of us wait here for 2 days. One of the young men said unhappily. That's right. Let's see who is so arrogant. Let's see if he's strong enough to convince us. Another young woman also spoke with an impatient look. Although the others did not say anything, their gloomy faces said it all. They're here. Suddenly, one of the young men looked up at the sky. The others followed suit. 2 figures appeared in the sky. They were Lu Ming and Elder Huoquan. Lu Ming and Huoquan landed on the ground. Elder Huoquan. The young men and women cupped their fists at Huoquan and bowed respectfully. They all knew that although Huoquan was only an outer elder, his true identity was the grand disciple of the sect master, Dragon Zhoushan. He was highly regarded by the Dragon Boat Mountain. Now that he was an outer elder, it was just a trial. Even many inner elders were polite to Huoquan, so they did not dare to offend him. No need to be so polite. Huoquan waved his hand and said. The 9 young men stood up and glanced at Lu Ming, ignoring Lu Ming. Elder Huoquan, you said you were going to bring our leader here. Where is he? We've been waiting here for 2 days. That's right. Who is so arrogant that he can't even invite Elder Huoquan? Everyone started to talk. They did not think that Lu Ming was the person they were waiting for. Lu Ming had an identity token on him. They could tell that he was an outer disciple. How could an outer disciple be the person they were waiting for? Moreover, he was their leader. They thought that Lu Ming was just a follower of Huoquan. You don't have to wait anymore. Just here. Let me introduce him to you. This is Lu Ming. He will be your leader for this mission. Huoquan pointed at Lu Ming and said, What? The 9 young men and women were stunned. They stared at Lu Ming and then at Huoquan. Elder Huoquan, are you mistaken? He's just an outer disciple. How can he carry out the mission with us? Won't he be a burden to us? Moreover, he's our leader. What a joke. 2 of the young men immediately yelled. Kid, you'd better hand us your leader's token. That's right. 20,000 points was equivalent to 200 million divine gems. It was a huge sum even for an ordinary inner disciple. They felt that Lu Ming was envious of the reward and hence tagged along to earn points. Greedy? Lu Ming sneered in his heart. He glanced at the 9 young men and women and said, I've received news that I'm the leader of this mission and all of you have to listen to my orders. But are you rebelling now? Bullshit. What rebellion? Don't flatter yourself. Who do you think you are? That's right. Hand over your leader's token and get lost. A few of them were enraged and shouted. A cold aura was directed at Lu Ming. Enough. At this moment, Huoquan shouted and silenced the crowd. Huoquan glanced at the 9 young men and women unhappily and said, Let me tell you, this mission was personally assigned by the sect leader. Lu Ming is the leader and the sect leader personally appointed him. If you have any objections, speak to the sect leader directly. The 9 young men looked at each other. How would they dare to speak to the sect leader? Are you doubting the sect leader's judgment? Huoquan asked again. We don't dare. The 9 young men and women said hurriedly. Since you don't dare, then act according to the order. Let me tell you, in this mission, you have to listen to Lu Ming's orders. Do you understand? Huoquan's eyes lit up and he emitted a strong and cold aura. Yes, yes. The 9 young men and women nodded. However, no one knew what they were thinking. All right, let's go. I'll take you to the teleportation formation. Then we'll go through the teleportation formation to the Ice Spirit Tribe. Huoquan said and turned around. The rest of the group followed him. Kongxian School was very far away from the Ice Spirit Tribe. They were separated by many galaxies. Even if they took the teleportation formation, it still took them more than a month. Finally, they arrived on a planet. Huoquan did not continue to send them off. This was the territory of the Ice Spirit Tribe and there would be people from the Ice Spirit Tribe waiting for them. Is this the Ice Spirit Tribe? Lu Ming looked at the members of the Ice Spirit Tribe curiously. The appearance of the Ice Spirit Tribe was not much different from that of the human race. The biggest difference was their hair and pupils. Their hair and pupils were snow white. Their skin was slightly fairer than that of the human race. As they walked, they emitted a cold aura. Everyone, please follow us. An elder from the Ice Spirit Tribe smiled and led Lu Ming and the rest to the main planet of the Ice Spirit Tribe, the Ice Spirit Planet. After a few days, they arrived at the Ice Spirit Planet. The Ice Spirit Planet, as its name suggested, was sealed in ice. It was a real ice planet. Everywhere on the planet, the temperature was extremely cold. Most of the buildings in the main city of the Ice Spirit Tribe were made of ice that was hundreds of millions of years old. The people from the Ice Soul clan brought Lu Ming and the rest to a hall. This hall was made of ice that had been frozen for hundreds of millions of years. The cold air was oppressive and the temperature was very low. If not for their profound skills, they would have been frozen into popsicles. However, Lu Ming felt very comfortable. He cultivated the ultimate chill divine skill and could control the ultimate chill divine power. As he circulated his divine power, the cold air from the outside constantly flowed into Lu Ming's body. He felt very comfortable. Young heroes, the Ice Spirit Tribe has invited the Kongxian School and some other prodigies from the Qin Tian 13 sects for this mission. Some of them have not arrived yet, so you will have to wait for a few days. You can stay here for the next few days. The elder from the Ice Spirit Tribe said, There are people from other sects coming with us? Everyone's heart skipped a beat as they revealed curious expressions. They were curious as to what the mission this time was. The elder from the Ice Spirit Tribe did not say much. He simply explained a few things and left. After the elder from the Ice Spirit Tribe left, Lu Ming strode into a room. He planned to cultivate while waiting. Chapter 27-25. Lu Ming, stop right there. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. Then, a figure flashed and a young man in a purple robe appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his way. Immediately after, their figures flashed and the other 8 young men and women surrounded Lu Ming. You're really in a hurry. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled up slightly. There was a sneer at the corners of his mouth. Lu Ming, now that Elder Huoquan is not here, no one can protect you. You'd better hand over the captain's flag. You're not qualified to be our captain, do you understand? The young man in the purple robe said with contempt. That's right. If you hand over the flag obediently, we might let you pass the mission on account that you're from the same sect. You might even get a huge amount of points. Otherwise, we'll have to kick you out. Another young woman was even more domineering and had an arrogant expression on her face. These people couldn't help but make things difficult for Lu Ming as soon as they arrived at the territory of the Ice Soul clan, demanding that he hand over the captain's flag. I'm appointed as the captain by the sect leader himself. Are you going to defy the sect leader's order? Lu Ming said lightly, looking very calm. Don't use the sect leader's name to pressure us. There's an old saying, when a general is out in the field, he can't obey the orders of the emperor. Moreover, this mission concerns all of us. How can we let an outer disciple like you be the captain and endanger our lives? That's right. Moreover, there are people from other sects coming this time. If they know that our Kongshin school's captain is an outer disciple, we'll be laughed at. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? If he doesn't hand it over, we'll take it ourselves. A few young men said coldly. Some of them were even getting impatient. It's not impossible for me to hand over the flag. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice was suddenly heard. The others laughed disdainfully. They knew that Lu Ming wouldn't dare to disobey them. However, I'm curious. If I hand over the flag to you, who will be the captain? Lu Ming said with a smile. Of course I'll be the captain. My cultivation base is the highest here. A young man with a long face said proudly. Bullshit, your cultivation is the highest? What a joke. Have you asked me? A tall and sturdy young man immediately roared as a powerful aura erupted from his body. 4th level True God Realm. The burly young man exuded a shocking aura. He was at LV4 True God Realm. Lu Ming's eyes moved, revealing a trace of surprise. No wonder he was an elite of the inner sect. He was less than 10,000 years old and his cultivation had reached level 4 True God Realm. With such cultivation, he could be an overlord in the chaotic galaxy. For example, the Yuan Luo Hall's Hall Master and the Walkabout Sect's Patriarch were both at the 4th stage True God Realm. However, the battle prowess of the Kongshin school's inner disciples was definitely above the Yuan Luo Hall's Hall Master and the Walkabout Sect's Patriarch. Do you think I'm afraid of you? That long-faced youth also erupted with a shocking aura from his body. He was similarly a 4th level True God, contending with the tall and sturdy youth. The eyes of the others were filled with dread and solemnity. Don't let this kid drive a wedge between us. He wants to provoke us into fighting. If we want to fight, let's get the command flag first. It won't be too late to do so. At this moment, another young man spoke. The long-faced youth and the tall and sturdy youth withdrew their aura and looked at Lu Ming. That's right. Let's get the command flag first, then we'll fight to determine who's the leader. The long-faced youth said, Kid, your provocation is too low level. It's useless against us. Hurry up and hand over the command flag. Don't waste our time. The purple-robed youth shouted. The others also stared at Lu Ming with unfriendly looks. Looks like you guys are not too stupid. All right, whoever wants the command flag can come and get it. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He opened his palms and the flag was in his palms. You're overestimating yourself. How dare you fight with us? I'll teach you a lesson first. The purple-robed youth took the initiative to attack. He took a step forward and waved his hand. His 5 fingers stretched out and grabbed at Lu Ming like a cage. Divine power howled. Before the claw reached Lu Ming, the powerful airflow had already crushed Lu Ming. Its power was shocking. The purple-robed youth was in the 2nd level True God Realm. His cultivation is not bad, but his battle strength seems to be average. Lu Ming's heart jumped and he threw a punch out with his bare hands. This kid actually dares to fight back. He's overestimating himself. One move and he'll be kneeling on the ground. The other youths had the same thought in their minds. However, in the next moment, their eyes widened in disbelief. This was because Lu Ming's fist collided with the purple-robed youth's claw. There was a loud explosion and a figure was pushed back. The person who was pushed back was the purple-robed youth. The purple-robed youth staggered back a dozen steps before he could stand firm. The purple-robed young man looked at Lu Ming in shock. He simply could not believe it. He was in the 2nd level True God Realm and Lu Ming's aura was only in the 8th level Empty God Realm. He was pushed back by a 8th level Empty God Realm. How could this be? You want to be the leader with such strength? What a joke. Lu Ming smiled disdainfully. Kid, don't be arrogant. I only used 30% of my strength. The purple-robed youth shouted. He had only used 30% of his strength. He thought that 30% of his strength would be enough to deal with an outer disciple. He did not expect Lu Ming's strength to exceed his expectations. I'm sorry. I only used 10% of my strength. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He had only used 10% of his strength. However, how could the others believe him? Shameless boasting. I'd like to see what you're capable of. The purple-robed youth shouted and a ray of sword chi shot up to the sky. A combat sword appeared in his hand and he executed a divine skill. The sword chi whizzed and swept towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming's palm glowed and a long spear appeared. The long spear vibrated and swept towards the purple-robed youth. Boom, boom, boom. After a few explosions, the purple-robed youth's sword chi collapsed and the long spear continued to sweep towards him. His body shook violently and he was sent flying by Lu Ming's spear. He crashed into the wall made of ice and almost broke the wall. The purple-robed youth spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and he looked at Lu Ming in shock. He had used all of his strength and executed a divine skill. However, he was not a match for Lu Ming's spear and was injured by Lu Ming's spear. How could Lu Ming be so powerful? It was too terrifying and he could not believe it. A level 8 empty god realm was able to suppress him, and this was a huge blow to him. The other 8 youths looked at the scene with their mouths agape. Chapter 27-26. His strength is only so. Lu Ming muttered in his heart. He compared the purple-robe youth to winged demon, Feng Yuandao, and Feng Zi and realized that the purple-robe youth wasn't a match for winged demon, Feng Yuandao, and the others. This was normal. Winged demon, Feng Yuandao, and the others were ranked in the top 10 of the empty god list. Their combat strength far exceeded those of the same level and they weren't something that other outer disciples could compare to. After they entered the inner sect, they would definitely become the elite disciples of the inner sect. Their future prospects would definitely be incomparable to those of ordinary disciples. Although the purple-robed youth was considered an elite in the inner sect, he was still a distance away from winged demon and the others. Although his cultivation had reached the second-rank true god realm, his combat strength wasn't comparable to Feng Yuandao and the others, who were at the first-rank true god realm. Lu Ming's current strength had greatly increased compared to when he was in the Nether Dragon secret territory. It was easy for him to deal with the purple-robed youth. You're so weak and yet you want to fight for the position of captain. Who else wants the captain flag? Come on. Lu Ming's gaze swept across the other 8 people. The faces of a few people changed. Their cultivation was on par with the purple-robed youth. Since Lu Ming could easily suppress the purple-robed youth, they definitely weren't his match. However, not everyone was afraid of it. Lad, you're pretty strong. You must be one of the top 3 on the empty god list. The long-faced youth squinted his eyes and said coldly. The eyes of the others flashed as realization dawned on them. Only the top 3 empty gods on the empty god list had such terrifying strength. You talk too much. If you want to fight, then hurry up. If you don't, then get lost. Lu Ming reprimanded. Arrogant. I can even easily suppress the number 1 on the empty god list. Today, I'll show you the difference between the outer sect and inner sect. The long-faced youth's eyes were cold. His body flashed and he charged towards Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. His speed was shockingly fast. This was a godly speed skill and an ordinary person wouldn't be able to react in time. However, Lu Ming wasn't an ordinary person. The long spear in his hand buzzed and vibrated. Then, it shot out explosively, instantly turning into dozens of spear shadows that pierced in all directions. In the next moment, the long-faced young man's figure appeared. He floated backward and dodged Lu Ming's attack. Brat, your reaction is quite sharp. In that case, I'll use my strength to suppress you. The long-faced youth yelled coldly. The aura of a 4th-level true god completely erupted. A 4th-level true god was much stronger than a 2nd-level true god. Divine power surged like waves, forming a terrifying pressure that pressed down on Lu Ming. A long spear appeared in his hand. Meteor spear. With a low shout, the long-faced youth thrust his spear at Lu Ming like a meteor. A terrifying divine skill. Under the support of a level 4 true god's divine power, the power was astonishingly strong. Lu Ming immediately activated the battle character's secret art to double his battle prowess. The divine force in his body circulated at full force, and the 5 divine fires burned fiercely, bursting out with shocking power. World-extinguishing 3 strikes, sky-piercing. Lu Ming used his most powerful move right away. 2 beams of spear gleams collided in the air, as though 2 stars had collided. A terrifying explosion sounded, and a terrifying force spread out in all directions. The others' faces changed, and they hurriedly retreated, circulating their divine power to resist. The scattered energy slammed into the ground and the walls. Even though the ground and walls were made of ice that had been frozen for hundreds of millions of years, they still left deep scars on them. Then, the crowd saw a figure retreating continuously. Every step he took would leave a footprint on the ground. He retreated more than 10 steps before he could stabilize himself. The person who retreated was the long-faced youth. At the scene, there was a sound of people sucking in cold air. Lu Ming actually repelled the long-faced youth. How was this possible? The long-faced youth had a 4th-level true god cultivation. An 8th-level void god could actually repel a 4th-level true god. Moreover, it wasn't an ordinary 4th-level true god. What kind of monster was this? The others could no longer use the word shock to describe their feelings. They simply thought that they were dreaming. Impossible. The long-faced youth found it hard to believe. He has some strength. A 4th-level true god is indeed powerful. Lu Ming said in his heart. A 4th-level true god was much stronger than a 2nd-level true god. Even Lu Ming couldn't defeat him easily. And let's attack together. Let's attack together and suppress this kid. At this moment, the long-faced youth shouted. He was calling out to the burly youth. Among this group of people, he and the burly youth, had the highest cultivation level. They had reached the 4th level of True God Realm. The rest of them were at the 2nd or 3rd level of True God Realm. They were no match for Lu Ming. All right, let's attack together. And Hai took a step forward, and a metal rod appeared in his hand. It was pitch black and looked extremely heavy. Kid, your strength is beyond my expectation. As long as you can defeat the two of us, I will recognize you as the leader. No, you will be my boss in the future, and I will follow you. And Hai said in a deep voice, and his eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. Lu Ming said, "Attack!" The long-faced youth shouted and unleashed his full strength to attack Lu Ming. He displayed his divine skill, Meteor Spear, to the extreme. At the same time, An Hai also attacked. His iron rod was like a mountain, pressing down on Lu Ming. When the two of them joined forces, their strength was unleashed to the extreme, and the power was overwhelming. Even Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless. Boom! Lu Ming activated the battle character formula consecutively, and his combat strength was increased by 3 times. Third Strike of Extinction, Sky Piercing. Lu Ming displayed the 3rd Strike of Extinction once again, and 2 spear lights clashed with the long-faced youth and An Hai. Boom! Boom! After a few collisions, the two figures retreated. It was An Hai and the long-faced youth. After Lu Ming activated the 3rd Strike of Extinction, the two of them were even weaker, and they were suppressed by Lu Ming. As the two of them retreated, Lu Ming immediately followed up. His spear light was like a mountain pillar, pressing down on the two of them. The two of them roared and tried their best to resist, but they couldn't. As the spear light pressed down, the two of them coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. Their figures retreated rapidly, and they crashed into the wall, almost shattering the wall made of 100 million years dark ice. The two of them coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and their faces were as pale as paper. They looked at Lu Ming in horror. God, this. The others were also shocked to the extreme, and their throats were trembling as if there was a lump of dog hair stuck in their throats. Lu Ming took a step forward, and the palace shook. His fighting spirit was soaring. Wait, I don't want to fight anymore, I surrender. An Hai was the first to shout. He looked at Lu Ming with reverence and deep admiration. Lu Ming, you're crazy. An Hai am a man of my words. Since you've defeated us, you'll be the captain from now on, and also my boss. An Hai patted his chest and said. Lu Ming didn't comment. He looked at the long-faced youth and said, "What about you? Do you still want to fight?" Chapter 27:27. The long-faced young man's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and walked into a room without saying a word. "Did I say you could leave?" Lu Ming said coldly. The long-faced young man's body stiffened and he stopped in his tracks. What do you want?" The long-faced young man asked with an ugly expression. However, Lu Ming ignored him. He swept his gaze across the rest. What about you guys? Who wants to fight? Come at me together. Don't waste time. Lu Ming said. The other 7 young men and women shuddered and broke out in cold sweat. What a joke. The long-faced young man and an high, 2 level 4 true gods, were no match for Lu Ming. Were they looking for trouble? Senior brother Lu, you must be joking. You are strong enough to be the leader. We are convinced. Yes, we are convinced. The others quickly nodded and bowed. In the cultivation world, the strong were respected. Since Lu Ming was stronger than them, they had to call Lu Ming senior brother, even if he was just an outer disciple. Alright, since that is the case, I will say this. Since I am the leader, you must listen to my orders. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Lu Ming said coldly. Of course. The others nodded and bowed. Only the long-faced young man's face became gloomier. Get lost. Lu Ming waved his hands. Everyone felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They found a room to stay in. Lu Ming also found a room to stay in. The next few days were peaceful. Lu Ming cultivated wholeheartedly. 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. After 7 days, the ice soul race that had received them before came again. Lu Ming and the others came to the courtyard. Everyone, the outstanding talents of the other sects are all here. The 9th young master intends to let everyone meet first to familiarize themselves with each other. That way, they will be able to cooperate better in future missions. The 9th young master has already prepared a banquet. The Ice Soul Race elder said with a smile. Senior, how many sects are participating this time? Lu Ming asked. Other than your Kongxian school, there are 5 other sections. One of them is the Mystic Academy, one of the 3 overlords. The elder from the Ice Soul clan explained. Mystic Academy. Lu Ming and Hai and the others were shocked. What exactly was the mission this time around? There were a total of 6 sects and factions invited, and one of them was even an overlord faction. Senior, what is the mission this time? Lu Ming asked again. The others also looked curious. They couldn't understand. The Ice Soul race was extremely powerful. What kind of mission would they have that they couldn't complete on their own? Why would they ask for help? More importantly, the Ice Soul race only needed to send out a high-level True God Realm expert to suppress them. 9th young master will explain this later. The old man of the Ice Soul clan smiled and didn't explain further. The group followed the old man and soon arrived at a spacious courtyard. The courtyard was very large, and there was a small lake in the middle of the courtyard. The strangest thing was that the lake water didn't freeze even though the temperature was so low. Rows of seats were placed beside the lake. These seats were also carefully arranged. There were a total of 7 areas. The highest area had the most seats, and it was already filled with people. These people had long snow-white hair and snow-white pupils. It was obvious that they were from the Ice Soul race. The other 5 seats were also filled with people at this moment. Obviously, these people were from the other 5 sections. The group landed on the ground. The Ice Soul race elder walked toward the seats and bowed to a young man in the middle. 9th young master, the people from the Kongxian school are here. This young man had long snow-white hair and was very handsome. He was the Ice Soul race's 9th young master, Bing Qing. Alright, you may leave. Bing Qing waved his hand. The Ice Soul race elder and the others bowed and left. Lu Ming and Hai and the others looked at the people from the other sections. They were all young people. The people from the other 5 sects and the Ice Soul race were all young people. Judging from their life auras, they were all younger than 10,000 years old. Suddenly, Lu Ming's eyes moved and he looked at a certain area. This was the area where the Mystic Academy was located. The Mystic Academy had the most people, with a total of 18 people. Lu Ming recognized one of them. It was Hu Ya, the prodigy of the Tiger tribe who had fought with Lu Ming during the Qin Tian 13 sects recruitment test. As Lu Ming and the others were looking at the others were looking at them as well. The Kongxian school actually sent an empty god to do this mission. What a joke. Is he looking down on the Ice Soul race and treating this mission as a joke? A sharp voice sounded. It came from the Mystic Academy. It was a young man from the Mystic Academy. The others were curious as well. Lu Ming did not deliberately hide his ability. Everyone could tell at one glance that Lu Ming's cultivation level was at the 8th level of the Void God realm. The people who had come to complete this mission were all prodigies of the true God realm and above. Even the people from the Ice Soul race were surprised that the Kongshen school had sent an empty God realm. Don't spout nonsense. Since when did the Kongshen school look down on the Ice Soul race? And Hai looked at the young man from the Mystic Academy and said unhappily, "You're still denying it? Then why did you send an empty God realm? I think the Kongshen school is just trying to get away with this mission and get more benefits." The young man from the Mystic Academy sneered. The Kongshen school was the leader of the top 10 sections. Their strength had increased rapidly over the years and they had become a threat to the 3 overlords. Therefore, the relationship between the 3 overlords and the Kongshen school wasn't good. The Mystic Academy seized the opportunity to suppress the Kongshen school. Bullshit. The Mystic Academy is the one who is trying to get away with this mission. And Hai shouted, "What did you say? Are you looking for trouble?" The young man from the Mystic Academy wasn't afraid at all and he exuded a powerful aura. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" And Hai said loudly. He didn't back down. The 2 sides were about to fight. "Hi, you are all guests. Why don't you sit down and have a drink?" Bing Qing, the 9th lord of the Ice Soul race, laughed and tried to smooth things over. He had to give face to the 9th lord of the Ice Soul race. The young man from the Mystic Academy retracted his aura and looked at Hai coldly. "I'll let you go today for the sake of Lord Bing Qing." "Humph, we don't know who will let you go yet." And Hai said unhappily, "Everyone from the Kongshen school, please take a seat." Bing Qing laughed again and pointed to an empty seat. There were 10 tables and chairs in this seat. It was the same number as the 10 people from the Kongshen school. It was obviously prepared for the Kongshen school. Chapter 27-28. Moreover, these seats were arranged in a particular way. They were arranged like a fan, with the middle seat protruding and the seats on both sides leaning back slightly. Lu Ming and the rest of the team walked toward their seats. Lu Ming sat down in the middle seat while the rest of the team sat on both sides of the seat. The people from the other sects were stunned when they saw where Lu Ming and the rest of the team were seated. This was because the middle seat was usually reserved for the team leaders. For example, the 9th young master of the Ice Spirit tribe, Bing Qing, was seated in the middle. The people from the other sects who were seated in the middle were the team leaders of this mission. If Lu Ming was seated in the middle, wouldn't that mean that Lu Ming was the team leader of the 10 members of the Kongshen school? An empty god was the team leader? What a joke! How could the Kongshen school let an empty god be the team leader? What a joke! The young man from the Mystic Academy who had spoken earlier laughed out loud. His voice was filled with mockery. In my opinion, the Kongshen school has no other capable people. How could they let an empty god be the team leader? I can foresee how useless the rest of the team members are. How could such a sect be worthy of being the top of the top 10 sects? Another young man from the Mystic Academy sneered. The other sects also sneered at the Kongshen school. This time, even Bing Qing and the other young supreme talents from the Ice Spirit tribe looked displeased. It was still acceptable for an empty god to follow them. However, this empty god was actually the leader of the Ice Spirit tribe. This was clearly looking down on the Ice Spirit tribe. What did they take the Ice Spirit tribe for? They had invited the supreme talents from the Kongshen school to help them because they had to give the Kongshen school a lot of benefits. Otherwise, how could Lu Ming and the rest of the team have been rewarded with 20,000 points for completing the mission? The Ice Spirit tribe had given the Kongshen school a lot of benefits so that the Kongshen school could reward them with a lot of points. Now, the young man from the Mystic Academy had said that letting a virtual god be the team leader was simply perfunctory. In the Kongshen school, the long-faced youth, the purple-robed youth, and the others all had ugly expressions on their faces. They had expected this to happen, which was why they wanted to take Lu Ming's position as team leader. You're all fucking bullshit. The position of captain of Kongshen school is naturally reserved for the strongest person. What do you know? Lu Ming didn't say anything, but Hai couldn't help but roar. The strongest person? A nihility god is your strongest person. You guys are really useless. Ha! The young men of the Hybrid Demon Academy burst out laughing with mocking expressions. In my opinion, your Kongxian school's title as the leader of the top 10 sects is completely undeserved. Why don't you just give it up? On the right side of Lu Ming's group, a young man from a sect sneered. This sect was one of the Qin Tian 13 sects, the Flowing Water sect. The Flowing Water sect wasn't very strong in the Qin Tian 13 sects. It was almost at the bottom. However, the Flowing Water sect had a very good relationship with the Mystic Academy. They usually followed the Mystic Academy's lead. Some people even joked that the Flowing Water sect was a dog of the Mystic Academy. The Kongxian school and the Mystic Academy had a conflict, so they naturally stood on the side of the Mystic Academy. What's a dog barking for? And Hai retorted very rudely. What did you say? A bunch of useless people. I think you should go back. Don't make a fool of yourself here. You'll drag us down when you participate in the mission. A black-faced youth from the Flowing Water sect hooted. He then looked at Lu Ming with disdain and said, "What? You're not convinced, right? If you're not convinced, then let's fight. Kid, I challenge you now." At the end of his sentence, the black-faced youth stood up and pointed at Lu Ming, shouting loudly, "Are you sure you want to challenge me?" Lu Ming narrowed his eyes slightly. "Yes, I want to challenge you. I'm in the Flowing Water sect and I'm not the captain. Now I challenge you, the captain. Do you dare to accept?" The black-faced youth said loudly. He seemed to be reckless, but he was actually very shrewd. In his opinion, Lu Ming was a nihility god realm martial artist who couldn't withstand a single blow. He wasn't the captain of the Flowing Water sect, but he defeated the captain of the Kongxian school. It was equivalent to slapping the Kongxian school's face. He could make a name for himself and please the Mystic Academy's prodigies. It was killing two birds with one stone. You're not qualified to make me fight. And Hai, go and teach him a lesson. Make him kneel on the ground and apologize. Lu Ming raised his wine cup and slowly took a sip. Good, that's what I want. And Hai revealed a ferocious expression and strode towards the Flowing Water sect. Bing Qing's eyes flashed, but she didn't stop him. The Mystic Academy's prodigies also watched with interest. Brat, kneel down. And Hai quickened his pace and finally jumped up. Like a goshawk, he swooped down towards the black-faced youth from the Flowing Water sect. The vast palm force was like an avalanche as it pressed towards the black-faced youth. The black-faced youth's expression changed as he punched out continuously. His fist technique was like flowing water. After dozens of punches, the sky was filled with fist shadows. The fist shadows gathered into a river and rushed towards Enhai. However, Enhai's cultivation was at level 4 True God Realm, while the black-faced youth was only at level 2 True God Realm. The difference was too big. Under the pressure of Enhai's palm force, the black-faced youth's fist shadows collapsed. Boom! The palm force was like a mountain, pressing down on the black-faced youth. The black-faced youth screamed and knelt on the ground with a plop. Presumptuous! You're courting death! The other youths from the Flowing Water sect were enraged. They roared and pounced towards Enhai, including the captain of the Flowing Water sect. Come on, all of you kneel down. Enhai revealed a ferocious expression. A long staff appeared in his hand. The long staff swept out, exploding the void and creating a terrifying boom. The sky was filled with staff shadows, pressing down on the Flowing Water sect's elites like a mountain. There were a total of 6 youths from the Flowing Water sect, but the strongest one was only at level 3 True God Realm. He was no match for Enhai. After a series of explosions, the Flowing Water sect's disciples were thrown back and vomited blood. Only the captain was in a better state, but he was also thrown back and vomited blood. Level 4 True God Realm. The captain of the Flowing Water sect shouted, revealing a shocked expression. Those who came this time were those who had cultivated for less than 10,000 years. It was rare to be able to cultivate to level 4 True God Realm within 10,000 years. The others were also shocked. They looked at Enhai with a dignified expression. However, they could not figure out why Enhai was not the captain of the Kongxian school. Instead, the captain was a level 8 Empty God Realm martial artist. Could it be that the kid has a high status in the Kongshan school and is the descendant of a big shot? Many people thought so. This was very likely. Otherwise, with Enhai's cultivation, why would they listen to Lu Ming and let Lu Ming be the captain? With your cultivation, you dare to criticize my Kongshan school. Kneel down and apologize to me. Enhai's iron staff pressed down on the captain of the flowing water sect. Chapter 27-29. Enhai's iron rod was like a steel mountain under his divine power. It was extremely thick and filled with terrifying power. Although the flowing water sect's captain tried his best, the difference in their cultivation levels was obvious. He was completely outclassed and was forced to retreat. His body trembled as he coughed out blood. Kneel. Enhai was extremely domineering. He pressed his iron rod down again, wanting to force the flowing water sect's captain to kneel on the ground. Enough! At this moment, a cold voice came from the Mystic Academy. It was the Mystic Academy's captain, a young man with black demonic tattoos on his face. As soon as he spoke, a young man sitting next to him dashed out at an incredible speed. In the next moment, he appeared in front of the flowing water sect's captain. A large cauldron appeared in his hand and he swung it at Enhai's iron rod. There was an earth-shattering roar as the energy spread out in all directions. Then, the two figures took a few steps back. Enhai and the young man from the Yimo Academy were evenly matched in this exchange. 4th level True God Realm. Enhai licked his lips. His eyes were even more ferocious and filled with a strong desire to battle. Enhai had always been a person who liked to fight. However, Enhai did not continue to attack. He knew that since the Mystic Academy had made a move, it would be difficult to make the flowing water sect's captain kneel. The Kongshan school is so arrogant. You made the other sect's elites kneel in front of everyone. What's wrong? Do you want to replace the Mystic Academy and become the overlord? The Mystic Academy's captain said coldly. As soon as he opened his mouth, he put a big hat on the Kongshan school's head. As he spoke, the Mystic Academy's captain looked at Lu Ming. His eyes were sharp as he said, "Also, as a captain, can you only hide behind others and give orders? I don't care who you are. It's okay if you act like a tyrant in the Kongshan school, but to act like a tyrant in front of the Mystic Academy is ridiculous." You said it yourself. I didn't say anything. Lu Ming said indifferently. But you have done it. You have to look at the owner before beating the dog. You have injured the people of the flowing water sect in front of me. You have to pay the price. Now, get out here and apologize to me, apologize to the flowing water sect, and apologize to the Mystic Academy. The captain of the Mystic Academy stared at Lu Ming. His gaze was so cold that it pierced through Lu Ming's bones. Apologize? You think too much. The flowing water sect being abused is purely their own fault. Lu Ming said calmly as he continued to drink his wine. His calm demeanor made the Mystic Academy captain's eyes turn even colder. Good. The captain of the Mystic Academy said, "Good," 3 times in a row. Then, he said coldly, "Then you asked for it. Attack, I want that kid to kneel down." Boom, boom, boom. As soon as the captain of the Mystic Academy finished speaking, 7 or 8 people from the Mystic Academy immediately stood up. Their bodies flashed and appeared in different places. A few of them blocked the long-faced young man from the Kongshan school. The long-faced young man's expression changed, but he didn't make a move in the end. He just waited and watched. Get out of my way. On the other hand, Enhai roared and waved his iron rod, trying to blow away the people in front of him. Behave yourself. In front of Enhai, the man with the cauldron waved his cauldron like a mountain towards Enhai. The two of them exchanged a few moves, but they were evenly matched. Enhai was held back. In this way, the people of the Kongshan school were all held back. Only Lu Ming was still sitting in his seat and drinking wine. Leave this kid to me. During the 13 sex assessment, this kid killed many of my Tiger Tribe's elites. Today, I will make him kneel in front of me and repent. Huya suddenly stood up from his seat in the Mystic Academy and stared at Lu Ming ferociously. Oh, he's from the same batch as you? The captain of the Mystic Academy was stunned. That's right. However, during the 13 sex assessment, my cultivation was suppressed and I couldn't use my full strength. That's why I couldn't take revenge. Now it's the right time. Huya said ferociously. All right, I'll leave this kid to you. The captain of the Mystic Academy said. Boom. A powerful aura erupted from Huya's body, suppressing Lu Ming. Level 1 True God Realm. This was Huya's level. During the 13 sex assessment, Huya's cultivation was already at level 9 Empty God Realm. It wasn't surprising that he had broken through to the True God Realm. Lu Ming, get up and fight with me. I'll let you know what true combat strength is. Huya strode toward Lu Ming. He had a ferocious look and his mouth was wide open. His body was like a huge mountain. Most people would tremble in fear if they were suppressed by his aura. However, Lu Ming didn't even look at Huya as he said, I'm not interested in fighting with a loser. Find someone who can fight. Although Huya controlled sacred grade divine power and had powerful combat strength, Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached level 8 Void God Realm and he had improved greatly in all aspects. Moreover, he had cultivated the Heaven and Earth 10,000 Dao Sutra. However, Huya felt insulted by Lin Fan's words. Arrogant. If my cultivation wasn't suppressed back then, I could have killed you with a finger. Huya roared. He took a step forward and appeared before Lu Ming. His huge palm reached out to grab Lu Ming's head. He wanted to crush Lu Ming's head like a watermelon. As the huge palm pressed down, energy filled the air. Lu Ming's seat and the dishes on it shook violently. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. A gust of divine force spread out and covered the dishes, preventing them from moving. Then, Lu Ming raised his hand and stabbed out with his finger like a spear. A spear radiance shot out from Lu Ming's finger and hit Huya's palm. Boom. When divine forces collided, there was a loud explosion. Then there was a painful roar. A figure was pushed back, causing the ground to rumble. It was Huya who was pushed back. Moreover, there was a bloody hole in his palm and blood was flowing out. Apart from the people from the Kongxian sect, everyone's gaze froze as they looked at Lu Ming in shock. Lu Ming sat there without moving. How could he be so strong to be able to pierce through Huya's palm? Lu Ming's cultivation was only at level 8 Empty God Realm. On the other hand, Huya was already at level 1 True God Realm. Most importantly, Huya wasn't an ordinary person. He was a peerless genius who controlled divine force. Even in the Mystic Academy, there weren't many people like him. When he grew up, he would be the holy son of the Mystic Academy. He would be qualified to compete for the position of the Dean of the Mystic Academy in the future. His combat strength couldn't be measured by his cultivation. It was easy for him to fight someone of a higher cultivation level. However, he had been injured by Lu Ming, who was a higher cultivation level than him. Even Huya himself was incomparably shocked. This was because he clearly knew that in the previous clash, his divine power had been easily pierced through. Chapter 2730. Didn't you say that you wanted to show me your strength? Is this all you've got? Lu Ming looked at Huya in disdain, his voice filled with mockery. I don't believe that I will lose to an empty god with my True God Realm cultivation. Tigers roar, tear him apart. Huya's eyes turned red as he roared. Divine force surged from his body, causing his body to swell up. A tiger's roar shook the entire place. Huya turned into a half-human, half-tiger being. He stomped his feet and pounced towards Lu Ming like a gust of wind. This was the secret technique of the tiger tribe. Once it was unleashed, one's strength would increase. Many special tribes had their own secret techniques. Only that tribe could unleash the secret techniques and they were all different. This was something that the human tribe could not compare to. Lu Ming became more serious as he stood up. A long spear appeared in his hand and he swept it out. Boom! A huge spear radiance swept towards Huya. Tear him apart! Huya roared. His fingernails were as sharp as blades as he continuously clawed out. The sky was filled with claw imprints as they clawed towards the spear light. Bam! 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 In an instant, the two of them had clashed dozens of times. Huya's face changed drastically as he grunted and his body flew backwards. In mid-air, blood spurted out from his mouth. A disciple of the Mystic Academy flew towards the sky and caught Huya before landing on the ground. Huya vomited blood as his aura weakened. He was severely injured and could no longer fight. Weak. Lu Ming spoke nonchalantly, his tone full of disdain. Hearing Lu Ming's words, Huya vomited another mouthful of blood out of anger. He had always thought that he had lost to Lu Ming during the Qin Tian 13 sex assessment because he had suppressed his cultivation. If he had not suppressed his cultivation, he could have killed Lu Ming with a single finger. He didn't expect that after meeting Lu Ming for several decades, he would be unable to withstand a single blow from Lu Ming. He was easily crushed by Lu Ming. It was really hard for him to accept. "Brat, how dare you injure a disciple of the Mystic Academy? How dare you? Let me teach you a lesson." With a roar, a bald young man rushed out from the Mystic Academy. This bald youth exuded an extremely shocking aura. He was a level 4 True God Realm genius, and his cultivation was not any weaker than Enhai's. Boom! The bald youth soared into the air. His leg was like a steel whip, sweeping towards Lu Ming. This person's leg technique was extremely impressive. Before the leg arrived, the terrifying force was already pressing towards Lu Ming like an avalanche. Lu Ming swept out with his spear and collided with the bald youth's leg. There was a violent explosion. The bald youth's figure floated backward, and the long spear in Lu Ming's hand, which was condensed from divine power, trembled non-stop and almost collapsed. "There's a divine artifact on his leg." Lu Ming squinted his eyes. His opponent was wearing a pair of golden boots, which was a divine artifact. Lu Ming didn't use a divine artifact, so the long spear condensed from divine power almost collapsed. With a thought, a divine artifact long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Heaven's stabilizing kick, heaven's stabilizing strike. The bald youth retreated and stabilized himself in the air. Then he rushed towards Lu Ming. Both of his legs kicked out consecutively. His entire person was like a drill, blasting towards Lu Ming. Sky-piercing. Lu Ming executed the sky-piercing strike. A resplendent spear light collided with the bald youth. Qi energy spread out in all directions, and the bald youth was sent flying back several tens of thousands of meters. His body trembled and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was injured. How is this possible? The others widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Lu Ming actually injured the bald youth. The bald youth was a level 4 True God Realm genius. His combat strength wasn't something that Huya could compare with. However, he wasn't a match for Lu Ming. A level 8 Empty God Realm genius was actually able to suppress a level 4 True God Realm genius. What kind of freak was that? Everyone finally knew why Lu Ming could become the leader of the Kongshen school. It was because he had the strength to do so. Previously, Enhai had said loudly that Lu Ming could become the leader of the Kongshen school because he was the strongest. However, no one believed him at that time. They all thought that Enhai was bragging. Now, they knew that what Enhai said was the truth. How is this possible? Huya couldn't believe his own eyes. He was in control of the sacred divine power and considered himself a peerless genius. To him, it was nothing out of the ordinary for him to fight someone of a higher level. However, he now realized that he was nothing compared to Lu Ming. This kid, the leader of the Mystic Academy, narrowed his eyes in shock. Even if it were the remnants of the 3 overlord forces, none of them would possess such horrifying fighting strength if they were to fight at the same level as them. Interesting. The 9th prince of the Ice Spirit race, Bing Qing, said. The genius of the Mystic Academy is only SOSO. Lu Ming said indifferently. Kid, don't be arrogant. Let me fight you. Take this. The geniuses of the Hybrid Demon Academy were enraged. 2 young men immediately dashed toward Lu Ming and charged toward him. These 2 young men, their cultivations were shockingly also level 4 True God. The Mystic Academy was indeed one of the 3 overlords of the Qin Tian star field. They were indeed powerful. They already had 4 level 4 True God Realm geniuses. One should know that the only level 4 True God Realm geniuses in the Kongshen school were Enhai and the long-faced youth. Of course, there were other geniuses who had cultivated for less than 10,000 years. However, it was enough to show how powerful the Mystic Academy was. The 2 geniuses at the 4th level of True God Realm attacked Lu Ming fiercely from both sides. Their divine skills had been cultivated to the 3rd level and their powers were very shocking. At the same time, the bald youth also exerted his full strength. He stepped in the air and appeared above Lu Ming. He looked down and stomped his foot down. The 3 experts teamed up to deal with Lu Ming. At the same time, they unleashed their strongest attacks. Even an ordinary level 5 True God Realm or level 6 True God Realm expert would have to dodge, let alone a level 8 Empty God Realm expert. However, Lu Ming's face was calm. At this moment his battle intent shot up to the sky. An even stronger force was released from his body. The battle character Art had tripled his combat strength. 3rd strike of destruction, break the sky. With the battle character Art tripled his combat strength, Lu Ming unleashed the 3rd strike of destruction. Bush, bush, bush. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming stabbed his spear out 3 times. The 3 spear shadows shot up from 3 different directions and stabbed towards the 3 young geniuses of the Mystic Academy. Boom, boom, boom. A violent explosion rang out, and it was as if 3 stars had exploded in the sky. You're defeated, Lu Ming roared. As Lu Ming roared, the 3 figures retreated a few thousand meters away. Their bodies were covered in blood. Chapter 2731. Defeated. The 3 Sky Prides from the Mystic Academy were all defeated. Every one of them had a gunshot wound on their chests. The wound was penetrated from the front to the back, and fresh blood was flowing out. The 3 of them were pale and their auras were weak. Their faces were filled with shock. At that moment, they thought that they were going to die. The others were shocked as well. Lu Ming had won in a 1 versus 3 situation. His combat power could no longer be described as shocking. Even Bing Qing, who was experienced and knowledgeable, had a strong sense of shock in her eyes. The people from the other sects gasped. Mystic Academy, is there anyone else who wants to fight? Lu Ming held his gun with one hand and looked at the people from the Mystic Academy. I didn't expect the Kongxian school to have someone like you. Alright, I'll fight you today. A cold voice sounded. It was the leader of the Mystic Academy. Just now, he had been sitting in his seat, but now, he suddenly stood up. Boom. An incomparably terrifying aura burst out from this person's body, and a boundless pressure permeated the void. Plop. Some people actually couldn't withstand this pressure and directly sat down on the ground. The crowd felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. This aura. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a trace of seriousness. The leader of the Mystic Academy was definitely a terrifying person. The leader of the Mystic Academy was a level 5 True God. However, the aura he gave off was much stronger than the other level 4 True Gods. Even if An Hai was a level 5 True God, he wouldn't be able to give off such a strong aura. The divine power that this person wielded was of the Saint grade. Without a doubt, he was a top-notch Sky Pride. His combat strength wasn't something that Huya could compare with. Huya was only a level 1 True God, but this person was already a level 5 True God. A powerful aura also erupted from Lu Ming's body. His entire being was like a divine spear, showing its sharpness. Boom! Their auras collided in the air, causing a thunderous explosion. The terrifying pressure caused all the seats to tremble, as if they were about to explode at any moment. Many people quickly used their divine power to protect themselves. They knew that once Lu Ming fought with the leader of the Mystic Academy, the destruction would be terrifying. The 9th young lord of the Ice Soul clan suddenly stood up and stepped between Lu Ming and the leader of the Mystic Academy. A chilling aura radiated from his body. This chilling aura was terrifying. It was as if it was going to freeze everything in the world. Lu Ming and the leader of the Mystic Academy's aura seemed to be frozen by this aura. They couldn't help but retract their auras. What terrifying strength! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. Bing Qing was most likely more powerful than the team leader of the Hybrid Demon Academy. Can the 2 of you give me some face and let today's matter end here? Bing Qing asked. He didn't stop them before because he wanted to see how strong they were. However, the situation was getting out of hand. If the Kongxian School and the Mystic Academy fought, it would be detrimental to the mission. Therefore, he stood out to stop them. The leader of the Mystic Academy looked at Bing Qing with a serious expression. He couldn't see through Bing Qing's cultivation and it gave him great pressure. Kid, you're lucky today. I hope your luck will continue to be this good. The leader of the Mystic Academy looked coldly at Lu Ming. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The Kongxian school had a prodigy like Lu Ming. This made him feel shocked. This person can't be allowed to live. The leader of the Mystic Academy thought. The Kongxian school was the top of the top 10 sections. They had become stronger over the years and were a threat to the three overlords. Therefore, a prodigy like Lu Ming couldn't be allowed to live. Once he grew up, he would be even more terrifying. Lu Ming smiled faintly and returned to his seat. Bing Qing and the others also returned to their seats. Thank you all for coming today. I believe that everyone is curious about the mission this time. Now, I will briefly explain the mission this time. The mission is to go to one of the ancestral grounds of the Ice Spirit Clan and retrieve a treasure called the Ice Jade Heart. The path to the ancestral grounds is guarded by powerful restrictions, especially the age restriction. Only those who are under 10,000 years old can enter. Bing Qing said. Everyone was enlightened. No wonder the sects only sent out prodigies under 10,000 years old. Therefore, with the Ice Spirit Clan's strength, they would ask for help from the other sections. However, the Ice Spirit Clan's prodigies under 10,000 years old were limited. There must be danger in your ancestral grounds. Someone asked. Of course. According to the ancient records, there are desolate beasts inside. Otherwise, why would the Ice Spirit Clan pay such a high price? If you are afraid and don't want to go, you can go back now. The Ice Spirit Clan will send you back. Bing Qing smiled. Everyone was silent. They had already expected that there would be danger. Otherwise, the reward wouldn't be so high. The Kongxian school alone was worth 20,000 points. The other sects gave similar rewards. All right. Since no one wants to back out, we will depart in 3 days. Come, let's drink. Bing Qing said with a smile. Everyone began to toast and drink. After 3 rounds of drinks, everyone left. You guys go back first. I have something to do. Lu Ming said to Enhai and the others. Enhai and the others nodded and left. Soon, only Lu Ming and a few people from the Ice Spirit Clan were left. Brother Lu, do you have something to say? Bing Qing looked at Lu Ming. Yes, I have something to ask the 9th young lord. Lu Ming said. He wanted to ask Bing Qing about the whereabouts of the cold moon stones. If possible, he wanted to buy some. You guys go back first. Bing Qing waved at the people from the Ice Spirit Clan and they left. Brother Lu, what is it? Bing Qing smiled. 9th young lord, Lu Ming wants to ask if the Ice Spirit Clan has any cold moonstones? Lu Ming went straight to the point and asked directly. Cold moonstones? Bing Qing's expression changed slightly. She nodded and said, that's right. The Ice Spirit Clan does have cold moonstones. There is really one. Lu Ming was elated. 9th young lord, can you sell a few cold moonstones to Lu Ming? Lu Ming asked. Sell them to you? I don't think so. The 9th young lord shook his head. You can't sell them? Lu Ming was stunned. That's right. Brother Lu, to tell you the truth, the cold moonstone is an extremely precious treasure in the Ice Soul Clan. Every time one is used, there will only be one left. Even now, the number of cold moonstones in the Ice Soul Clan is extremely small. They are kept in the treasure vault of our clan's big shots. Even I find it extremely difficult to obtain one. Bing Qing smiled bitterly. Chapter 2732. Lu Ming was disappointed. He originally thought that even if the Ice Soul Clan did not have a lot of cold moonstones, it would not be rare. He did not expect that even in the Ice Soul Clan, cold moonstones were extremely precious treasures. Even Bing Qing found it difficult to obtain one, so it would be impossible for him to buy some. It seems like I'll have to find a replacement in the future if I want to cultivate the frost shackles to greater mastery. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. Cold moonstones weren't the only thing he could use to cultivate the frost shackles to greater mastery. He could also use other precious materials, but most of them were extremely precious. Brother Lu, if you really want the cold moonstones, there's a way. Bing Qing suddenly changed the topic. What way? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. To tell you the truth, most of the cold moonstones in the Ice Soul Clan came from the ancestral land. However, the ancestral land was closed for some reason a long time ago, and it was filled with powerful restrictions. Only after a long time will the restrictions weaken, and outsiders can enter the ancestral land. If you're lucky, you might be able to get some cold moonstones this time. Our main purpose in entering the ancestral land this time is to obtain the Ice Jade Heart Chill, but we also want to get some cold moonstones. Bing Qing said. So, the cold moonstones come from the Ice Soul Clan's ancestral land. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He was looking forward to this trip to the Ice Soul Clan's ancestral land. He had to get some cold moonstones. Brother Lu, if you find any cold moonstones in the ancestral land, they're yours. You can take them with you. Bing Qing added. Thank you, ninth young lord. Lu Ming cupped his fists and thanked her. Then he left. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, everyone gathered again. There were nearly 100 Sky Prides from the Mystic Academy, Kongshen School, and half of the Sky Prides from the Ice Soul Clan. There were about 50 Sky Prides from the Ice Soul Clan alone. All the top experts under the age of 10,000 had come. Bing Qing was the leader of the Ice Soul Clan. Everyone, please follow me, said Bing Qing as she flew in a certain direction. Everyone followed Bing Qing to a large teleportation portal. The Ice Soul race's territory was very vast. They had more than 80 galaxies and countless planets. Their ancestral land was quite a distance away from the Ice Soul star. Beside the teleportation array, there were already dozens of figures. Those figures were all wearing white gowns. There were both men and women. However, they were all very old. Greetings, elders. Bing Qing and the other prodigies of the Ice Soul Clan bowed to the old men. These old men were actually the elders of the Ice Soul Clan. They were absolutely terrifying experts. Since everyone is here, let's set off. One of the elders of the Ice Spirit Clan said as he stepped into the teleportation portal. Then, the other elders also stepped into the portal. Why would he need so many experts of the Ice Soul Clan to work together? The same thought flashed through many people's minds, and then everyone stepped into the teleportation matrix. The teleportation matrix flashed, and everyone disappeared. After half a month of teleportation, they arrived at a barren planet. Then, one of the elders of the Ice Soul Clan took out a large starship. Everyone boarded the starship and flew for a few more days. In front of them, a strange place appeared in front of them. In front of them in the universe, there were countless huge rocks floating in the air. These rocks looked like they were formed by the explosion of a planet. From afar, these rocks seemed to form a path that led straight ahead. This was the ancestral land of the Ice Soul Clan. The elder put away the starship, and they stood in the universe. However, a layer of light appeared on Lu Ming and the others, enveloping them. True gods couldn't stay in the cosmos for too long. This light screen had naturally been set up by the elders of the Ice Soul tribe. The ancestral land of the Ice Soul Clan is in the depths of these rocks. We need to pass through these rocks to enter the ancestral land. Bing Qing explained. Pass through these rocks? We are all in the true god realm. However, true gods cannot stay in the universe for long. Someone's expression changed. In front of them, those huge rocks were floating in the sky. It was no different from being exposed in the universe. Don't worry. This area was formed by the explosion of a planet with life a long time ago. It is full of powerful restrictions. However, because of the restrictions, the environment of this area is similar to that of a planet with life. As long as you are under 10,000 years old, you can enter. Bing Qing explained. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. All right, you can go in now. Bing Qing, you must remember that you only have half a year at most. After half a year, the restrictions here will be strengthened again. At that time, you won't be able to come out even if you want to. Remember, regardless of whether you complete the task or not, you must come out within half a year. Understand? One of the elders reminded Bing Qing. Understood. Bing Qing nodded. Her figure flashed, and she rushed towards the area filled with broken rocks. She rushed into the area and stood on a huge piece of broken rock. Bush, bush, bush. The others also moved. They rushed out and stood on the rocks. It is indeed similar to the other planets with life. Lu Ming landed on a piece of gravel and his heart stirred. The environment here was similar to that of a planet with life. There was air and even divine qi, but the gravity here was much lower. Let's go. Bing Qing led the way into the depths of the area. They jumped on the rocks at an amazing speed. Soon, more than 100 people disappeared in front of the elders of the Ice Soul clan. Let's hope this trip is successful. One of the elders sighed. The Ice Soul heart was very important to the Ice Soul clan. However, a long time ago, there was a great turmoil in the Ice Soul clan. A fierce battle broke out, and the ancestral land of the Ice Soul clan almost collapsed. Since then, a terrifying restriction was formed outside the ancestral land of the Ice Soul clan. No one could enter. They had to wait for a long time for the restriction to weaken for half a year. At that time, people under 10,000 years old could enter. They had sent people in a long time ago, but they failed. If they failed again, they would have to wait for many years. They're here. Suddenly, an elder of the Ice Soul clan looked in a direction. His eyes were filled with terrifying killing intent. The other elders of the Ice Soul clan also looked in that direction with cold eyes. A huge starship came from that direction. As it approached, the starship stopped, and a group of people appeared in the starry sky. The people in the lead were also elders. However, their skin was red, and they emitted a scorching aura that seemed to ignite the starry sky. Chapter 2733. The Flame Race. These people were all experts from the Flame race. In the Qin Tian starfield, there were two races other than the Qin Tian 13 sects that were the strongest. They were the Ice Spirit race and the Flame race. Each of these two races was stronger than any single overlord sect. The two major races together occupied a small half of the Qin Tian star universe's territory. Moreover, the Ice Spirit race and the Flame race had always been at odds with each other. The Ice Spirit race wanted to obtain the Ice Jade Heart from the ancestral land, but the Flame race naturally wouldn't allow it. Every time, the Flame race would send people to stop them. Behind the elders of the Flame race was a group of young experts. In addition to these young experts, there was also a group of young prodigies who weren't from the Flame race. If Lu Ming was here, he would recognize a few familiar faces. Jin Sheng from the Vajra race and Yang Chong. Both of them had competed with Lu Ming during the Qin Tian 13 sects assessment. Later, Jin Sheng joined one of the three overlords, the Invincible Kenzo, while Yang Chong joined one of the three overlords, the Immeasurable Sacred Ground. Needless to say, these young prodigies were from the other Qin Tian 13 sects, the Invincible Kenzo, and the Immeasurable Sacred Ground. Flame race, you really came? An elder from the Ice Spirit race said coldly. You want to obtain the Ice Jade Heart and suppress my Flame race? Don't think it'll be that easy. An elder from the Flame race sneered. Don't even think about stopping us. The elder from the Ice Spirit race said coldly as a powerful aura erupted from his body. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of elders of the Ice Soul clan burst forth with a terrifying aura at the same time. This aura was filled with a terrifying chill. The starry sky they were in was instantly frozen, and this freezing aura was spreading towards the Flame clan. Insignificant skill. Melt for me. The elder from the Flame race roared. Then, flames erupted from all the experts from the Flame race. The entire space was about to burn. Rumble. One side was cold and the other side was hot. Both sides constantly clashed, causing the space to shake violently. We'll hold off those old bastards from the Ice Soul clan. You guys rush into that area. The Scarlet Flame Tribe's experts roared and attacked together. All kinds of attacks bombarded the Ice Soul Tribe's elder. Kill! The elders of the Ice Soul clan also roared and launched an attack. The two sides engaged in an intense battle, and the scene was extremely shocking. If the two sides were to fight on a planet with life, it would probably cause a devastating disaster. The battle between such characters was too terrifying. Perhaps just a strand of energy leaked out could destroy a small kiliocosm like the primordial realm in the heaven realm. Charge! As the experts from both sides fought, the prodigies from the Flamewing clan and the other sects took the opportunity to charge into the area of rubble. Damn it! The elders of the Ice Soul clan roared, but they couldn't do anything. Countless years ago, the Ice Soul clan had gone through a great turmoil. Now, their strength was no longer as strong as the Flaming Flame clan. The Flaming Flame clan had come prepared. They had blocked the Ice Soul clan and allowed the others to take the opportunity to rush into the Shattered Rocks area. Seeing those young men rushing into the area of broken rocks, the two sides fought fiercely for a while, then both sides retreated and faced each other. Even if they rush into the Shattered Rocks area, they might not be able to stop the prodigies of the Ice Soul clan. An elder of the Ice Soul clan snorted. Oh, that might not be the case. An elder from the Flaming Flame clan sneered. The prodigies of the Flaming Flame clan and the other Qin Heavenly 13 sects moved forward as soon as they entered the Shattered Rocks area. They only stopped after going a long distance. Why did you stop moving forward? A prodigy from the invincible Kenzo asked. Don't worry, we can't enter the real ancestral land of the Ice Soul clan. Moreover, there are dangers in the real ancestral land of the Ice Soul clan. Let's wait here until the people of the Ice Soul clan enter the ancestral land. Even if they manage to obtain the Ice Soul Heart Ice Jade, their vitality will be greatly damaged. Let's wait here and catch them off guard. We can kill them easily, a burly young man from the Flaming Flame clan said. Good plan. The others praised. Then, they set up concealment formations in the area. Lu Ming and the others continued moving forward. They had no idea what was going on behind them. The Shattered Rocks area was very long. They didn't know how many miles they had traveled. The distance they had traveled could be measured in hundreds of millions of miles. These were formed by the explosion of a planet of life. One could imagine how long it had been. After 6 or 7 days of traveling, they finally reached the end of the Shattered Rocks area. A huge light screen appeared in front of them, blocking their path. Behind this light screen is my clan's ancestral land. Only the token of my clan can open it. Bing Qing explained and took out a statue. The statue was only a foot tall. It looked like it was carved out of ice. It was crystal clear and emitted a bone-chilling coldness. Bing Qing lifted the statue and let it float in the air. Then she formed a mysterious hand seal with both hands. Runes entered the statue one after another. Buzz. The statue began to vibrate and emit a bright light. The bone-chilling coldness became even stronger. Many people couldn't help but shiver and circulate their cultivation to resist. The light screen on the statue seemed to resonate with the light screen. The light screen trembled slightly. Then, a whirlpool appeared on the light screen. Quick, go in! Bing Qing shouted. The prodigy of the Ice Soul race was the first to rush into the whirlpool. Then, Lu Ming and the others rushed into the whirlpool. In the end, only Bing Qing was left. Bing Qing grabbed the statue and rushed into the whirlpool. The whirlpool slowly disappeared. After Lu Ming rushed into the whirlpool, he appeared on top of a mountain. To be more precise, it was an ice mountain. Sweeping his gaze around, Zhang Xian noticed that An Hai and the others were still by his side. It's so cold. Someone shuddered, his voice trembling. The temperature in this world was shockingly low. When a cold wind blew, even true God Realm cultivators couldn't help but feel the coldness. They had to circulate their divine power to resist it. Everyone looked into the distance. What they saw was a snow-white land. It was snowing heavily, and the snow-white icebergs stretched as far as the eye could see. However, Lu Ming cultivated divine power of extreme frost. This environment didn't affect him at all. Instead, he felt very comfortable. He circulated his divine power of extreme frost. Strands of cold air gathered toward him and was refined by him into divine power of extreme frost. If one cultivated in this place, the cultivation speed of those who cultivated cold-type divine power would increase by quite a bit. Ninth Young Lord, where is the heart of Ice Jade that you're looking for? This world seems very big. Someone looked at Bing Qing and asked. I have a map here. Then, an Ice Jade talisman appeared in Bing Qing's hand. She inserted her divine power into it. The jade talisman glowed, and a map appeared in the air. Chapter 2734. Everyone started to look at the map carefully. At the southernmost part of the map, there was a red dot that was shining brightly. This red dot is our current location. The center of the map is our destination. Bing Qing explained and then pointed to the center of the map. There was a sign, the sign of an iceberg, in the center of the map. Memorize this map first. If we get separated, we will meet at the center. Within half a year, we will meet here and go out together. Bing Qing said. Everyone focused on the map and memorized it. Those who had reached the true God realm had a photographic memory. Soon, everyone had memorized the map. Let's go! Bing Qing kept the map and everyone flew towards the north. Hoo! The cold wind was bone-chilling and the temperature was shockingly low. However, there were still living things in this world despite the low temperature. On the iceberg and in the valleys, there were different kinds of plants. Some were as white as jade, some were as red as fire, and some were as green as jade. In the valleys, they could occasionally see the figures of some living things flashing by. Everyone was secretly impressed. Nature was indeed full of wonders. Soon, they had flown tens of millions of miles away. However, there was still a long way to go before they reached the center. At this moment, there was a sharp and ear-piercing sound. Then, a beam of white light shot up to the sky from one of the icebergs, bringing with it a whistling cold wind as it pounced toward Lu Ming and the group. That's a phoenix. When the crowd saw the white light, they were shocked. The body of the white light was a snow-white bird. It looked exactly the same as the divine beast phoenix. It's a frost jade ice phoenix. Be careful! Bing Qing shouted. The speed of the frost jade ice phoenix was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it had reached them. It flapped its wings and many ice crystals, like ice swords, pierced toward Lu Ming and the rest. Its power was terrifying. Everyone took action and used their divine power to block the attack. A long spear appeared in Lu Ming's hand and he swept it towards the ice crystals. Clang! The ice crystals were shattered by Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming's face changed. He realized that the power of the ice crystals was shockingly strong. As expected, some of the weaker ones were pushed back by the ice crystals and vomited blood. The frost jade ice phoenix let out a cry as it flapped its wings continuously. Countless ice crystals, along with a cold wind, swept towards them. Bastard, I'll kill you! A voice sounded. It was the leader of the Mystic Academy. This person was Lu Shangkai. At this moment, his body was emitting black divine power and he threw a few punches. Lu Shangkai, as the captain of the Hybrid Demon Academy, controlled holy divine power and had terrifying battle prowess. With a few punches, a few streams of fist force crushed out, shattering a large number of ice crystals. Lu Shangkai transformed into a beam of black light and charged towards the frigid jade ice phoenix. Sacred Demon Seal. Lu Shangkai's cold voice sounded out. Several black marks on his face flickered with a resplendent black light. Then, they actually formed a large black seal that pressed down on the chilling jade ice phoenix. The frost jade ice phoenix let out an angry cry. It opened its mouth and spat out a white beam of light, which collided with Lu Shangkai's big seal. Boom! The two of them collided, and the frigid jade ice phoenix's beam of light was shattered. However, the power of Lu Shangkai's seal was greatly weakened, and it continued to press down. The frigid jade ice phoenix spread its wings, and they flapped like blades of ice. Boom! The giant seal that Lu Shangkai had formed exploded. His figure was knocked backward, and the marks on his face seemed to have cracked open, causing blood to flow out. Lu Shangkai was no match for the frost jade ice phoenix. Many people were shocked. Lu Shangkai's strength was shocking, but he was still no match for the frost jade ice phoenix. If the others went up, they would die. After forcing Lu Shangkai back, the frost jade ice phoenix flapped its wings and turned into a white beam of light. Scram! At this moment, Bing Qing made his move. His entire body seemed to have turned into a beam of sword light and emitted a cold aura. The frost jade ice phoenix's wings slashed out like blades and collided with Bing Qing's sword light. A cold aura spread out and both the frost jade ice phoenix and Bing Qing were pushed back. However, the two of them charged forward again and fought fiercely for more than 10 moves. It was difficult to determine the winner. He blocked it. The others were overjoyed. At the same time, they were shocked by Bing Qing's strength. Bing Qing's combat strength was above Lu Shankai's. Gee, the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix couldn't defeat the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. It let out an angry cry and its attacks became more and more violent. However, Bing Qing's combat strength was too strong. He completely blocked the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix and even gained the upper hand. However, at this moment, everyone's expression changed. That was because there were sharp screeches in the surroundings. Then, figures rushed out from some of the icebergs. Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes, all of them were Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes. At a glance, there were 8 of them. Including the one from before, there were 9 of them. The 8 that appeared later were huge and their wingspans were more than 200 meters long. Their auras were terrifying and they weren't any weaker than the one from before. Everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. How could they fight with so many Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes? The cries of the 8 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes resounded through the sky. They flapped their wings and countless ice crystals flew towards Lu Ming and the others. "Block it!" someone shouted. Everyone unleashed their full strength to block the ice crystals. Bush, bush. Lu Ming waved his long spear continuously. In an instant, dozens of ice crystals were shot out. Lu Ming's figure also floated back. The power of these ice crystals was extremely shocking. But there were a few screams. Not everyone could block the ice crystals. A few youths were pierced by the ice crystals and were frozen. Then, with a bang, they exploded into pieces. The Kongxian school didn't suffer any losses. Lu Ming had blocked dozens of ice crystals alone and shared a lot of the pressure. However, the Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes were approaching. "Let's go, let's go." At this moment, Bing Qing pushed back the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix and rushed towards Lu Ming and the others. Everyone gathered and rushed towards a direction where there were no Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes. Kakaka, a total of 9 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes chased after Lu Ming and the others. In the blink of an eye, the two parties had flown tens of thousands of miles. However, the 9 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes were still chasing after them. Everyone's face turned gloomy. They didn't expect to be so unlucky to encounter 9 terrifying Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes. No, if we continue like this, we'll be caught by the 9 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes sooner or later. We'll be surrounded by them and die. Someone said. Then what should we do? Someone asked. Let's split up. Bing Qing said and made a decision. Split up. Everyone's expression changed. Chapter 2735. That's right. Let's split up. Bing Qing repeated. There are only 9 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes. If we split up into a dozen groups, at least some of us won't be chased by the Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes. Also, if the Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes split up, it'll be easier for us to escape. At least we won't be surrounded. Then what if the 9 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes don't split up and chase after one group? Someone asked. Then that group will be unlucky. Bing Qing said. Some people's faces paled, becoming a bit ugly. If they split up and fled, the 9 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes would chase after them. Only death would await them. I agree. Let's split up. Lu Shankai was the first to speak. I agree too. Lu Ming also spoke. 2 sect captains had agreed, and Bing Qing's side had obviously agreed as well. The other sects had no choice but to agree. All right, how should we split up? We'll decide ourselves. If we split up, we'll meet at the center of the map, Bing Qing said. She then ordered the 50 or so Frost Jade race prodigies to split into 12 groups and flew in different directions. Lu Ming and the others also split up. Each of the sects split into a group and flew off in a random direction. The 10 people from the Kongxian school gathered together. This way, the 12 groups of the Frost Jade race and the 6 major sects made a total of 18 groups. There were only 9 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes, so they couldn't chase all 18 groups at the same time. The 9 Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes let out a few screeches and split up in 9 different directions, chasing after 9 groups. They're not chasing us. Great. We're lucky. But 9 of the groups were overjoyed when they weren't chased by the Frost Jade Ice Phoenixes. They sped up and fled. Damn it, they're chasing us. How unlucky. The groups that were being chased all had ugly expressions. Fortunately, there was only one Frost Jade Ice Phoenix chasing them, so they still had a chance to escape. Lu Ming's group was also being chased by a Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. How unlucky! That long-faced youth cursed angrily, using all of his divine power to fly with all of his strength. They were well aware of the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix's strength. It was too strong. Even the team leader of the Mystic Academy, Lu Shangkai, was no match for it. Most likely, they were no match for it either. They could only try their best to shake it off or hope that it wouldn't pursue them relentlessly. The chase continued for a full 2 hours. They had no idea how far they had run, but the chilling Jade Ice Phoenix was still hot on their heels. Furthermore, due to the long flight, they had used up a lot of their divine power. On the other hand, the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of energy. The distance between them was slowly shrinking. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he was caught. What should we do? If there's really no other way, I'll fight it to the death. A few Kongxian school disciples roared. It was impossible to expect others to come to their rescue. At this moment, they had already been separated from the other sections. You guys go first, I'll stop him. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. What? Everyone else was stunned. Lu Ming wanted to stay behind and stop this Frost Jade Ice Phoenix alone? Although Lu Ming was strong, he was definitely not a match for this Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. Previously, Lu Shangkai's strength was shocking enough, but even he was at a disadvantage. Lu Ming was most likely not a match for this Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. Lu Ming's flying figure suddenly came to a halt. Seeing this, the others from the Kongxian school could only grit their teeth and continue flying forward. The Frost Jade Ice Phoenix let out a cry. Its sharp and cold eyes stared at Lu Ming as it quickly approached. Come! Lu Ming muttered. His body emitted a strong battle intent. The battle character art suddenly erupted with 3 times the battle strength. Lu Ming naturally didn't stop because he was willing to sacrifice himself for others. The reason why he stopped was because Enhai was a good person. Lu Ming didn't want Enhai to die in the hands of the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. In addition, Lu Ming was confident that he could escape, which was why he stayed behind. If Lu Ming wasn't confident that he could escape, he wouldn't stay behind. Let me see how strong you are. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He circulated the 9-layer crimson gold armor, and a crimson gold armor appeared. World extinguishing 3 strikes, sky shattering. Lu Ming used his strongest move. Man and spear unity, turning into a resplendent spear light that pierced towards the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. The Frost Jade Ice Phoenix let out a cry. Its body was covered with a thick layer of ice armor. With its terrifying speed, it was like a sharp sword piercing through the void. A sword light and a spear light collided with each other at an extremely high speed. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang out. The force of the collision formed rings of shockwaves that spread out in all directions. Lu Ming felt a terrifying force rushing towards him. Lu Ming's body violently trembled. He was pushed back by this force, and only stopped after flying a few hundred li. What a powerful force! Lu Ming felt the blood in his body churning, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Lu Ming was completely at a disadvantage in the previous collision. The Frost Jade Ice Phoenix's strength was above Lu Ming's expectations. If Lu Ming hadn't activated the 9-layer crimson gold armor, his injuries would have been even more severe. Moreover, Lu Ming could control the extreme cold divine power. The Frost Jade Ice Phoenix's extreme cold energy was ineffective against him. If it were someone else, their injuries would have been even more severe. Jeez. The Frost Jade Ice Phoenix let out a cry and continued to attack Lu Ming. Again! Lu Ming charged towards the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix once again, pushing his divine power to the limit. Although the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix was strong, it couldn't instantly kill him. It could only slightly injure him. This way, he could use it to temper his divine skill. 9 Heavens Garuda Art. In the process of charging out, Lu Ming executed the 9 Heavens Garuda Art. His entire body seemed to have turned into a Garuda, soaring 90,000 li into the sky. Bam! Lu Ming and the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix clashed once again. This time, Lu Ming was pushed back again. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His injuries were more severe, but it wasn't a big deal. Lu Ming took out a healing divine pill that he had bought beforehand and swallowed it. Once again, he unleashed all his divine power and executed 3 divine skills at the same time, attacking the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. Using 3 divine skills at the same time consumed a shocking amount of divine power. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, the divine power in his body was almost depleted after a few attacks. However, Lu Ming had the quantifying character art. The quantifying character art stored a large amount of divine power. At this moment, divine power was surging out endlessly. Lu Ming's divine power was replenished again. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming clashed with the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix more than a dozen times. Each time, Lu Ming was pushed back. However, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with intense battle intent. Awesome, awesome. Although Lu Ming was injured at this moment, he felt exhilarated. Due to such an intense fight, he was making rapid progress in several types of divine techniques. Chapter 2736. The 9-fold crimson gold armor and apocalyptic 3 strikes were approaching the 4th layer, while the 9 heavens Garuda art was approaching the limit of the 2nd layer. Lu Ming felt that he could break through at any moment. After that, Lu Ming and the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix clashed a few more times. It's about time, Lu Ming thought to himself. After such a long time, and Hai and the others had already escaped. The Frost Jade Ice Phoenix couldn't catch up to them even if it wanted to. Moreover, after several collisions, although Lu Ming was only slightly injured each time, after so many collisions, Lu Ming's injuries were already quite serious. It was still within his control, but if this continued, his injuries would be serious and his foundation would be damaged. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. I'm not playing with you anymore. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and executed the 9 heavens Garuda art. Like a Garuda, he charged in that direction. The Frost Jade Ice Phoenix cried out and chased after Lu Ming. Its eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Clearly, it was enraged that it couldn't kill Lu Ming after clashing with Lu Ming repeatedly. Bush, bush. 2 streaks of light flashed across the sky, leaving behind 2 bright streaks of light as they disappeared into the distance. You're still lacking if you want to catch up to me. Lu Ming smiled and pushed the 9 heavens Garuda art to the limit. A Garuda really appeared on his body. It looked illusory, but it also increased Lu Ming's speed greatly. I broke through. I broke through to the 3rd layer. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the 9 heavens Garuda art would break through to the 3rd layer unintentionally. The 9 heavens Garuda art wasn't complete. It only had 7 layers, and each layer was more powerful than the last. Once he broke through, his speed would increase greatly. Lu Ming instantly disappeared into the distance, and the distance between him and the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix quickly increased. The Frost Jade Ice Phoenix was different from other divine beast phoenixes. It wasn't known for its speed. The Frost Jade Ice Phoenix's strongest point was its attack. A casual attack could freeze everything. Lu Ming could only resist the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix for so long by relying on his cold divine energy. Therefore, the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix couldn't catch up to Lu Ming after he broke through to the 9 heavens Garuda art. Lu Ming soon left the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix in the dust. So, this battle was worth it. Lu Ming's ability to protect himself. His Garuda usability art. The time, Lu Ming's Garuda. Immediately after, Lu Ming found a secluded place and swallowed another healing elixir, circulating his energy to heal his injuries. Lu Ming's injuries were not serious. After a few hours, he had fully recovered. Moreover, the divine power in his body was boiling and he was at his peak. This was, of course, Garuda used, Garuda Yuda ice, divine ice was use time. There's a cold moonstone in this region. Since I'm here, I'll look for it. I can't miss it. Lu Ming pondered. He left the area and headed for the central region according to the map. He cultivated as he traveled. He didn't encounter any more danger. Half a day later, Lu Ming arrived at a snowy mountain range. This mountain range was huge. It stretched between heaven and earth. If he wanted to pass through, he had to cross this mountain range. From afar, he could hear a terrifying roar coming from the mountain range. Clearly, there were terrifying desolate beasts living in the mountain range. Lu Ming withdrew his aura and landed on the ground. He revealed his identity and rushed in. Not long after he entered the mountain range, a huge creature pounced at Lu Ming. It was a huge lizard. It was dozens of meters tall. Its body was snow-white and emitted an icy aura. Its body was covered in a layer of ice armor. It looked like its defense was amazing. Lu Ming stabbed with his spear. Clang. The sound of metal clashing could be heard. The long spear pierced the lizard's ice armor, causing ice to shatter. It made a piercing sound. Break! Lu Ming shouted. His divine power burst forth. The long spear exploded with a terrifying penetrating power. It pierced through the ice armor and killed the lizard. This desolate beast is very strong, Lu Ming thought. The ice-armored lizard's cultivation was only equivalent to a level 1 true god. However, it was stronger than many level 2 true gods. It was harder to kill. In the ancestral land of the Ice Soul race, cold air was everywhere. The desolate beasts that lived here were generally stronger. After killing the lizard, Lu Ming continued to go deeper into the mountain range. Next, different desolate beasts attacked Lu Ming continuously. Fortunately, they weren't particularly strong. There weren't any existences as strong as the Frost Jade Ice Phoenix. Soon, Lu Ming had passed through more than half of the mountain range. CSISI, a few giant ice-armored pythons appeared and charged toward Lu Ming. These giant ice-armored pythons were shockingly powerful. Each of them was not weaker than an ordinary 5th-level true god. Coupled with their shocking defense, they were very difficult to kill. Lu Ming spent a lot of effort to kill them. The skin and bones of these ice-armored pythons are good refining materials. They can be used to refine middle-grade divine armors and whips. Lu Ming pondered. Then he started to peel off the skin and bones of the ice-armored pythons. The soft armors and whips refined from these materials were most suitable for experts who cultivated ice attribute divine power. They could be sold for a good price. There's danger. Lu Ming, who was skinning the pythons, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He moved 100 meters to the side. A few rays of black light bombarded the place where Lu Ming had been standing. One of the rays even slashed the giant ice armor python, splitting it into two. Such power! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He knew the defense of the ice-armored python. Even if he used all his strength, he wouldn't be able to break it so easily. Shwa! Shwa! In a flash, a dozen figures appeared not far away. Lu Shangkai from the Mystic Academy. A cold light flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. These people were from the Mystic Academy. Originally, there were 18 people from the Hybrid Demon Academy. But now, it seemed that there were only 16. It seemed that 2 of them had already died. The one leading them was Lu Shangkai. Lu Ming, you're the only one left from the Kongxian school? Lu Shangkai glanced around. So what if I'm the only one left? Lu Ming said lightly. It's nothing. I can only say that you're unlucky to meet us here. Bing Qing stopped us on the Ice Soul planet. Now, no one can help you. Lu Shangkai said coldly. He didn't bother to hide his strong murderous intent. If you want to kill me, you will have to pay a heavy price. Lu Ming held the spear in his hand. A strong battle intent radiated from him. I'll be the main attacker. You guys support me from the back. Kill him as soon as possible. Lu Shangkai sent a message to the other members of the Mystic Academy. Lu Ming's strength was too strong. Other than him, no one else was reliable. They could easily be killed by Lu Ming. He had to go first while the others attacked from the back to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Chapter 2737. Sush. After the transmission, Lu Shangkai rushed out. At the same time, the black runes on his face glowed and shot out several rays of black light. These rays of black light were the ones that attacked Lu Ming previously. They were extremely powerful and Lu Ming did not dare to be careless. Boom! With surging battle intent, Lu Ming activated the Battle Character Sutra to double his combat strength. The 5 divine flames in his dantian burned fiercely and all of his divine force erupted in an instant. In an instant, Lu Ming stabbed out more than a dozen times. More than a dozen spear shadows pierced out and clashed with Lu Shankai's rays of black light. Boom, boom, boom. Continuous explosions rang out and the ice on the ground exploded. Lu Ming's body trembled as he felt an extremely powerful force rushing towards him, forcing him to retreat. The long spear in Lu Ming's hand vibrated continuously and he felt his hand go numb. What powerful strength! Lu Ming's face turned solemn. Lu Shankai's strength was truly shocking. With his cultivation in the 5th level of the True God realm and the control of Saint-grade divine force, his strength was far from what an Hai and the others could compare to. Kill! At the same time, the other people from the Mystic Academy also attacked. For example, Hu Ya and the others were filled with killing intent as they launched terrifying attacks. Lu Ming activated the 9-layered golden armor and a golden armor covered his entire body. At the same time, Lu Ming retreated rapidly to avoid the attacks. Trying to dodge? Stay here. Lu Shankai said coldly as he charged towards Lu Ming. The black runes on his face glowed again and shot out rays of black light. These rays of black light were sharper than divine blades and their speed was shocking. Again! Lu Ming bellowed. His fighting spirit suddenly became stronger. He had successfully triggered 3 times his combat ability. Next, Lu Ming used the 3 strokes of annihilation. The spear light burst out and once again collided with Lu Shankai's black light. This time, Lu Ming successfully broke through Lu Shankai's attack. At the same time, he blocked the attacks of the others. You do have some strength. Lu Shankai's cold voice resounded, but the murderous intent in his eyes intensified. The stronger Lu Ming was, the more they had to get rid of him. Kill! Lu Shankai let out a long roar, and his aura became even more terrifying. His entire body was enveloped by a layer of black divine power, making him look like a demonic god. The runes on his face glowed even brighter. Then, a large seal condensed in his hand and slammed down on Lu Ming. Boom! The seal was as huge as a mountain, and its aura was terrifying. Before it even landed, the ice on the ground was shattered. The huge seal directly enveloped Lu Ming within. Lu Ming had seen Lu Shankai use this move against the frigid jade ice phoenix before. One had to know that Lu Shankai didn't have the ability to control the frost element divine energy. During the battle with the frigid jade ice phoenix, he had to defend himself against the frigid jade ice phoenix's frost element divine energy. Even so, he was still able to contend against the frigid jade ice phoenix. 3rd strike of annihilation, sky-piercing. Lu Ming didn't dare to be careless and attacked with all his might. A dazzling spear radiance shot up into the sky and collided with the black seal. A loud boom was heard. Then, a figure fell to the ground and smashed heavily on the ground. It was Lu Ming. Lu Shankai's strength was indeed shocking. Even though Lu Ming had used all his strength, he was still no match for him. Good chance kill. Hu Ya roared and attacked together with the other members of the Mystic Academy. They attacked Lu Ming one after another. Boom! The ground exploded, and a figure soared into the sky like a rock. Although Lu Ming was no match for Lu Shankai, his injuries weren't too serious. He used the 9 Heavens rock art and soared into the sky, avoiding Hu Ya and the others' attacks. Want to leave? Say. Lu Shankai was like a ray of black demonic light as he soared into the sky and attacked Lu Ming. Let's go! Lu Ming didn't want to continue fighting. He used the 9 Heavens rock art and turned to leave. With his current strength, he was still weaker than Lu Shankai. With the support of the other members of the Mystic Academy, he was definitely no match for Lu Shankai. If he continued to fight, he would be in danger. The 3rd level of the 9 Heavens rock art was shockingly fast. Lu Ming seemed to have turned into a phantom as he fled. You want to escape from me? Dream on. Wings of the devil. Lu Shankai coldly shouted. The runes on his face shone even brighter and then spread to the rest of his body. Soon, the rest of his body was covered by the runes. Then, a pair of wings suddenly stretched out from his back. A pair of demonic wings. This was the innate secret technique of the Lu Shankai family. After extending the wings of the devil, Lu Shangkai's speed suddenly increased as he charged towards Lu Ming. His speed was even faster than Lu Ming's. It wasn't that his innate secret technique was stronger than the Nine Heavens rock art. It was just that Lu Shangkai's cultivation level was higher. When he used it, his speed was naturally faster. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. His divine power surged as he flew forward with all his might. The two of them were extremely fast. Along the way, some desolate beasts noticed them. They didn't even have time to attack before the two of them flashed past. Quick, follow them. The other members of the Mystic Academy also rushed in the direction that Lu Ming and Lu Shangkai had flown. Lu Ming and Lu Shangkai had flown tens of thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. However, the distance between the two of them was getting shorter and shorter. You won't be able to escape. If I don't kill you today, my name isn't Lu Shangkai. Lu Shangkai said coldly. He waved his hands and a few black beams of light slashed towards Lu Ming. They directly bombarded Lu Ming's 9-layered crimson gold armor, almost shattering Lu Ming's armor. Lu Shangkai continuously attacked, while Lu Ming blocked with his spear. In the blink of an eye, another few thousand miles had passed. Lu Ming's expression suddenly changed. A huge canyon appeared in front of him. Within the canyon, there was an extremely terrifying cold air. This cold air even made people feel a sense of danger. Lu Ming didn't even turn his head as he rushed into the canyon. But after Lu Ming rushed into the canyon, he realized that this wasn't an ordinary canyon. There was actually water below the canyon. Yes, there was actually water in such a cold place. It looked like a long and narrow lake. Above the lake, there was constantly a white mist that spread out, severely obstructing one's vision in the canyon. Chi-chi. What was even more shocking was that the white mist that spread out from the lake emitted a chi-chi sound when it came into contact with Lu Ming. Lu Ming was currently circulating his 9-layered crimson gold armor. However, at this moment, a layer of frost had appeared on the surface of the 9-layered crimson gold armor. The 9-layered crimson gold armor had been severely damaged. A terrifying cold air was spreading towards Lu Ming's body. What a terrifying cold air! Lu Ming was shocked. The cold air that spread out from the lake was actually so cold that even the 9-layered crimson gold armor was about to be frozen. Lu Ming hurriedly circulated his supreme frost divine force to counteract the cold air outside. However, Lu Shangkai didn't have supreme frost divine force. He circulated his divine force to resist, but the surface of his body was still covered with a layer of frost. It was bone-chilling. Chapter 2738. Lu Shangkai couldn't help but slow down. He even retracted his demon wings as they were covered with a layer of frost. This is a good place. Let's go deeper. Lu Ming's eyes sparkled as he retracted his extreme cold divine power. Immediately, Lu Ming's body was covered with a layer of frost. He looked like a snowman as he continued to fly deeper into the canyon. Looking at Lu Ming's appearance, Lu Shangkai thought that Lu Ming couldn't hold on any longer. The cold chi here is terrifying. I don't think an 8th-level empty god realm like you can withstand it. This will be your burial ground. The killing intent in Lu Shangkai's eyes grew colder as he continued to chase after Lu Ming. Soon, they reached the depths of the canyon. The cold chi here was even more terrifying. What's under the water? Why is there such terrifying cold chi here? Lu Ming pondered and was curious. At the same time, he slowed down. Die, brat! Lu Shangkai shouted coldly as he launched an attack on Lu Ming. However, he had to resist the cold chi while launching an attack. Naturally, the power of his attack was weaker than the outside. You're the one who's going to die. Lu Ming suddenly turned around. His eyes were as cold as a knife as he circulated his extreme cold divine power to block the cold chi outside. Then his divine power erupted as he attacked Lu Shangkai. Boom! Boom! After a few explosions, a figure retreated. It was Lu Shangkai. You? How could you use your full strength? Lu Shangkai shouted in shock. The cold chi here was too terrifying. If one circulated his divine power to block it, his body would be frozen. Once he circulated his divine power to block it, his combat strength would be weakened. However, Lu Ming's attack wasn't weak at all. No, you've mastered the extreme cold divine power. How is it possible? You didn't use the extreme cold divine power just now. Thinking of this, Lu Shangkai shouted in shock. It was unbelievable. One person could control several divine powers at the same time. Lu Ming didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and attacked Lu Shangkai again. The spear light was like a rainbow, revealing a terrifying killing intent. Want to kill me? Don't even think about it. Lu Shangkai let out a roar as runes appeared all over his body, increasing his strength by a few notches. He condensed a pitch-black cauldron and blasted it towards Lu Ming. But unfortunately, he still had to divert a portion of his divine power to resist the cold air outside, so it was difficult for him to unleash his strongest might. In the collision with Lu Ming, he was at a disadvantage. Boom! The pitch-black seal shattered, and Lu Shangkai was sent flying backwards while vomiting blood. Lu Ming seized the opportunity and crazily attacked Lu Shangkai. Crash! The energy surged and the lake water surged, creating thousands of waves. Some of the lake water fell on Lu Ming's body. Immediately, a bone-piercing chill spread throughout Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming couldn't help but shudder. One had to know that Lu Ming was circulating the supreme frost divine power at this moment, but he still felt the chill. The temperature of the lake water was shockingly low. If Lu Ming was already like this, Lu Shangkai was naturally worse. When he was splashed by the lake water, his body turned into a block of ice. Even his divine power was about to be frozen. Ah! Lu Shangkai roared and burned his divine power. His divine power burned like flames, melting the ice and removing the chill. However, Lu Ming's attack arrived. A spear light pierced towards Lu Shangkai's vitals. He roared and avoided the attack, but his chest was still pierced by the spear light, and his body flew far away. Lu Ming, remember this? Lu Shangkai roared, stretched out his demon wings, and turned to run. He knew that he couldn't kill Lu Ming today. If he continued to stay, he might really die here. Where do you think you're going? Lu Ming chased after him. However, Lu Shangkai was burning his divine power, and his speed was shocking. Lu Ming couldn't catch up to him for a while. Soon, Lu Shangkai rushed out of the valley. After rushing out of the valley, Lu Shangkai spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. His aura was weak, and he was severely injured. He didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned into a streak of light and flew away. It's a pity that this guy got away. Lu Ming didn't chase after him, and he sighed inwardly. Lu Shangkai flew all the way, and soon he ran into other people from the Mystic Academy. The other people from the Mystic Academy were shocked when they saw Lu Shangkai injured. Senior brother Lu, what happened to you? Where is Lu Ming? Lu Ming, that brat, was he killed by senior brother Lu? The disciples of the Mystic Academy spoke one after another. Lu Shangkai's face turned gloomy, and he said, Lu Ming isn't dead yet. That brat is very cunning. He hid in a dangerous place, and I accidentally fell into his trap. Now, I need to find a place to heal. The others were shocked. So Lu Ming was still alive, and he seemed to have tricked Lu Shangkai and injured him. Immediately, they found a secluded place to stay. Lu Shangkai did not reveal the fact that Lu Ming had mastered a few types of divine powers. He had selfish motives. He wanted to kill Lu Ming secretly and seize that cultivation technique. He can control several types of divine power at the same time. What kind of divine art is this? I must get it. Lu Shangkai's eyes shone with a cold light. He swallowed a divine pill and started to heal. Lu Ming didn't leave the valley. The cold air in the valley made Lu Ming curious. Lu Ming decided to explore. Lu Ming went deeper into the valley. The deeper he went, the colder the air became. If he didn't cultivate the cold attribute divine power, it would be difficult to resist. However, Lu Ming had the cold divine power, so he could resist it. Soon he reached the end of the valley, which was separated by an ice wall. The cold air was the thickest here, and it was constantly being emitted from the lake. There must be something under the water. Let's go down and take a look. Lu Ming made up his mind. Then he activated the cold divine power and covered it with all his strength, and plunged into the lake. Once he entered the lake, Lu Ming shivered again. The temperature in the lake was shockingly low. However, Lu Ming still resisted it and slowly dived down. The lake wasn't very deep, only about 100 meters. Soon, Lu Ming reached the bottom of the lake. As soon as Lu Ming reached the bottom of the lake, he found something strange. At the bottom of the lake, there was a ball of snow-white liquid. It was the size of a fist and was floating in the lake, emitting a shocking coldness. Lu Ming concluded that the source of the coldness here was this ball of liquid. What kind of liquid is this? It's actually filled with such shocking coldness? Lu Ming looked at it carefully, but he couldn't recognize it at all. This is most likely a treasure. I can't miss it. Lu Ming approached it slowly. There was nothing strange. Then, Lu Ming took out a storage ring. A suction force appeared and enveloped the ball of liquid. The ball of liquid was successfully stored in the storage ring. Once the liquid was stored, the temperature here quickly rose. The coldness was greatly reduced, and it wasn't that cold anymore. That liquid was indeed the source of the coldness here. Let's take it back and study it. Lu Ming grabbed the storage ring in his hand and was about to take it back to study it slowly. However, at this moment, Lu Ming was shocked by a scene. Chapter 2739. Lu Ming grabbed the storage ring and was about to put it away when a terrifying chill suddenly gushed out from the storage ring, almost freezing Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming quickly let go of the storage ring, only to see that there was already a layer of frost on the storage ring. Following that, a crack appeared on the surface of the storage ring. After the first crack appeared, a second crack appeared immediately. Then, more and more cracks appeared. In the end, the cracks were densely packed like a spider web. Bang! A moment later, the storage ring shattered into pieces like a piece of ice, and the ball of liquid reappeared in the lake, emitting a shocking chill. Lu Ming was tongue-tied when the storage ring was frozen and shattered. Fortunately, there was nothing else in the storage ring. Lu Ming was afraid that the other things would be frozen by the liquid, so he took an empty storage ring to store the liquid. He never expected that even the storage ring could not store it. Kid, this kind of treasure usually needs to be stored in a corresponding tool or sealed before it can be taken away. You can't just take it away with the storage ring. The voice of the quantifying formula sounded in Lu Ming's mind. Old quantifying formula, do you know any sealing techniques? Teach me one or two. Lu Ming said. I don't know. The quantifying formula replied, making Lu Ming roll his eyes. Can I take this treasure away? Lu Ming was a little speechless, and he felt very uncomfortable. The ball of liquid was definitely a rare treasure. It would be strange if he did not feel uncomfortable when he encountered a treasure but could not take it away. That's not necessarily true. Don't you cultivate the ice attribute secret technique? Just refine the liquid and make it a part of your secret technique. Not only can you take it away, but it can also transform your secret technique and make it powerful. The quantifying formula said. That's right. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He came here to look for the cold moonstone to cultivate the ice chains, but other than the cold moonstone, other ice attribute treasures might be able to replace it. If he cultivated with this ball of liquid, he might be able to increase the power of the ice chains. Then let's begin. Lu Ming looked expectant. He immediately activated the ice chain secret technique, and 9 ice chains extended from his body. Brat, wait a moment. Rather than cultivating 9 chains, why don't you cultivate one? Focus on cultivating 1 ice chain with this ball of liquid. Only then will you be able to truly unleash the power of this ball of liquid. If you cultivate 9 chains and spread them out, they won't be as powerful. The quantifying formula reminded him again. That makes sense. Lu Ming nodded. With a thought, the other 8 ice chains were put away, leaving only 1 ice chain to wrap around the ball of liquid. As soon as it was wrapped around the liquid, the ice chains began to make cracking sounds, as if they were about to be frozen. The ice shackles were originally extremely cold and but now they were about to be frozen. From this, it could be seen that this ball of liquid was extremely cold. Furthermore, waves of shocking coldness flowed through the ice shackles and rushed into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming quickly circulated his Sovereign's God Force and Extreme Frost God Force to resist the coldness. Then, according to the ice chain secret technique, he began to absorb and refine the ball of liquid. This was a difficult process and the speed was very slow. Time passed day by day. 1 day, 5 days, 10 days, 1 month. Lu Ming's refinement took 2 months. During this time, Lu Shangkai led the Mystic Academy's people to block Lu Ming at the valley's entrance. However, more than a month had passed, and Lu Ming still hadn't come out. Lu Shangkai thought that Lu Ming had left long ago, so he left as well. After 2 months of refining, the ball of liquid was finally completely refined by Lu Ming. It was completely integrated into the ice chain's secret technique. The ice chain's secret technique seemed to have solidified, and a bone-piercing coldness emanated from them. Good, good. Lu Ming was extremely satisfied. The ice chain's secret technique was extremely powerful, and it could definitely become Lu Ming's trump card. Once he used it, he could catch his opponent off guard and seal them in ice. Lu Ming put away the ice chain's secret technique with satisfaction. The ice chain's secret technique retracted into Lu Ming's body and disappeared. Since it had been refined, it naturally didn't affect Lu Ming in the slightest. It's already been 2 months, I have to hurry to the central region. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before leaving the valley and heading towards the central region. Along the way, Lu Ming also searched for the Cold Moon Stone. Unfortunately, he didn't find any traces of the Cold Moon Stone. Just like that, after half a month, Lu Ming finally arrived at his destination. There was an incomparably huge iceberg in the central region. This iceberg pierced through the clouds, and it was several 100,000 meters tall. This was the destination of their trip. The ice jade chilling heart that the Ice Soul tribe was looking for was on this iceberg. However, this iceberg wasn't easy to ascend. There was a terrifying seal here that prevented flight. One could only climb up the mountain. However, there were many powerful desolate beasts guarding the mountain. The Ice Soul tribe's 9th prince, Bing Qing, and many others from the Ice Soul tribe had arrived. In addition, Lu Shangkai and the others had also arrived. They didn't ascend the mountain immediately. Instead, they waited for everyone to arrive and gather their strongest forces before ascending the mountain together. More people are coming. Suddenly, someone looked in a direction. 9 figures flew over from the other side. These 9 people were the Kongxian school's disciples, Anhai, and the others. After a few months of trekking, they had finally arrived at this place. They are the Kongxian school's disciples. When Lu Shangkai saw the Kongxian school's disciples, his eyes were filled with a cold light. His body moved, and he charged towards Anhai and the others. His powerful aura was like a mountain, pressing down on Anhai and the others. Boom! Anhai and the others' bodies shook violently as they retreated. Some of the weaker ones even spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Shangkai, what are you doing? Anhai was furious. What am I doing? Lu Shangkai sneered. His cold killing intent spread out, causing the surroundings to become even colder. Bush, bush, bush. The other disciples of the Mystic Academy flashed and surrounded Anhai and the others. Anhai and the others' faces turned pale. Where's Lu Ming? Lu Shangkai asked coldly. I don't know. We were separated from him a long time ago. The long-faced young man replied. Separated? Well, since that kid isn't here, I'll take your lives. Lu Shangkai said savagely. The black lines on his face glowed as he was about to kill Anhai and the others. Anhai and the others' faces changed drastically. The 9 of them gathered together and set up layers of defense. Brother Lu, wait a minute. At this moment, Bing Qing spoke and walked over. 9th Prince, are you going to stop me? Lu Shangkai looked at Bing Qing. This time, the Ice Soul tribe invited you here to retrieve the Ice Jade Heart. Now that we haven't gotten the Ice Jade Heart, I have to ensure that we gather the strongest forces. If you have any grudges, settle them after we get the Ice Jade Heart. At that time, I won't stop you. Bing Qing said. His meaning was clear. Now, he needed everyone's strength to retrieve the Ice Jade Heart. Once they got the Ice Jade Heart, they could fight however they wanted. Chapter 2740. Lu Shangkai's expression changed, then he smiled coldly and said, Since the 9th young lord has spoken, I'll give you face. However, the Kongxian school has offended me, and I can't let them off so easily. Then he looked at Anhai and the others and said condescendingly, "I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and kowtow to me, and I'll spare your lives." "What? You want us to kneel down and kowtow to you? Don't even think about it." Anhai roared. Kneeling down and kowtowing to Lu Shangkai in front of so many people was an insult. Moreover, if this matter were to spread to the Kongxian school, they wouldn't be able to stay in the school anymore. It wasn't just their personal humiliation, but also the Kongxian schools. "That's right, Lu Zhongge. Every debt has its debtor. Lu Ming has offended you, so you should be looking for Lu Ming, not us." The long-faced young man also shouted. "Lu Ming is from the Kongxian school. He has offended me, so all of you are guilty. Do you understand? Now kneel down." Lu Shangkai shouted coldly, and the aura on his body became more violent. It pressed down on Anhai and the others like a mountain. A few of the weaker cultivators were immediately unable to withstand it. They spat out blood and fell to the ground. Only Anhai and the long-faced young man were still struggling to hold on. "You still want to resist? Get down." Lu Shangkai let out a cold roar and stretched out his hand. A huge palm formed and pressed down on Anhai and the long-faced young man. The two of them roared and unleashed their full power to block. However, they were no match for the palm. Their bodies trembled violently and they fell to the ground like meteors. Boom! Lu Shangkai looked down from above, and his aura became more violent, pressing down on Anhai and the others. "Kneel down." Lu Shangkai stepped forward step by step, and the violent pressure continued to press down on Anhai and the others. Plop. Finally, some of the weaker ones couldn't withstand it and knelt down with a plop. "Kneel down." The other masters of the Mystic Academy joined in as well, releasing their pressuring auras. With so many masters exerting pressure together, the pressure was even more astonishing. The disciples of Kongxian School found it even more difficult to bear. One by one, they knelt down. In the end, only Anhai and the long-faced young man had not knelt down. They were bitterly holding on. "Still not kneeling? You're courting death." Lu Shangkai shouted coldly and pressed down with another palm. A huge palm formed, wanting to force Anhai and the others to kneel on the ground. "Lu Shangkai, you're so impressive." At this moment, a cold voice sounded from afar. Before the voice had even finished, a spear ray had already flown over and pierced through the spear ray that Lu Shangkai had condensed. "Lu Ming." Lu Shangkai stared coldly into the distance. Over there, a figure was flying over. If it wasn't Lu Ming, who else could it be? After traveling for more than half a month, Lu Ming finally arrived at this place, just in time to see the scene of Lu Shangkai oppressing Anhai and the others. "Boss." Seeing Lu Ming, Anhai was overjoyed. Lu Ming flew over and stopped not far away. "Kid, you finally dare to show yourself. I thought you wouldn't dare to show yourself." Lu Shangkai said coldly. "Why wouldn't I dare to show myself to a loser?" Lu Ming smiled disdainfully. On the side, Bing Qing and the others were shocked. Loser? Could it be that Lu Ming had already fought with Lu Shangkai before and Lu Shangkai was defeated? Lu Ming was so strong? Nonsense, you're just taking advantage of the environment. Now, let's see how you're going to fight against me. Lu Shangkai shouted, his killing intent becoming even more intense. "You two, if there's anything, let's settle it later." Bing Qing stood out and spoke. "Ninth young master, don't worry, I won't kill him now. I just want him to kneel down and kowtow to me." Lu Shangkai said coldly. "I have the same intention." Looking at Lu Shangkai, a trace of killing intent flashed in Lu Ming's eyes. Seeing that the two were at daggers drawn, Bing Qing helplessly shook her head and retreated to the side. "Lu Ming, kneel down and kowtow to me." Lu Shangkai roared, the runes on his face glowing and quickly covering his entire body. Shoo shoo shoo. A few rays of black light burst forth and slashed toward Lu Ming. "Fight!" Lu Ming's body burst out with an astonishing battle intent. He had been silently activating the battle formula before, and now he had succeeded in activating the battle formula to double his battle strength. Buzz. The long spear vibrated, causing the air to explode. Several rays of spear light pierced through the air and charged forward. After a series of explosions, the spear light and Lu Shankai's light collapsed, and Lu Ming's figure floated back. So powerful. Although Lu Ming retreated, the others were still shocked by Lu Ming's battle strength. Lu Ming could actually block Lu Shankai's attack. In their eyes, it was simply unbelievable. Lu Shankai roared, exerting his strength to the extreme. He pushed his hands forward, and a large black seal condensed, pressing down on Lu Ming. The large seal stirred up waves in the sky, and its power was astonishing. 9 Heavens Garuda Technique. Lu Ming displayed the 9 Heavens Garuda Technique, and like a Garuda, he soared into the sky and dodged Lu Shankai's attack in a flash. You want to leave? A pair of devil wings extended from Lu Shankai's back. As he flapped, his speed was equally astonishing. He chased after Lu Ming and launched a fierce attack at the same time. Sky-piercing. Lu Ming suddenly turned around and displayed the 3 strikes of extinction. Boom! A mushroom cloud seemed to erupt in the sky, and then Lu Ming's figure floated back. Lu Ming was indeed no match for Lu Shankai in a head-on confrontation, mainly because the difference in cultivation was too great. Lu Ming, if you don't kneel today, then die. Lu Shankai's cold voice rang out, and he continued to attack Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! 2 figures flickered in the sky, constantly colliding with each other. Their speed was extremely fast, and some of the weaker cultivators couldn't even see the trajectory of their figures. Lu Ming is going to lose. Someone whispered. After continuous collisions, Lu Ming's breath was a little unstable, and blood was flowing out from the corner of his mouth. Kneel! Lu Shankai looked down from above, holding a large seal in his hand, and smashed it down on Lu Ming. He wanted to suppress Lu Ming and make Lu Ming kneel on the ground. Now! Lu Ming's eyes flickered, staring at Lu Shankai's figure. He then displayed the sky-piercing and rushed towards Lu Shankai as one. Boom! This collision shook Lu Ming's body, and he vomited blood. His body fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Seeing this, Lu Shankai revealed a ferocious expression. He flapped his demon wings and rushed towards Lu Ming like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, he was close to Lu Ming, but he found that Lu Ming's face was very calm, and there was even a trace of a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Not good. Lu Shankai's heart beat wildly, and he had a bad premonition. Ice shackles. At this time, Lu Ming spoke indifferently, and a chain suddenly flew out from his body. It was the secret technique, ice shackles. As soon as the ice shackles came out, the surrounding temperature dropped sharply. Chapter 2741. The ice shackles was a secret technique condensed from divine energy. It could be long or short. Lu Ming suddenly used it. The ice shackles became a few thousand meters long like a snake and shrouded Lu Shankai. Then, the ice shackles shrunk, trying to bind Lu Shankai. Lu Shankai's face changed drastically. He felt a bone-piercing coldness shrouding him, trying to freeze him into a popsicle. Break it! Lu Shankai roared. Divine energy burst out from his body and the runes on his body shone brightly. Rays of black light that were sharper than a divine blade slashed at the ice shackles. Clang, clang, clang. Sparks flew everywhere, but the ice shackles remained intact. The ice shackles wouldn't have been able to block Lu Shankai's attack before he refined the ice shackles. But now, Lu Shankai couldn't break the ice shackles at all. The ice shackles shook and shrunk rapidly, wrapping around Lu Shankai. Break, break, break. Lu Shankai roared crazily and continued to attack. He even formed a seal to attack, but it was useless. The terrifying cold air continued to invade Lu Shankai's body. He felt as if the blood in his body was being frozen. In the next moment, the ice shackles wrapped around Lu Shankai's body, freezing him into a popsicle. Although Lu Shankai had been using his divine energy to resist, he wouldn't be able to last long. Lu Shankai was actually defeated. Everyone was dumbfounded. They didn't expect this to happen. Especially the disciples of the Mystic Academy. Their faces were pale. They knew how strong Lu Shankai was. But now, even Lu Shankai couldn't defeat Lu Ming. They wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow if they went up. What a terrifying coldness. Bing Qing and the other sky prides of the Ice Spirit clan looked at Lu Ming in shock. Then they looked at the ice shackles. The reason for that was because the chilliness emitted by the ice shackles caused even them to feel apprehensive, and their hearts to palpitate. They were experts in ice. It was rare to see a coldness that could make them shudder. Now, it's time for you to kneel. Lu Ming walked towards Lu Shangkai step by step. With a thought, the ice shackles danced and smashed onto the ground. Boom! The ground shook and Lu Shangkai fell into it. Lu Shangkai spat out blood. His body was still bound by the ice shackles. At this moment, he couldn't move at all. His entire body was frozen stiff. Next, Lu Ming controlled the ice shackles to lift Lu Shangkai up and smash him down again. This time, Lu Ming controlled it very well. He directly made Lu Shangkai kneel on the ground. Lu Shangkai. Lu Ming. Ay. He had actually knelt in front of Lu Ming in front of everyone. Lu Shangkai was a genius who could control holy divine power. He was one of the top geniuses in the Mystic Academy. Once he entered the Heavenly God realm, he would become the Holy Son of the Mystic Academy. In the future, he would have a chance to compete for the position of the Dean of the Mystic Academy. But now, he had actually knelt in front of Lu Ming in front of everyone. This was not only a matter of pride for him. It was also a matter of pride for the Mystic Academy. If news of this spread to the Mystic Academy, he would definitely lose the right to become the Holy Son. How could a person who knelt in front of a disciple of the Kongxian school be qualified to become the Holy Son? Wouldn't that be a huge loss of face for the Hybrid Devil Academy? Therefore, kneeling was equivalent to ruining Lu Shangkai's future. Therefore, Lu Shangkai was filled with hatred. He wanted to skin Lu Ming alive. If you want others to kneel, you should be prepared to kneel. Today, I will spare your life for the sake of the 9th young lord. Lu Ming said coldly as he put away the ice shackles. Now that Lu Ming had refined the ice shackles, its power had increased greatly. Lu Ming was no longer afraid of Lu Shangkai. Now, it was more important to reach the peak. Lu Ming guessed that there might be a cold moonstone on the peak of the mountain. After he obtained the cold moonstone, he would definitely kill Lu Shangkai if he had the chance to do so in order to prevent future trouble. After Lu Ming put away the ice shackles, Lu Shangkai's body was still frozen. He continued to circulate his holy divine power until his body recovered after a while. His heart was filled with endless killing intent, but he suppressed it. He suppressed it and returned to the Mystic Academy with a gloomy face. Everyone continued to wait. A few days later, more people arrived. This time, most of the elites from the various sects had arrived. Of course, there were fewer people, most probably dead. Alright, now that everyone is here, let's set off. The ice jade chilling heart is at the peak of that mountain, said Bing Qing, looking at the ice mountain in the distance that was as tall as the sky. There are many desolate beasts on that ice peak. The most shocking thing is that there are a few terrifying ice dragons at the bottom of the ice peak. These ice dragons are all in the Heavenly God realm. Bing Qing said, "What? Heavenly God realm ice dragons? Are you kidding? How can we break through a Heavenly God realm ice dragon? We are courting death." That's right. A Heavenly God realm ice dragon can freeze us into popsicles with one breath. 9th young lord, are you mistaken? Many people shouted when they heard Bing Qing's words. That's right. A Heavenly God realm ice dragon is not something we can handle. Of course, we don't need to. My ice soul tribe already has a plan. Bing Qing smiled. Everyone calmed down. Although the ice dragon is strong, my ice soul tribe has prepared a type of chilling heart grass. We have injected a deadly poison into the chilling heart grass. The ice dragon loves to eat the chilling heart grass. Once they discover it, they will definitely swallow it. That way, they will be poisoned. This deadly poison is enough to make a Heavenly God realm ice dragon unconscious for half a month. Half a month is enough for us to reach the peak of the mountain and get the ice jade chilling heart. Bing Qing explained. That's great. Everyone nodded. Immediately, everyone concealed their aura and approached the ice peak carefully. When they were a few hundred miles away from the ice peak, they saw a few ice dragons lying at the foot of the ice peak. Each ice dragon was 10,000 meters long, and they were lying at the foot of the ice peak like a few mountain ranges. "Wait for me here," Bing Qing reminded him. Then her figure flashed and she went forward. After moving forward for a while, Bing Qing took out a jade box from her storage ring. The surface of the jade box was covered with strange runes. Bing Qing removed the runes carefully and opened the jade box. She took out a few stalks of chilling heart grass and placed them on the ground. Bing Qing ran back to Lu Ming and the others quickly. As soon as the chilling heart grass appeared, it emitted a strong fragrance that spread a few thousand miles away. The few ice dragons immediately smelled the fragrance of the chilling heart grass. Their noses twitched and they opened their eyes. Chapter 2742. A dragon's roar was heard, shaking the 9 heavens. The entire ice mountain shook and a vast dragon's aura filled the air. It was terrifying. Lu Ming and the others retracted their auras and did not dare to move. A heavenly god was too powerful. They were not someone they could fight against. They could kill them all in one move. Don't. The ice dragon stood up and stomped on the ground, causing the ground to shake. A few of the ice dragons stared at the chilling heart grass. They twisted their bodies and came near the chilling heart grass. However, their eyes flashed with doubt. They were puzzled as to why the chilling heart grass would appear here. Although the ice dragons were puzzled, they could not resist the temptation of the chilling heart grass. They opened their mouths and swallowed the chilling heart grass. They seemed to be enjoying themselves. "It's done!" Bing Qing was overjoyed. She stared at the ice dragons. After the ice dragons finished eating the chilling heart grass, they turned around and walked back. However, as they walked, their bodies began to stagger as if they were drunk. In the end, with a few thuds, they fell to the ground one after another and fell asleep. "It's done! The ice dragons are unconscious!" Someone shouted in surprise. "Everyone, let's go. These ice dragons will not wake up in half a month." Bing Qing smiled and rushed towards the ice mountain. The others followed her. As expected, when they got close to the ice dragons, they did not react at all. They were still sleeping. Swoosh! Suddenly, a sword radiance shot out. A young man stabbed his sword at the neck of one of the ice dragons. However, when the combat sword hit the ice dragon's neck, there was a crisp sound of collision. Sparks flew, but the ice dragon was unharmed. "What are you doing? Do you want to die? If you wake up the ice dragon, we will all die." Bing Qing shouted. She looked terrible as she stared at one of the young men. That young man was a genius from the Mystic Academy. His eyes shone with greed. Obviously, he wanted to kill the ice dragon and obtain its corpse. This ice dragon was a heavenly god realm existence. Everything on its body was a treasure. If he brought it out, it would be priceless. Unfortunately, the heavenly god realm ice dragon's defense was too strong. Even if it lay there motionless, he would not be able to break through its defense. After being scolded by Bing Qing, the young man's expression changed drastically. "Don't act rashly. A heavenly god realm ice dragon is not something we can kill." Lu Shangkai also spoke. Actually, many people had the same thought earlier. They wanted to kill the ice dragon. However, none of them dared to do so now. The ice dragon's defense was too strong. If they couldn't kill it in one move, they could only injure it and awaken it. Otherwise, they would all die. If anyone dares to do such a foolish thing again, don't blame me for being merciless. Bing Qing warned and continued to move forward. Soon, they passed by a few ice dragons and arrived at the foot of the ice mountain. When they arrived here, they felt that the world was filled with a powerful pressure that pressed down on them. "Go!" Bing Qing took the lead and rushed towards the top of the ice mountain. They had only rushed out a few thousand meters when there were roars coming from the top of the ice mountain. The rocks that looked like ice stones suddenly wriggled and turned into desolate beasts. It turned out that many of the ice stones were actually desolate beasts. When they came up, they immediately alerted the desolate beasts. These desolate beasts included ice-armored lizards, ice-armored pythons, ice-armored giant bulls, and others. All of them were covered in ice armor, and they roared as they charged towards Lu Ming and the rest. "Kill!" Bing Qing took the lead and charged forward. Sword radiance burst out, and in an instant, 3 desolate beasts were split in half. Swoosh! Lu Ming stabbed with his spear and pierced through an ice-armored giant bull, killing it on the spot. These desolate beasts weren't too strong. Most of them were peak empty god realm. Some of them were level 1 and 2 true god realm, so it wasn't too difficult to kill them. They gathered together and formed a cone shape. They quickly pushed forward and rushed towards the top of the ice mountain. However, as they continued to go up, the desolate beasts that appeared became stronger and harder to kill. Gradually, there were no more empty god realm desolate beasts. Those that appeared were mostly true god realm desolate beasts. Their speed became slower and slower. Bing Qing was still brave and invincible. Every move she made could kill a desolate beast. In addition, Lu Shangkai was also very strong. With a wave of his hand, rays of black light burst out and killed a level 3 true god desolate beast. Lu Ming shook his long spear and pulled it out, splitting a 3rd level true god ice-armored giant python into 2 halves. With the 3 experts leading the way and the rest cooperating, although their speed had slowed down, they were still moving forward slowly and nearing the top of the mountain. If they continued, it wouldn't take long for them to reach the top of the mountain. However, at this moment, there was a sudden change. In a place further away, there were roars of beasts. Then, the mountain rumbled and large groups of desolate beasts charged towards them. There were desolate beasts from both left and right. In front of these desolate beasts, there were a few figures flashing rapidly. Those few figures weren't desolate beasts. They were from the Ice Soul race. Yes, they looked very similar to the Ice Soul race. They had snow-white hair and snow-white eyes. The only difference was that their skin was slightly darker. Dark Ice race. Damn it. It's the Dark Ice race. How did they enter the ancestors' land? Immediately, a few supreme talents from the Ice Soul race shouted angrily. Dark Ice race? What's the Dark Ice race? Someone asked. The supreme talents from the Ice Soul race looked gloomy. Let me explain. A long time ago, the Dark Ice race was a member of the Ice Soul race. However, the Dark Ice race was betrayed by the Ice Soul race and started a civil war. That war was extremely tragic. In the end, the Ice Soul race's ancestors' land was destroyed and our strength was greatly reduced. In the end, the Dark Ice race was defeated and the remaining people went into hiding. All these years, they have been secretly opposing the Ice Soul race. Bing Qing explained quickly and simply. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He understood many things. He had heard that the Ice Soul race used to be very powerful. However, after a great war, their ancestors' land was destroyed and their strength was greatly reduced. As a result, they were no match for the Flaming race. A long time ago, the Ice Soul race was more powerful than the Flaming race. They were the real number 1 force in the Qin Tian Star Zone. It turned out that there was a civil war. In the past, the Dark Ice race couldn't enter the ancestors' land without the ancestors' token. This time, the Dark Ice race was able to enter the ancestors' land and lay in ambush. Bing Qing said through gritted teeth. Everyone understood what Bing Qing meant. Obviously, the Dark Ice race had entered the ancestors' land earlier than them. However, they probably had no way to deal with the ice dragon, so they hid in the dark and waited for them to kill the ice dragon. After that, they would appear and lure other desolate beasts to attack Lu Ming and the others. It's impossible for you to get the Ice Jade Chilling Heart. Go to hell. A young man from the Dark Ice race laughed coldly and rushed toward them. Chapter 2743. The young men from the Dark Ice tribe looked ferocious. When they got close to Lu Ming's group, the wild beasts that had been attacking Lu Ming's group also attacked them. Together with the wild beasts chasing them, the young men from the Dark Ice tribe were drowned by the wild beasts in an instant and died in the crowd. However, the wild beasts they had attracted also noticed Lu Ming's group and joined the attack. Lu Ming's group was heavily surrounded. Apparently, the young men from the Dark Ice tribe were like men of sacrifice. They had sacrificed themselves to attract a large number of wild beasts to trap them. Look! Shouted someone. He looked in one direction and saw many silhouettes dashing towards the top of the mountain. They were all from the Dark Ice clan. They wanted to reach the top of the mountain first. Apparently, their target was Bing Yu Chilling Heart. Damn it! Bing Qing shouted anxiously. You guys block them. I'll go first, Bing Qing said. Then he unleashed his full strength and slashed out a terrifying sword light. Dozens of wild beasts were killed in succession. Bing Qing rushed forward quickly. He wanted to stop the Dark Ice Tribe alone. Bing Yu Chilling Heart was very important. It was related to the rise of the Ice Soul Tribe. He could not let it fall into the hands of the Dark Ice Tribe. Bing Qing's fighting strength was amazing. Soon, he opened a path and got out of the encirclement. At the same time, a figure from the Dark Ice Tribe suddenly changed direction and rushed toward Bing Qing. When Bing Qing finally got out of the encirclement of the wild beasts, the young man from the Dark Ice Tribe had arrived. Your opponent is me, the young man from the Dark Ice Tribe said coldly. He slashed his saber at Bing Qing. The saber light was cold and powerful. Bing Qing blocked it with his sword. The two of them fought fiercely. The young man from the Dark Ice Tribe was obviously a peerless genius. He was evenly matched with Bing Qing. The other members of the Dark Ice Tribe were quickly approaching the top of the mountain. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Then he used the ice chain. A cold ice chain flew out and lashed at those wild beasts. Lu Ming was surprised to see that when he waved his cold ice chain, those wild beasts actually revealed a look of fear. They did not dare to resist and kept retreating. How could it be? Lu Ming was delighted. It was probably because of the cold liquid. How could Lu Ming let go of this opportunity? His figure flashed and he dashed out. With a few flashes, he dashed out of the encirclement of the desolate beasts. Bing Qing and Lu Ming dashed out consecutively. The pressure on the rest increased tremendously. They had to give up on attacking and turn to defense. Only then did they stabilize their footing. Lu Ming moved and dashed toward the peak of the mountain. Seeing Lu Ming rush out, Bing Qing was overjoyed. She shouted, Lu Ming, you must stop them from getting the Ice Jade Chilling Heart. If you can get the Ice Jade Chilling Heart, you will be a friend of the Ice Soul Clan. Lu Ming did not reply. He kept rushing toward the top of the mountain. His main goal was the Cold Moon Stone. Stopping the Dark Ice Tribe was secondary. Seeing Lu Ming rushing toward them, the members of the Dark Ice Tribe looked gloomy. Kill him! The genius of the Dark Ice Tribe who was fighting with Bing Qing shouted. Immediately, two prodigies from the Dark Ice Clan dashed toward Lu Ming at an alarming speed. Very soon they were near Lu Ming. Their cold sabers slashed toward Lu Ming. Bush, bush. Lu Ming waved his long spear and attacked. Clang, clang. There were two consecutive booming sounds and Lu Ming felt a gush of powerful energy surging toward him. His figure retreated slightly. These two are so strong. Lu Ming was surprised. Even if they were not as strong as Lu Shangkai, they were not far behind. Kill! The two geniuses of the Dark Ice Tribe shouted and continued to attack Lu Ming violently. Ice Chain! Lu Ming did not want to fight with them. He used the ice chain directly. Clang, clang. The opponent's saber slashed at the ice chains, but it was blocked by the ice chains. In the next moment, the two youths of the Dark Ice Tribe were shocked. They felt a strong chill coming from the ice chain. They had cultivated the extreme cold divine power and were naturally not afraid of the cold. However, this chill made them shudder. Furthermore, a layer of ice immediately condensed on their blades and rapidly spread towards their bodies. How is this possible? The two of them were shocked. They kept using their divine power to resist the chill. However, Lu Ming controlled the ice chain with all his strength and whipped it toward the two of them. The two of them tried their best to resist. Although they managed to block a few moves, their bodies were gradually frozen and their movements became slower. Kill! Lu Ming waved his long spear and stabbed it twice. The two geniuses of the Dark Ice Tribe were frozen. Even if they wanted to dodge, it was too late. They were pierced through by Lu Ming's long spear and died on the spot. Lu Ming rushed toward the top of the mountain. Great! Bing Qing was overjoyed. The young man from the Dark Ice Tribe who was fighting with Bing Qing looked terrible. The two young men from the Dark Ice Tribe who had been killed by Lu Ming were two of the top geniuses of the Dark Ice Tribe. It was a great loss for them to be killed by Lu Ming. It's too late. He can't stop them even if he goes now. The young man from the Dark Ice Tribe shouted coldly. The geniuses of the Dark Ice Tribe were about to reach the top of the mountain. Lu Ming sped up but was still a step behind. When he neared the top of the mountain, he saw a huge ice platform on the top of the mountain. The ice platform was glowing and a fist-sized rock was suspended in the air above the ice platform. The stone was snow-white and looked like a beautiful jade. Ice jade chilling heart. Lu Ming's heart jumped. It was very likely to be the ice jade chilling heart. Ah, I found it. It belongs to my tribe. The Dark Ice tribe will definitely rise. We'll destroy the Ice Spirit tribe and become the overlord of the Qin Tian Star area. The young man from the Dark Ice tribe was overjoyed. Immediately, several young men from the Dark Ice tribe rushed toward the Ice Jade Chilling Heart. However, they had to step onto the ice platform first if they wanted to get the Ice Jade Chilling Heart. The ice platform was huge and round, with a diameter of 1,000 meters. Something amazing happened. The moment the young men from the Dark Ice tribe stepped onto the ice platform, their bodies froze. Then, a layer of ice crystals appeared on their bodies and covered them. The young men of the Dark Ice tribe were frozen like statues, motionless. Their faces were still full of shock. The rest of the heavenly talents from the Dark Ice tribe gasped and stopped in their tracks. Lu Ming flashed a few times and appeared on the other side of the ice platform. He also stopped and did not rush up. The ice platform contained a terrifying chill. As soon as they stepped onto it, they were frozen. The young men from the Dark Ice tribe were experts. 2 of them were even at the LV4 True God realm, which was comparable to an high. However, they were frozen within a few seconds. Chapter 2744. The ice platform contained a terrifying chill. Even an expert who controlled cold divine power could not withstand it. This made the Dark Ice tribe and Lu Ming stop in their tracks. "Why aren't you going up? Take the Ice Jade Frozen Heart?" shouted the young genius of the Dark Ice clan who was fighting against Bing Qing. They couldn't see what was happening on the ice platform from where they were standing. "There's a terrifying ice platform here. An Kong and An Ling have been frozen. They're probably dead." A young man from the Dark Ice tribe replied. "What?" The young man from the Dark Ice tribe who was fighting with Bing Qing was called An Lu. His expression changed when he heard that. After exchanging a few blows with Bing Qing, he left Bing Qing and rushed to the top of the mountain. Bing Qing followed him to the top of the mountain. When they arrived at the top of the mountain, they saw the ice platform and the scene on it. Their expressions changed as well. "You want the Ice Jade Frozen Heart? Looks like you can't get it." Bing Qing sneered. "We can't get it. You can't get it either." And Lu replied with a cold face. "Really?" Bing Qing sneered. His body flashed and he rushed to the ice platform. Lu Ming was surprised but he did not stop him. Since Bing Qing had seen the 2 frozen geniuses and dared to rush up, he must have some confidence. Bing Qing stood on the ice platform. However, as soon as he stepped on the ice platform, a layer of ice crystals appeared on his body, trying to freeze him. "Holy ice armor!" shouted Bing Qing. His body started to shine, and an armor appeared. It was a snow-white armor that looked like it was made of ice. As soon as it appeared, it covered Bing Qing and blocked the terrifying chill on the ice platform. "Holy ice armor, the treasure of the Ice Soul tribe, holy ice armor!" And Lu shouted angrily. His face was gloomy. Then he moved and rushed to the ice platform. In the next moment, he also landed on the ice platform. The moment he landed on the ice platform, his body was also covered by a layer of ice crystals. Ice battle armor. An undercurrent growled, and a battle suit appeared on his body, enveloping him and blocking the cold outside. The Dark Ice tribe and the Ice Soul tribe had come prepared. They had brought precious treasures that were controlled by An Lu and Bing Qing. The 2 of them blocked the chill outside and looked at each other with cold eyes. Then, they stepped out and walked towards the center of the ice platform. Don't. It was as if the 2 of them were carrying a mountain on their backs. Their footsteps were heavy as they walked forward step by step. Every step they took caused the ice platform to rumble violently. The members of the Dark Ice race and Lu Ming watched with serious expressions. Strangely enough, the desolate beasts on the mountain peak did not rush up to attack them. It was very peaceful. As for Lu Shankai and company, They were gathered together to defend against the desolate beasts. There were not many casualties. On the ice platform, Bing-Ching and Enlu were moving slower and slower. A layer of ice had appeared on their battle suits and armors. Obviously, the closer they were to the center of the ice platform, the colder it became. Even their battle armors could not withstand the cold. However, the two of them did not give up. They continued to move forward. However, it took them a few minutes to take another step. In the end, they could barely move. The layer of ice on their battle suits and armors became thicker and thicker. Crack, crack. Suddenly, two cracks appeared on Bing-Ching's armor and Enlu's armor at the same time. Their battle armors were damaged by the cold. Their expressions changed drastically. Although they were unwilling, they did not dare to move forward. They had a feeling that once they moved forward, their battle suits and armors would be broken and they would die on the ice platform. The two of them stepped back and quickly retreated out of the ice platform. Then, they used their divine power to shake off the layer of ice on their bodies. Only then did they let out a long breath. It was as if they had gone through a great battle on the ice platform. The two of them had used up a lot of their divine power. They immediately took out a pile of divine crystals and began to recover. After a while, the two of them recovered a little. I didn't expect the ice platform to be so terrifying. We can't get the heart of the ice jade. Bing-Ching sighed. She was unwilling to give up. On the other side, Enlu and the other members of the Dark Ice tribe were also unwilling to give up. The heart of the ice jade was so close, but they could not get it. They were also unwilling to give up. It seems that the Ice Spirit tribe's efforts to get the heart of the ice jade are in vain. Enlu looked at Bing-Ching and sneered. Even without the heart of the ice jade, the Ice Spirit tribe is still one of the strongest tribes in the Qin-Tian star field. However, the Dark Ice tribe can only hide in the dark and struggle at death's door. Bing-Ching sneered. This caused Enlu's expression to turn extremely ugly. Unfortunately, this was the truth. Although the Dark Ice tribe had some talents in recent years, their overall strength was far inferior to the Ice Spirit tribe. They could only hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity to strike. Ninth young lord, maybe I can give it a try. Lu Ming suddenly sent a message to Bing-Ching. You want to give it a try? Bing-Ching was shocked. However, she immediately thought of Lu Ming's strange chain. Lu Ming's ice chain was shockingly cold. Even she felt terrified. It was extremely strange. Maybe I can let him give it a try. A thought flashed through Bing-Ching's mind. She then said, the ice jade heart is extremely cold. It is impossible to store it in a storage ring. It will freeze the storage ring and destroy it. It requires a special tool to store it. After that, a jade box appeared in Bing-Ching's hand. The jade box was red and emitted a blazing aura. Mysterious runes were engraved on the jade box. Take this jade box. If you can get the heart of the ice jade, you can store it in this jade box. It can isolate the cold aura of the heart of the ice jade. Bing-Ching said. But Lu Ming nodded. He could not help but think that the heart of the ice jade could freeze a storage ring. It was similar to the cold liquid. After taking the jade box, Lu Ming stepped forward and stepped onto the ice platform. What does that kid want to do? Does he want to get onto the ice platform? Ridiculous. Even Enlu and the Ice Spirit tribe couldn't get onto the platform. He wants to get onto the platform? He must be dreaming. I guess the Ice Spirit tribe can't get the heart of the ice jade and is unwilling to give up. It's a pity that this kid will lose his life. Some people from the Dark Ice tribe saw Lu Ming walking towards the ice platform and sneered. They did not believe that Lu Ming could get the heart of the ice jade. And Lu's eyes flashed, but he did not stop them. He also thought that Lu Ming could not get the heart of the ice jade. He had brought the Dark Ice tribe's treasure, the ice armor, to protect himself. However, it could not withstand the cold aura of the ice platform. How could Lu Ming withstand it? Chapter 2745. As soon as Lu Ming landed on the ice platform, he felt a bone-piercing coldness enveloping his body. The coldness was so strong that Lu Ming was shocked. Lu Ming immediately circulated his absolute frost divine power to resist the coldness. However, a layer of ice crystals still appeared on his body and slowly covered his entire body. This lad has cultivated the absolute frost divine power. However, even the absolute frost divine power can't resist the coldness of the ice platform. And Lu said coldly, the divine power that he had cultivated was not any weaker than the absolute frost divine power. However, it still could not resist the coldness of the ice platform. Ice chain. Lu Ming made a mental command and ice chains appeared one after another. Lu Ming did not use the ice chain that had refined the cold liquid. Instead, he used the other 8 ice chains. He wanted to see if the other 8 ice chains could resist the coldness of the ice platform. The 8 ice chains danced in the air and gathered together to encircle Lu Ming. It's a secret skill of the ice attribute. And Lu and the other sky prides from the Dark Ice tribe were surprised. Trying to resist the coldness of the ice platform with a secret skill of the ice attribute? Dream on. And Lu said disdainfully. Sure enough, as soon as Undercurrent's voice fell, the 8 ice chains that enveloped Lu Ming were immediately frozen and covered in a thick layer of ice. Then cracking sounds could be heard. Following that, the 8 ice chains shattered together, turning into fragments and disappearing. Oh, I knew it. It's impossible to resist the coldness of the ice platform. You're overestimating yourself. And Lu sneered. Lu Ming ignored Enlu's voice. He had expected that the 8 ice chains would not be able to resist the coldness of the ice platform. In the end, he could only rely on the ice chain that had refined the cold liquid. With a thought, the chain flew out and circled around Lu Ming, trapping him within. It's the same trick again. This lad is still unwilling to give up. Ridiculous. He has already proven that it's useless. Why is he still using it? What an idiot. A few young men from the Dark Ice tribe mocked Lu Ming. Lu Ming was from the Ice Spirit tribe. Mocking Lu Ming was the same as mocking the Ice Spirit tribe. They felt good about it. However, in the next moment, their voices stopped abruptly. Because this time, it was completely different from before. This time, there was no layer of ice on the chains around Lu Ming. The chains were wriggling slowly, showing no signs of being frozen. Psst. What's going on? Some young men from the Dark Ice clan were dumbfounded. Don't. Following that, Lu Ming stepped out. His footsteps were extremely fast, and he took more than 10 steps consecutively. As expected, this ice chain is able to withstand the cold from the outside world. Joy appeared in Lu Ming's eyes. The ice shackles enveloped him, completely blocking the cold from the outside world. He himself couldn't feel the slightest bit of coldness. There was not the slightest bit of coldness. Don't. Lu Ming continued to step forward. Step by step, he didn't stop at all. Soon, he had taken a few hundred steps. The distance he had covered was even further than Bing Qing and Undercurrent. What's going on? How is that possible? How is this possible? Why isn't that kid afraid of the chill on the ice platform? It's just a secret technique. How can it block the chill on the ice platform? The people from the Dark Ice clan opened their eyes wide in disbelief. Undercurrent, in particular, was fuming with anger. Just a moment ago, he was still mocking Lu Ming, saying that Lu Ming was overestimating himself. But now, Lu Ming had walked further than him. This was a slap to his face. Bing Qing's eyes lit up. It was beyond her expectation that Lu Ming could walk so far. She had a glimmer of hope that Lu Ming could get the ice jade frozen heart. Lu Ming didn't stop. He continued to walk step by step. After a while, Lu Ming finally arrived at the center of the ice platform. The ice jade frozen heart was right above his head. Swoosh! Lu Ming waved his hand. The ice shackles flew out and wrapped around the ice jade frozen heart. As soon as the ice jade frozen heart was wrapped around, Lu Ming felt a terrifying chill coming from the ice shackles. Fortunately, the ice shackles had refined the ball of cold liquid. Otherwise, it wouldn't be able to block the chill. But now it was blocked by Lu Ming. Come in. Lu Ming took out the crimson jade box and controlled the ice shackles. With a pull, the ice jade frozen heart was slowly pulled towards the jade box. Darn it! How is this possible? The people from the Dark Ice tribe roared. Their eyes were red with envy. Ha! Bing Qing laughed loudly. He didn't expect that inviting Lu Ming and the others would be of such great use. The reason why the Ice Spirit Tribe had invited the elites of the Qin Heaven 13 sects was so that the elites of the Qin Heaven 13 sects could help them clear desolate beasts or deal with other dangers. As for obtaining the Ice Jade Frozen Heart, they still had to rely on the elites of the Ice Spirit Tribe. He never expected that Lu Ming would be able to obtain the Ice Jade Frozen Heart when the Ice Spirit Tribe couldn't. Clang. In the end, the Ice Jade Chilling Heart successfully entered the Scarlet Jade Box. Lu Ming immediately closed the Jade Box, and the runic light on the Jade Box formed an array, sealing the Ice Jade Chilling Heart inside. The coldness on the Ice Jade Chilling Heart immediately disappeared, and the coldness on the ice platform was greatly reduced. Rumble. At this moment, the entire ice platform started to shake violently. Boom. In the end, the entire ice platform exploded with a loud bang, sending rubble flying everywhere. That is, at the moment when the ice platform exploded, Lu Ming saw rocks the size of a human head flying out from under the ice platform. These rocks were circular and emitted faint moonlight. They were like bright moons. Cold moon rocks. Lu Ming was overjoyed. These rocks were exactly the same as the legendary cold moon rocks. There were cold moon rocks under the ice platform. Lu Ming scanned the area and saw 6 of them. Swoosh. In a flash, Lu Ming pounced towards the cold moon rocks. Kill that brat and get the Ice Jade Frozen Heart. And Lu bellowed and dashed toward Lu Ming. At the same time, the rest of the people from the Dark Ice Tribe also dashed towards Lu Ming. Don't even think about it. Bing Qing had her eyes on Enlu and the others. As soon as Enlu dashed out, Bing Qing dashed towards Enlu. A chilling sword radiance slashed towards Enlu. The two of them engaged in an intense battle. As for Lu Ming, in a flash, he grabbed a cold moon rock. The cold moon rock was different from the Ice Jade Frozen Heart. It was warm to the touch and there was no bone-chilling coldness. After grabbing the cold moon rock, Lu Ming kept it in his storage ring and grabbed the other cold moon rocks. In an instant, 3 cold moon rocks were in Lu Ming's storage ring. At this moment, the people from the Dark Ice Tribe arrived. Brat, hand over the Ice Jade Frozen Heart. Kill! More than 10 people from the Dark Ice Tribe attacked Lu Ming at the same time like a storm. Chapter 2746. The Dark Ice Tribe's experts attacked Lu Ming at the same time. Their attacks were powerful. Get lost! Lu Ming shouted. The ice chain swept out to block the attacks, while he pounced on the next cold moon stone. Clang, clang, clang. The attacks of the prodigies from the Dark Ice Tribe all landed on the ice chain. They were all blocked by the ice chain. Moreover, the ice chain's terrible coldness spread toward them. The Dark Ice Tribe's geniuses' faces changed and they retreated quickly. A layer of frost appeared on their bodies, making them shiver. There were even a few people with the weakest cultivation who were directly frozen into popsicles. Then, with a bang, they exploded and died on the spot. The Dark Ice Tribe's young men were shocked and did not dare to move forward. Lu Ming did not care about them. He was focused on the cold moon stones. Xiao Chen's figure flashed as he collected the last 3 cold moon stones. Lu Ming collected all 6 cold moon stones. Lu Ming was overjoyed. This trip was worth it. Not only did he get the 6 cold moon stones, but he also refined the cold liquid. Lu Ming had a feeling that the cold liquid was not to be underestimated. It was definitely more valuable than the 6 cold moon stones. 9th Young Master, we have the Ice Jade Chilling Heart. Let's go! Lu Ming shouted to Bing Qing. You want to leave? Hand over the Ice Jade Chilling Heart, or none of you will leave. And Lu roared. His face was ferocious and he attacked Bing Qing fiercely. Bing Qing could not get away. Do you think you can keep us here? I'm afraid you're not good enough. Lu Ming sneered. He manipulated the ice chain and flew toward the undercurrent, sweeping toward it. Get lost! And Lu shouted and slashed at the ice chain with his battle saber. Clang, clang. Although the ice chains were deflected by undercurrent after a few consecutive collisions, the terrifying chill on them still spread towards undercurrent, causing his body to stiffen slightly. His strength was on par with Bing Qing's to begin with. As his body stiffened, Bing Qing took advantage of the opportunity. Her sword flashed and left a sword wound on his body. Dark Current's expression changed drastically as he retreated. However, Lu Ming controlled the ice shackles to sweep towards Dark Current. Lu Ming's current cultivation base was still a little weak after all. He couldn't exert the power of the cold ice chains. He also couldn't fully exert the power of the cold liquid. If his cultivation base could reach the true God realm, defeating Enlu wouldn't be a problem. But even now, the chill of the ice shackles still had a great effect on Undercurrent, causing his body to stiffen and his movements to become slower and slower. If it was just Lu Ming alone, Enlu would have been able to violently attack and defeat Lu Ming. But now he had another opponent. Bing Qing and Lu Ming cooperated and seized the opportunity to attack. Enlu couldn't resist and was hit several times. Although he managed to avoid being hit, he was still heavily injured. He vomited blood and retreated. Damn it, it's all because of this brat. Enlu was filled with hatred as he glared at Lu Ming. He then unwillingly roared, "Retreat!" After saying that, Enlu turned around and fled. The other members of the Dark Ice tribe also followed Enlu, hastily fleeing in another direction. Bing Qing's eyes twinkled, but she didn't chase after them. The most important thing was the ice jade chilling heart. Furthermore, with Enlu's strength, if he wanted to escape, even if he chased after him, he wouldn't be able to stop him. Ninth young master, the ice jade chilling heart is for you. Lu Ming took out the jade box and handed it to Bing Qing. Although he was also very interested in the ice jade chilling heart, he knew that this kind of treasure wasn't something he could get his hands on right now. If he didn't return the ice jade chilling heart, he wouldn't be able to leave this place. The ice soul race wouldn't let him off. It wasn't worth offending a large race like the ice soul race for a treasure. And if he returned the ice jade chilling heart, he would also gain the friendship of the ice soul race. That was even more useful to Lu Ming. Lu Ming, thank you. From now on, you're a friend of my ice soul race. Bing Qing was overjoyed. She carefully put away the jade box with a smile on her face. Then let's go back, said Lu Ming. All right, let's go. Bing Qing nodded and rushed down the mountain with Lu Ming. They charged toward Lu Shangkai and the others. With Lu Ming and Bing Qing's help, their strength had greatly increased. They quickly slaughtered their way down the mountain and rushed back in the direction they had come from. They hadn't run far when an earth-shattering roar came from behind them. It was a dragon's roar. From afar, they saw an ice dragon soaring into the sky, roaring continuously. It was filled with terrifying killing intent. The ice dragon is awake? How is that possible? Someone exclaimed, his face pale. Didn't they say that the ice dragon would sleep for at least half a month? It's the Dark Ice race. Those lunatics, run. Bing Qing shouted. It wasn't hard to guess that it was the Dark Ice race's doing. The Dark Ice race must have attacked the ice dragon and awakened it. They didn't want Bing Qing and the others to take the ice jade chilling heart away. Quick! Everyone flew with all their might, pushing their speed to the limit. Like streaks of lightning, they swept across the sky. Behind them, the ice dragon kept roaring and circling in the sky. Then, it looked in the direction of Lu Ming and the others. It twisted its body and chased after Lu Ming and the others. Oh no! We're doomed. Many people's faces changed drastically. The ice dragon was in the heavenly god realm. It could kill them with one slap. The ice dragon was poisoned not long ago and has just woken up. It's definitely not at its peak. Bing Qing said. However, the others' faces didn't turn for the better. The ice dragon was in the heavenly god realm. Even if it wasn't at its peak, it wasn't something that they could fight against. However, the ice dragon was indeed not at its peak. It wasn't as fast as they had imagined. Although it was closing the distance between them, it didn't catch up with them immediately. The two parties, one chasing and the other fleeing, quickly flew towards their original destination. However, although the ice dragon didn't catch up with them immediately, the distance between them was slowly closing. A few days later, the distance between them was less than 10,000 miles. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before the ice dragon caught up with them. Ninth young lord, you guys go first. I'll delay the ice dragon. At this moment, a young man from the ice spirit race shouted, Count me in. I'll go too. A few young men from the ice spirit race said, their eyes filled with determination. All of you. Bing Qing's eyes flashed with pain. If these young men from the ice spirit race were to delay the ice dragon, they would definitely die. Ninth young lord, Bing Yu's heart is more important. The rise of the ice spirit race is more important. Sacrificing our lives is nothing. A young man from the ice spirit race shouted. All right, all of you go. From now on, your family is my family. Bing Qing said. Thank you, ninth young lord. Chapter 2747. The 11 of them spread out and distanced themselves from each other. This way, they would not be killed by the ice dragon in one move. Spreading out would buy them more time. Let's go! Bing Qing roared as he increased his speed. Not long after, they heard the ice dragon's roar from behind. However, after this delay, the distance between them had increased to more than 100,000 miles when the ice dragon chased after them again. Just like that, another 7 or 8 days passed. They were getting closer and closer to the exit they had come from. However, the ice dragon was relentless in his pursuit and the distance between them was getting smaller. If this continued, they would probably be caught before they even reached the exit. Ninth young master, let's delay the ice dragon. Let me go. Another youth from the ice spirit race volunteered. Lu Ming sighed inwardly. No wonder the ice spirit race could become one of the strongest races in the Qintian star field. They were too united. This kind of selfless behavior would never happen in the Qintian 13 sects. No need. I have a plan. Now that we have the ice jade chilling heart, we can use the ice phoenixes to delay the ice dragon. Bing Qing waved his hand as his eyes glowed with wisdom. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. That was indeed the case. They were not far from where the ice phoenixes lived. If the ice dragon did not chase after them, they would definitely choose to go around the ice phoenixes. But now, Bing Qing planned to rush to the ice phoenix's residence. They did not change their direction and rushed directly to the ice phoenix's residence. Soon, they arrived at the ice phoenix's residence. Cries rang out as huge figures rushed out from the ice mountains. They were the ice phoenixes. There were 9 of them. The 9 ice phoenixes stared coldly at Lu Ming and the others. They flapped their wings and flew toward Lu Ming and the others. Bing Qing flew at the front and took out the red jade box. When the ice phoenixes approached, he suddenly opened the jade box and revealed the ice jade chilling heart. A wave of cold air immediately filled the air. As soon as the 9 ice phoenixes saw the ice jade chilling heart, they began to cry incessantly, and fear appeared on their faces as they forcibly stopped in their tracks. Go! Bing Qing hurriedly closed the jade box. Everyone rushed over. The 9 ice phoenixes didn't dare to block them. They could only watch as Lu Ming and the others rushed past. After passing the ice phoenixes, they continued to fly. Soon, they heard the roars of ice dragons and ice phoenixes behind them, as well as the rumbling of collisions. The ice phoenix and the ice dragon were indeed in conflict. At this point, they were very close to the exit. Not long after, they returned to the place where they first came in. Bing Qing immediately took out the statue and began to form seals. The statue floated in the air, emitting a dazzling radiance. After a while, a vortex appeared in the void. The exit had been opened. At that moment, a dragon's roar sounded from afar. The ice dragon had caught up to them again. Let's go, let's go! Bing Qing roared. Go, go, go! Lu Shangkai and the others from the Mystic Academy were the first to rush into the vortex, followed by the others. Behind them, the dragon roars grew louder and louder. They could even see the huge figure of the ice dragon appear in their field of vision. However, it was fortunate that most of their people had already left. Lu Ming's figure flashed and rushed out of the vortex. Bing Qing quickly kept the statue and rushed out of the vortex. As Bing Qing rushed out of the vortex quickly disappeared. In the end, they could still hear a loud dragon's roar. Then, the light screen where the vortex had disappeared vibrated slightly. Huff, huff, huff. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief, and their hearts relaxed a little. They had escaped. Although they had lost some people, they had obtained the ice jade chilling heart. The people from the Ice Soul tribe were all smiles. Of course, there were some exceptions. They were the people from the Mystic Academy, especially Hu Ya and Lu Shangkai. During this trip, Lu Shangkai had been brutally beaten by Lu Ming. He had even been forced to kneel in front of everyone by Lu Ming. Such humiliation filled Lu Shangkai's heart with murderous intent whenever he thought about it. He swore to himself that he would find a chance to take revenge. Everyone, take a break and adjust your condition. I'm afraid we still have one more obstacle to pass. Bing Qing instructed. The people from the Ice Soul tribe were fine, but the others' faces changed when they heard this. They had already made it out. What obstacle was there to pass? Ninth young lord, what do you mean? Lu Shangkai asked with a sullen face. The mission this time was more dangerous than he had imagined. Moreover, he had been greatly humiliated. He was already in a bad mood. Now that he heard that there would be another obstacle, his face turned even uglier. Everyone, you know about the Flaming Tribe, right? Bing Qing asked. Of course. Everyone in the Qin-Tian Star Zone knows about the Flaming Tribe. Lu Shangkai said. You should also know that the Flaming Tribe and my Ice Soul Tribe have been enemies for generations. My Ice Soul Tribe wants the Ice Jade Chilling Heart, but the Flaming Tribe doesn't want it. Therefore, every time my Ice Soul Tribe sends people into the Ancestral Land, the Flaming Tribe will send people to stop us. This time, before we entered, we didn't encounter the Scarlet Flame Tribe's obstruction. It's very likely that they were waiting for us to come out so that they could wait for us to exhaust ourselves. If I'm not wrong, the Scarlet Flame Tribe's people are very likely lying in ambush on the way out. Bing Qing said. Hearing Bing Qing's words, many people's faces turned gloomy. Next, they would have to rush out of the encirclement of the Flaming Tribe to be truly out of danger. The only good news was that only those under 10,000 years old could enter this path. If the Flaming Tribe wanted to enter, only those under 10,000 years old could enter. Those of the same generation as them wouldn't have a high cultivation. It shouldn't be too difficult for them to rush out of the encirclement. Immediately, everyone found a place to sit down cross-legged. They took out divine gems to refine and adjust to their best condition. Lu Ming also took out some divine gems to recover. In fact, he had the quantifying formula, which stored a large amount of divine power. He was always in peak condition. Of course, he couldn't expose the quantifying formula. Therefore, he had to put on an act. A day later, everyone had recovered to their best condition. Their divine power was full. Let's go! Bing Qing led the way out. The others followed. They raised their attention to the maximum, constantly paying attention to their surroundings. Soon, they were halfway out without encountering any accidents. However, they didn't dare to be careless. Be careful! All of a sudden, Bing Qing roared. Bush, bush, bush. Then, silhouettes flashed from the huge rocks around them. Attacks were launched one after another at them. Luckily, they were constantly paying attention to their surroundings. With Bing Qing's reminder, everyone used all kinds of defensive measures to defend their surroundings, blocking the attacks from all directions. Chapter 2748. After Lu Ming and the group blocked all the attacks from the surroundings, figures flashed and a large group of figures appeared, surrounding them. In front of them was a group of red-skinned youths, each of them emitting a blazing aura. The Flaming Flame race. Many people's faces turned serious. It was indeed the Flaming Flame race, and their numbers were shocking. There were actually 70 to 80 of them. One had to know that only people under 10,000 years old could enter this place. The number of people from the Flaming Flame race had reached 70 to 80, which showed how strong they were. Behind Lu Ming and the others were not from the Flaming Flame race, but there were still more than 70 of them. These people were from different races. Invincible Kenzo and the Immeasurable Sacred Land. A youth from the Mystic Academy exclaimed. The others' hearts sank. They all recognized that these youths were from different races. Like them, they were from the other 7 sects of the Qin-Tian 13 sects. Moreover, the Invincible Kenzo and the Immeasurable Sacred Lands prodigies had also come. Everyone's hearts sank. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. They had fought a few battles in the Ice Soul race's ancestral land and had lost some battle power. Originally, they had less than 100 people, but after losing some, they were only left with 60 or so people. The other side had about 150 people, which was more than twice their number. Bing Qing, hand over all your interspatial rings and I'll let you go. A burly prodigy from the flaming flame race sneered. His body was like a burning piece of metal, emitting wisps of divine fire. Yensen, come and take it yourself if you can. Bing Qing said coldly, and the cold aura on her body grew stronger. The Ice Soul race had spent so many years to obtain the Ice Jade Heart, so how could she hand it over? If you don't hand it over, did you really get the Ice Jade Heart? Today, none of you will leave. The tall and sturdy Flamekin youth, Yensen, waved his hand and gave the order. Kill! Kill! The prodigies of the Flaming Tribe, Invincible Kenzo, and other sects roared. Their auras soared as they charged towards Lu Ming and the others. Gather together and charge forward. As long as we charge out of this path, we'll be saved. Bing Qing roared. She took the lead and charged toward the Flame Tribe. Streaks of sword chi shot out from Bing Qing's hands. They were extremely cold, and wherever they passed, layers of frost appeared in the air. Child's play, transform for me. Yensen shouted and rushed towards Bing Qing. His whole body was covered in blazing flames, and the temperature of the space was rising rapidly. Boom, boom. His fists were unceasingly punching out. His fists were like magma as they bombarded Bing Qing. The air was filled with sizzling sounds and violent explosions. Rings of blazing energy and ice-cold energy spread out in all directions. The two of them fought fiercely. Yensen's battle strength was also extremely terrifying. He was evenly matched with Bing Qing. At the same time, Lu Ming and the others also suffered a terrifying attack. Several blood-curdling screams rang out. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. As soon as they exchanged blows, Lu Ming and the others suffered heavy injuries. A few of them were killed. Lu Ming and the others' formation was also blocked. Clang! The sound of a sword resonated through the sky. A black-robed youth with a cold expression and terrifying battle strength slashed out with his sword. A Sky Pride of the Ice Soul Tribe was killed. This was a Sky Pride of the Invincible Kenzo. His strength was slightly stronger than Lu Shankai's. On the other side, a white-robed youth was very elegant. However, his battle strength was also terrifying. He also killed a Sky Pride of the Ice Soul Tribe. This person was from the immeasurable sacred ground. The most shocking thing was that there were a few prodigies from the Flaming Flame Tribe who were as powerful as Lu Shankai. Some of them were even more powerful than Lu Shankai. Under the leadership of these people, Lu Ming and the rest retreated in defeat and people were constantly killed. Boom! An expert from the Flame Tribe punched out and turned a disciple from the Kongxian school into ashes. There were a total of 10 Sky Prides from the Kongxian school. None of them had died before. Now, this was the first one to die. We can't go on like this. We'll leave in batches. Come with me. Lu Ming roared. Lu Ming could no longer care about the Ice Soul Tribe. He led the people from the Kongxian school and madly charged to the side. Lu Ming rushed to the front. He exploded with all his strength and stabbed out with his long spear. 2 young men from the Flame Tribe were killed by Lu Ming. The other young men from the Flame Tribe coughed up blood and retreated. Kid, you're courting death. A young expert from the Flame Tribe fixed his eyes on Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. He was wearing a pair of red gloves. He threw out a few punches. The scorching fist force was aimed at Lu Ming. Before the fist force arrived, everyone felt as if their bodies were about to burn. Lu Ming's long spear swept out and collided with the young man. However, the result was that Lu Ming was forced to retreat a few steps. What a strong battle strength! Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. The young man from the Flame Tribe was no weaker than Lu Shankai. In a head-on collision, Lu Ming was at a disadvantage. Kid, how dare you kill someone from the Flame Tribe? Die! The young man from the Flame Tribe said ferociously and continued to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming did his best to fight the young man. And Hai and the others formed a circle to block the attacks from all directions. However, the situation was still precarious. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming and the young man from the Flame Tribe exchanged more than a dozen blows. In the end, Lu Ming was forced to retreat. He was completely suppressed. Turn into ashes, brat. The young man from the Flame tribe shouted. Is that so? At this moment, Lu Ming said coldly. Then, an ice chain flew out from his body and wrapped around the young man. It's just a chain. Melt it. The young man from the Flame tribe said coldly. He did not care about the ice chain at all. He threw out a punch and a scorching flame blasted towards the ice chain. He wanted to melt the ice chain. However, the ice shackles didn't seem to be affected at all. The young man from the Flame tribe was shocked. He did not expect that his fist force would have no effect on the ice chain. While he was stunned, the ice chain had already wrapped around him and quickly tightened. Melt! The young man from the Flame tribe shouted. His body was like a furnace. The temperature was shockingly high. He wanted to melt the ice chain. However, the ice chain was not affected at all. It quickly tightened. The terrifying coldness extinguished the young man's flame. Then, a layer of ice covered the young man from the Flame tribe. Impossible! No, no! The young man from the Flame tribe shouted in horror. He did not expect that Lu Ming could control such terrifying ice. It could even freeze his flame. Chapter 2749. The young man from the Flaming tribe was terrified. He could feel that his blood was starting to freeze. His body was stiff and he couldn't move. Save me! The young man from the Flaming tribe screamed in fear. Kill! Lu Ming stabbed out with his spear and a spear light pierced through the young man, killing him instantly. A young man who wasn't any weaker than Lu Shangkai had died just like that. Brat, you're courting death. Damn it! Immediately, angry roars could be heard. Many prodigies from the Flame tribe were glaring at Lu Ming furiously. That young man from the Flaming tribe had an extraordinary status in the Flaming tribe and he was extremely talented. But now, he had died at the hands of Lu Ming. This made the people from the Flaming tribe want to kill him. Let's go! Lu Ming shouted as he waved his ice chains towards the young men from the Flaming tribe who were attacking Hai and the others. The young men from the Flaming tribe were shocked and quickly dodged. Hai and the others also escaped and joined up with Lu Ming. They rushed forward together. Kill! That brat must die. The others can surround him but don't kill him. Kill that brat first. Yen Sen, who was fighting with Bing Qing, shouted. Shua! Shua! One by one, the young men from the Flaming tribe rushed towards Lu Ming. Some of them were extremely fast. Boom! In front of Lu Ming, there was a young man from the Flaming tribe who was 3 meters tall. His fist force was like a mountain as it blasted towards Lu Ming. So strong. Lu Ming was shocked and quickly blocked with his spear. Ding! The young man's fist force hit the long spear. The long spear vibrated violently and Lu Ming felt an overwhelming pressure coming towards him. Lu Ming retreated quickly. He felt that his arm was about to split open and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This young man from the Flaming tribe was shockingly strong. Lu Ming felt that his battle strength wasn't any weaker than Bing Qing's. The Scarlet Flame race had a shocking number of geniuses. As expected of the strongest race in the Qin Tian star field. Without a doubt, they were also the strongest force. Brat, I'm going to grind your bones to dust. Kill them all. The 3-meter-tall Flamekin youth roared and punched at Lu Ming with both fists. At the same time, the other members of the Flame tribe had also arrived. Together, they charged towards Lu Ming, Hai, and the others. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, 2 young men from Kongxian School were blown up in the air and turned into ashes in the scorching heat. We're finished! A young man from the Kongxian School yelled in despair. Facing such a situation, they would definitely die today. At this time, Lu Ming was also facing an extremely strong pressure. The 3-meter-tall Flamekin youth wasn't the only expert from the Flaming tribe. There were a few more people behind him. Although they weren't as strong as the former, they were also very terrifying. They attacked Lu Ming together, wanting to kill Lu Ming. Lu Ming could only control the ice chain to wrap around them. However, they knew the power of the ice chain and naturally wouldn't let Lu Ming have his way. As soon as the ice chain was released, they retreated rapidly, avoiding the ice chain. Only the 3-meter-tall Flamekin youth was fearless. His aura was wild, and his body was covered in blazing divine flames. He punched continuously at the ice chain with both fists. Boom, boom. The blazing fists collided with the ice chain, but it didn't extinguish. Instead, it sent the ice chain flying back. The opponent was too strong, and Lu Ming's cultivation was too low. After all, the power of the ice chain was limited. It couldn't cross a large distance to freeze the opponent. The 3-meter-tall Flamekin youth had the strength to block it. "I'll block this strange chain. Let them kill him." The 3-meter-tall Flamekin youth roared and launched an attack. He focused on bombarding the ice chain, while the other experts of the Flamekin tribe charged at Lu Ming. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's situation became precarious. 2 other people from the Kongxian school had died. At this moment, there were only 5 people left in the Kongxian school, including Lu Ming. The other 4 people, including An Hai and the long-faced youth, were all seriously injured. Their faces were filled with despair. At this moment, the people of the Ice Soul clan and several other sects had suffered heavy losses. People kept dying in the battle. The number of people on their side was constantly decreasing. What should I do? What should I do? Lu Ming's mind raced as he tried to think of a way to escape. However, the difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great. Even if Lu Ming wanted to escape alone, it would be difficult. "Boy, we can only fight now." At this moment, the voice of the quantifying formula sounded in Lu Ming's mind. "Fight? Lu Ming hurriedly asked. "Do you still remember when I absorbed the Nether Dragon Blood Jade in the Nether Dragon Secret Realm?" The quantifying formula said. "Nether Dragon Blood Jade? Have you already refined the energy of the Nether Dragon Blood Jade?" Lu Ming hurriedly asked. "That's right. After all these years, I've already refined all the energy of the Nether Dragon Blood Jade. I can give it to you now. This energy is very strong. Even if you cultivate 5 divine fires, it's enough for you to reach the true God realm in a short time." "That's right. It's very dangerous to break through during a battle. If you're not careful, you might go mad and explode." The quantifying formula said. "I definitely have to break through. Please give me the energy," Lu Ming hurriedly said. It wasn't like he hadn't broken through during a battle. He had plenty of experience. "All right, then get ready. Let's begin." As soon as the quantifying formula finished speaking, Lu Ming felt that the quantifying word in his mind was shining. Then, a huge amount of energy surged out of the quantifying formula and into Lu Ming's body. This energy was very pure and could be converted into divine power in an instant. Refine, refine. Lu Ming crazily circulated the universe 10,000 Dao technique and started to refine it. This energy was quickly converted into Lu Ming's divine power. The divine fire in Lu Ming's dantian grew stronger. In almost an instant, Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the peak level 8 empty God realm. Then, with a loud boom, his body seemed to explode and his aura suddenly skyrocketed. Level 9 empty God realm. In just a breath's time, Lu Ming's cultivation had risen from level 8 empty God realm to level 9 empty God realm. Breakthrough? How is that possible? The others were shocked. They had never thought that Lu Ming would have a breakthrough in his cultivation in such a situation. Even if you have a breakthrough, you will still die. The 3-meter-tall young man from the Flaming Flame tribe roared and charged towards Lu Ming. The other supreme talents from the Flaming Flame tribe also charged towards Lu Ming. There were 9 of them charging towards Lu Ming. Kill! Lu Ming's fighting spirit soared and he continuously swung his long spear to clash with his opponents. However, even though Lu Ming's cultivation had reached level 9 empty God realm, he was still no match for so many supreme talents from the Flaming Flame tribe. He was still at a disadvantage. Only by breaking through to the true God realm would he be able to fight his way out. Chapter 2750. Go, 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 continue to go. Lu Ming roared in his heart as he continued to refine the energy. His cultivation base was nearing the peak of the empty God realm. However, it wasn't easy for him to break through to the true God realm. The Kongxian school's outer disciples had a rule that if an outer disciple could break through to the true God realm within 1,000,000 years, they could become an inner disciple. However, there were still many people who couldn't break through to the true God realm within 1,000,000 years. From this, one could see how difficult it was to break through to the true God realm. Even with the energy from the quantifying character formula, it wasn't realistic for Lu Ming to break through to the true God realm immediately. Come on. I'll borrow your strength to break through to the true God realm. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with madness. His battle intent seemed to be on fire. Spear radiance and ice chains clashed with the 9 top young prodigies from the Flaming Flame tribe. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage and was constantly injured and coughing out blood, he was able to hold on for a while. On the other side, the young prodigies from the Mystic Academy were fighting against the invincible Kenzo under Lu Shankai's lead. Lu Shankai was fighting against the black-shirt young man. Brother Xian, why do you have to be so ruthless? Lu Shankai sent a message to the black-shirt young man. They were both prodigies from the 3 overlord sects, and they knew each other. We've taken on different missions. Naturally, we have to do our part. The black-shirt young man replied coldly. How about this, Brother Xian? I'll give up on this mission. As long as you show mercy, I can still help you kill that brat. Lu Shankai sent a message to the black-shirt young man and then looked at Lu Ming with murderous eyes. Lu Ming had broken through at such a crucial moment. This made Lu Shankai even more wary of Lu Ming. He couldn't wait to kill Lu Ming as Lu Ming's speed of growth shocked him. You seem to want to kill that brat, the black-clothed young man asked with great interest. That's right. Let me tell you. That lad is from Kongxian School and his combat strength is terrifying. You've seen it for yourself. He's only an empty god, but he already has such combat strength. If he grows up, I'm afraid that even the 3 overlords would not be his match. I'm not trying to scare you. Lu Shankai said. The invincible Kenzo youth's eyes flashed. Lu Ming was at the empty god realm. How could he not see that? To be honest, he was extremely shocked. He had never seen a nihility god with such combat strength. The Kongxian School was already the leader of the top 10 sections. With the addition of such a prodigy, it was indeed a huge threat to the 3 overlords. What's your plan? The black-clothed youth's eyes flashed as he said, Let's pretend to fight. As we fight, we'll shift the battlefield to that kid's side. That kid's attention has been on the Scarlet Flame race and you guys. He definitely won't expect me to attack at this time. So, as long as I attack, I'll definitely be able to kill that kid. Lu Shankai said coldly. Lu Shankai, you're despicable. The black-clothed youth sneered. Lu Shankai's face turned ugly. However, he hated Lu Ming to the core. Even if he was ridiculed, he wanted to kill Lu Ming. Alright, I promise you. The black-clothed youth said. He then sent a message to the invincible Kenzo. At the same time, Lu Shankai also instructed the people from the Mystic Academy to pretend to fight and slowly move closer to Lu Ming. Soon they were near Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Ming's cultivation had already reached the peak of rank 9 empty god realm and he was trying to break through to the true god realm. However, it was not easy to break through to the true god realm. Lu Ming tried to break through a few times but he did not succeed. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. Lu Ming still felt that he was lacking a little bit and it was difficult for him to break through the bottleneck. If others knew that he was trying to break through to the true God realm and that he was trying to break through to the true God realm at the same time, they would laugh their heads off. When others tried to break through to the true God realm, they would first have to cultivate to the peak of rank 9 empty God realm. Then, they would have to prepare some treasures to break through to the true God realm. Moreover, the success rate was not high. No one could break through to the true God realm while fighting. Boom, boom. Lu Ming exchanged a few blows with the Flaming Flame tribe. His body shook violently and he could not stop retreating. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth. Now is the time, Lu Shankai's eyes lit up. The direction that Lu Ming was retreating was exactly where he was. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Lu Shankai did not hesitate and struck immediately. Boom. The runes on his body shone brightly. A huge black seal appeared in his hands and he smashed it towards Lu Ming. Be careful. The quantifying character formula reminded him. Lu Ming was shocked. To be honest, he did not expect Lu Shankai to strike at him at this moment. His attention was all on the Flaming Flame tribe, the invincible Kenzo, and the immeasurable sacred ground. At this critical moment, He thought that Lu Shangkai would try to save his own life. He did not expect Lu Shangkai to suddenly strike at him. It was too late for him to dodge. Lu Ming could only activate the 9-fold golden armor to defend himself. Boom! Lu Shangkai's huge black seal landed heavily on Lu Ming's body and there was a loud boom. The 9-fold golden armor on Lu Ming's body shook violently and then exploded. Lu Ming's body was like a cannonball. He flew towards a huge meteorite and smashed it into pieces. Even the Flaming Flame tribe members were shocked. Wasn't Lu Shangkai on Lu Ming's side? Why did he suddenly attack Lu Ming? But after a moment of shock, 2 experts from the Flaming Flame tribe rushed towards the meteorite that Lu Ming had smashed. They wanted to kill Lu Ming once and for all. However, right at that moment, an astonishing aura erupted from the meteorite. This aura was extremely terrifying. It formed a powerful pressure that made everyone feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Buzz! A spear light as large as a mountain swept out towards the 2 experts from the Flaming Flame tribe. Bang! Bang! The 2 experts from the Flaming Flame tribe did not even have time to react before they were blasted apart by the spear light. How is this possible? The others were shocked. Although the 2 experts from the Flaming Flame tribe were not at Lu Shangkai's level, the difference was not big. Yet they were killed instantly. Boom! There was a loud boom from the meteorite and a figure rushed out. It was Lu Ming. At this moment, divine power was boiling on Lu Ming's body. It was like a flame that was burning fiercely. A powerful aura was constantly being emitted. A true god. This was the aura of a true god. He broke through. This kid has broken through again. Someone shouted in disbelief. Oh my god! What is going on? Everyone could not believe their eyes. Didn't Lu Ming just break through? How did he break through again? One breakthrough was still acceptable. Lu Ming's cultivation level was already at its peak. It was normal for him to have a breakthrough. However, it was impossible for him to have consecutive breakthroughs from the Void God realm to the True God realm.